spaces. So you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Well, a very good morning to finals day here at the Australian Open of Surfing 2020 at Coffs Harbour, the New South Wales Open. My name's Crispy and I'm joined with me, Jess Grimwood. We are at Diggers Beach, the beautiful Coffs Harbour, just down from the Big Banana.
We are, and look, we have a nice little change in wind and swell, and still some little waves on offer today. Crispy, you've been down there since first light with the Super Coach hat on.
Yeah, put the hat on, and Philippa Anderson, some great little waves. So, you know, like Micah Margison from Kingscliff. He got a 5-turner, a big set, 5 banging turns here. Excellent score range in the free surf. So he won the free surf this morning. Some good options this morning. And Main Peak won the 2 feet, but rising in the south swell. And we are protected from the southerly. You can see out the back, just a lot of ripples. And that is that big south wind. And we are protected from that buffeting wind. But the swell will come through. And there's lots of sand and a few options out there. So great finals day for the Coliseum of Surfing, Coffs Harbour.
Yeah, and there's some big heats as well. We're, of course, kicking off with round 3 of the Open Men's. Out in the water, you can see Max Kearney, Solly Bailey, our very own Cooper Chapman, and the Brazilian that's been pretty on fire. Made the finals down there in Kiama, Nathan Kawani. So it's a nice way to kick off the men's round. And then we'll go straight on into the quarterfinals. There's the Brazilian as we speak of him, Nathan Kawani. Been looking like he's going from strength to strength. Look at that, 3 turns off the bat easily. Plenty of energy on the forehand. And I don't think the smaller conditions are going to hinder these guys too much. They got such a well-rounded competition game. Big wave, small game, big wave game, small wave game. They've just got it all at this point in the comp, especially as we go into the quarterfinals as well for the women after this. And yeah, big finals day. Champs to be crowned. 4th stop of the Australian Open Series, Crispy.
Yeah, $7,000 a share for men and women. Equally spread, $1,500 for the winner, men and women today. And a share of $3,500 for the finalists. So a great little cash injection into their surfing career, backing into December tomorrow. Can you believe it?
I actually didn't even remember that. I can't believe it's the 1st of December
I'm here to remind
already.
you. Well, Nathan Kawani opens, and again, ticking to the criteria, speed, power, flow, and critical manoeuvres. Opens with a 6.83. Great start from him. Just electrifying surfing every time he dons on the rash shirt. Max Kearney just starting with a quick 2.5. But you've got Cooper Chapman and Solly Bailey. They'll have neutral priority, so they can still paddle for a wave. And if they don't get it, they still have priority over blue and yellow. So it'd be good to see the priority really coming into play today with wave selection, wave usage, and also getting a wave under that as well. There's plenty of options. There's a bank to the right and a bank to the left. So under priority, another strategy that can help the athlete really move through and go through the process to make the finals today.
Yeah, and you were saying this morning in the free surf and in the coaching sessions earlier, like you just said then, there's more than one peak, which is so nice to see, especially on finals day. It's always tricky when the waves are a little smaller and there's only one takeoff zone, but here we go, Max Kearney up and riding on the forehand. Looks like he's lining up for a launch pad as he gains a lot of momentum down the line. Little projection out in front of the wash there. Nothing super high critical, but looking really solid on his toes. And he'll get his 2nd score on the board. And yeah, it's just nice to have those multiple peak options, especially like you said, when you're under priority and you don't have to sit all on top of each other. You can use, up your 5 or 6 or 7 minutes without that priority, hustling and jostling up and down the competition zone. There you can see it's quite a nice big spread, and it's a beautiful setup up here too at Diggers, isn't it? When you walk up the beach track, and then you can go onto the platforms that overlook all the beach and the lineup, and they've got all the pandanus trees, I think they are, and all the palm trees. It's just very ideal for a competition setup.
One would say the jewel of the coast. And when I stay here with the wife and kids, we just stay behind, and it is a place. There's a beautiful hotel. It's got a tennis court. It's got pools, lovely restaurants, and you just walk out in the middle of the beach, and it's protected by both winds, and you can have so much fun in the sun. So a great place to visit. And again, thank you to our partners, Destination New South Wales. So visit newsouthwales.com. Powered by the New South Wales Government. This replay, this is the random right. So here we go, under priority 2, Nathan Kawani going on the backhand, getting a bit steeper on that first turn and connecting the dots and really opening up one of the first rights of the day. The lefts are the Gold Peaks and definitely the keeper waves for some good scores that we've seen already. But he packs that one in as, you know what, 7.5 minutes. Cooper Chapman's out there, and this morning looking hot. Had his coffee and no leg rope, so no drag, but needs to get the waves and Solly Bailey. So you can see their tempo start to rise. Quick start hasn't happened, so it'd be good to see what they bring into their heat right now for Cooper Chapman, QS Surfer, and former winner of one of these events, number 2, and Solly Bailey, former CT Surfer from Byron Bay, yet to kick start.
The first surfer, I believe, to wear the Indigenous flag on his jersey in the WSL as well. So he's pretty important part of the Indigenous community. We saw one of the local guys as well making it through.
Uncle Mark.
Oh, Uncle Mark, but Otis Carey took out his heat yesterday as well, and he had the whole family around here. So it's been, like we said yesterday, a beautiful welcome to country from Uncle Mark Flanders, and it's an incredible part of the coast. And the land up here is just, there's something about it, isn't there? There's just this whole different feel once you cross that barrier from the, when you just step into that mid-north coast bit. It's just a different feel, and it's quite tropical, and it's nice vibes to come on up here for a surf comp.
It's like a Port Douglas with waves and no Irriganges. How's that?
Yeah.
Hey? That just dropped in. So Nathan Kawani back to it. We're nearing the halfway mark. 11 minutes. Welcome all those viewers around the world, around Australia, in your lounge room. Hope you got a nice cup of tea and a nice healthy breakfast. And this is Solly Bailey first wave and bigger wave. So waited for choice, and this is how the different strategies come into place. Couple of banging turns, staying in the pocket and not pushing too hard, really placing his turn, and then bang. Nice little fin drift to finish that one. So game on, and now priority will go to Cooper Chapman. He paddles for a wave, doesn't get it. That's when you lose priority. So it begins. The neutral priority is the start. So this is where the pressure cooker and choice comes in with priority. Stand by for Solly Bailey's last one. What do you think?
Well, first heat of the day, it's always tricky, I think, to tap into that judging scale with the conditions. Like, here's the replay. I thought it was a really strong wave. He just looks so polished and such a classy competitor. He doesn't do too much adjustment in between those first 2 turns. He has to get moving a little bit to wrap the rail on the third. Sets up the final manoeuvre nice and clean. Wait to see what that locks in as. Nathan Kawani, there's Cooper's first wave as well. So those rights look a little bit flatter on that, on the bank out there on that main takeoff peak. But Coops does well jump on the front foot and make the connection through the inside. He's pretty good at that 2-turn combo on the forehand. And there's the replay of Nathan Kawani. So Nathan opened up with a 6.83. That right-hander that he posted previously was a 3.83. There's another score to come for him. Max's first wave in the blue was a 2.5. His second wave of 4.50. And the score for Solly Bailey to come and Cooper Chapman. I think that maybe Solly's backhand attack may come up towards Nathan's best wave. So I'm not sure. Like I said, that there we go, 6.67. So yeah, it's nice and close to Nathan Kawani's opening wave 6.83, and similar combos, similar amount of turns, plenty of speed, very polished kind of transition between the first few manoeuvres as well. So the judges setting the scale already for round 3 of the men's, and Solly Bailey waited a long time, but paid off at the moment. He's going to have the second highest wave score, and he's only looking for a 0.34 at this point to move into second position. Cooper Chapman's opening wave just logged in a 5.33, so you can see with those right-handers, maybe that first section just not as steep as the lefts that we have on offer first thing here this morning. And Cooper will now be looking for a 1.68, so not a bad position. It's really up for grabs as we've passed the halfway point already in this heat. Cooper having a look at that little one under priority on the backhand. Yeah, it's really anyone's grab at the moment. Nathan's going to need to extend his lead and get rid of that 3.83 if he wants to keep Max, Solly and Cooper out of contention for that first place position. And just under 8 minutes on the clock here. Coming up in heat number 2 will be Mikey McDonough, Ethan Stocks, Micah Margison and Hinata Zawa. So that's another huge heat, and we've been speaking about it throughout every stop of the series. Once we get into the finals day, in that round 3 and the quarterfinals rounds, I feel like the calibre of surfing for the Australian Open is just any single surfer could end up being that champion at the end of the day. The level of surfing is so incredible, and it's been pretty much down to, bar a few standout competitors, especially in the men, it's been down to how they've been able to use their strategy and priority and keep that momentum flowing, I guess, through each round and keep away the fatigue. And yeah, that energy just being able to translate across every heat for the 20 minutes. And here comes a little wave now for Cooper.
Yeah, just really going with these rights, and I'll tell you what, he can turn something big, and there's the big high moments. Just one opportunity for a nice big vertical jam on those rarity rights, but still bankable for some scores. So first wave of 5.73, and there's our wave replay. Thank you to the New South Wales Government. Cooper Chapman, nice and vertical, and that's what the judges want to see. Do a carvy turn, a lateral turn. It's not as much risk. Go vertical, go beyond, and again, risk is rewarded with a bigger score.
And here we go. Max having a look at this left-hander. Sully was chasing him down the peak as well. Plenty of speed on offer. Goes to the air again and just slips and slides back over the heels there. So that's not going to go into his top 2. He's already sitting on 4.50. He has to get rid of that 2.5. Looking for a 3.64 now. Last wave for Cooper Chapman, 2.80. So Nathan Kawani, the Brazilian, in the lead. Cooper Chapman moves into second. Max and Solly really close heat at this point. You can't really call it. It's still plenty of time on the clock, and hopefully we're going to see a bit of a pulse in energy.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see Cooper Chapman and Solly Bailey, they've got their good scores. Now they're utilising priority. Cooper Chapman now on the left hand, a little behind the ball game, does a nice little foam projection. And then Max Kearney up and riding. And this guy, you can just see that he's going to bring in a nice air rev. Airs were paying dividends yesterday. Nice waves, nice moments, vertical turns. But when they brought to the air, one turn, and we saw Joel Vaughan 8.67, 8.20, and that was just 2 turns, 2 of the biggest waves of the day. Chris Saffis also joined in.
Jacko Baker.
Jacko Baker, he come to town.
Yeah, he did.
He's on the man shake.
We have been loving him at the moment, haven't we? He's been looking so sharp. And yeah, those guys, they kind of all followed suit. I think it might have been Joel who kicked it off early with the high scores, and then everybody.
Yeah, that's right. After that memorable Heat 13.
Yeah, that was the call
that
for
was
the day.
Heat 13, that's right.
Yeah, and then everybody followed suit, and that's kind of an indicator as well of the intelligence of these competitors. In competition mode, they're able to listen and adapt and readjust to what they hear going down. They might be just keeping a close eye on their phones and the Live Heats app and listening to the Beachcom's announcement as well, and just kind of unpacking the few heats before their heats to really dial into the judging scale. And yeah, that's where we've seen, we even saw a few of the guys combo the rest of the field in those later heats yesterday afternoon. So it was an exciting afternoon of surfing. We had a huge day, and now we're into finals day. And Coffs Harbour, beautiful stop for the Open Series. 4 minutes on the clock. The Brazilian looking sharp. He's gone from strength to strength as he regained his competition fire after or post-injury. We've been speaking about his return to competition. He's coming from a town over there in Brazil as a professional surfer from the same place, I think, Caio Belli and Jesse Mendez is from, and he's done a lot of work, and he's now residing in Australia and looking to get that competition fire and sharpness back in play, and he's looking pretty good as he's going down
it brings
towards
the energy when I
so
think
much.
when I think of buzzwords or words just to spark up and wrap up the day. It's energy. You bring energy to the table to your surfing heat, you're gonna bring some spark. And right now, Nathan Kawani in the lead, a 6.83 wave of the heat, and the backup 3.83 in a great position. Just see some carving 3.0, and then Cooper Chapman holding off second. That was Max Kearney in blue. Solly Bailey, well, this is going to come down to the wire. Holds the second highest, just needs the backup. So utilising priority. Here's our heat leader live on screen, Nathan Kawani. This is heat 1. And look at the intensity to really grab that. You know, if the wave doesn't look like it's going to replace your second highest, that kick out, re-establish priority and reset to really close the cards into the quarterfinal for the men. Quarterfinal for the women, that'll start heat 9. That's exciting as well. We are down to 16 for the women, 32 for the men. We're rolling through 8 heats this morning. And then let's just have a little think. Who are your top 4 for the final? You can throw out some names already. Micah Margison, Cooper Chapman, Joel Vaughan. There's 3 for me already.
Yeah, I'm going to... Oh, there's Max Kearney on the backhand. He looks like he's got a bit more wall to work with at the start of that wave, and he's sitting in 3rd position at the moment. Needs a 5.07. There's Solly Bailey out the back. Beautiful bit of sun hitting the lineup as well. That last wave for Cooper Chapman was his second best wave so far, 4.23, so extends his hold on second. Plenty of scores to lock on in. We're just under 2 minutes now. Yeah, for the men, I think Chris Zaffis was looking so good and kind of very cruisy and casual, even though he was posting such incredible scores. He didn't look like he'd ramped up too much in his performance yet, and he had plenty more left in the tank.
Jacko Baker?
Jacko Baker, definitely. Yeah, you've got to put him in the mix for one of those final positions. And yeah, I'm not... Jolie Vaughan, he was comboing yesterday, so that is probably going to see him in good
he's
speed
just going to
today.
come up and what's the game plan? Repeat.
Yeah, and this guy, he's just looking so dialed into these small conditions. I don't know what it is. I always find this watching Brazilian surfers. They bring this extra... It's this extra hunger. Yeah, extra. They're just always looking like they're pushing on every turn, right down to the very end. And the passion that they bring to the sport as well is incredible.
Call it the Jinga.
The Jinga.
The Pele Jinga. And I'll tell you what, Nathan Kawani, a 10.66, Cooper Chapman close behind. He'll be looking to iron out. There is only 2 spots in this one. And here we go for Solly Bailey. Has the second highest wave. This is dangerous town for Cooper Chapman because Solly Bailey is in 4th. Only needing a small one. And, well, if you don't tick off that last turn, that could be the difference between 4th and 2nd. Only needing a small backup. So 20 seconds.
There are so many numbers to lock in as well, and we know we've been speaking about the judges have the ability to go to the replay, and they've got the screen set up right next to the judging panel there, so perhaps just comparing on the rest of the rides. There's Cooper Chapman answer back in the last 5 seconds. Little wave, but he does well. It's incredible how they're bigger guys too. They're able to just really use their technique, their prowess to push through such small, tricky sections, and there's the end of heat number 1. There are over 5 waves to lock on in for that heat. I think they're going to probably take a little moment because they're going to be really, really important when you see how close that scoreline is for those guys.
Yeah, I definitely reckon it's going to be close between Solly and Cooper. Cooper was there. Solly needed that 2.9. So we're going to pay some bills from our first heat this morning. And we'd like to see you on the back end. The Australian Open of Surfing 2020 here at Coffs Harbour. This is finals day. Do not miss a beat. We'll be back after a short commercial break with heat number 2 and a wrap-up of final score of this heat number 1 with the winners and progressions. Thank you. See you soon.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Alrighty, welcome back to finals day here. The Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour, New South Wales, heat number 2 has just begun. And again, welcome those all online. My name's Crispy and Jess Grimwood with me. The NSB for Life from Central Coast. How many lovely spots do you have at your home beaches? I remember Soldiers, Pelican.
Yeah, there's so many little...
The Crackneck, like North Shelley. Love all those spots as a kid growing up, going there on holidays with some mates.
Yeah, it's like all the little strips of National Park, and it's such a beautiful part of the New South Wales coast, as is up here, that we just have all those little protected areas around pretty much every couple of suburbs. So you get that space from the suburban sprawl, and there's the results from heat number 1. And
wow.
Yeah, it was so tight at the end. Look at those score lines, and they just left them up there so we can read them out to you. So the Brazilian Nathan Kawani took the win, and Sully Bailey sneaks into second right on the last exchange. He only had 2 waves under his belt.
He did, and that's a testament to patience and wave selection. Chose the bigger waves, even fell off that last turn, but got it done in those first moments and that first on the strength of that backup. And just squeezing out his mate and buddy Cooper Chapman. So he's going to be back on the mic, and no more surfing for him for this weekend. And again, all those tuning in, welcome. I was going to say my other one, Mikey Madonna. There's my top 4 pick for the final. Made a CT through a wildcard at Bells Beach. Such a great junior surfer, pro junior, now on the QS and the New South Wales instalments of 7 series. And he is high flying. He's like a mini Mick. And I'm talking about Lightning
Mini
White
Mick.
Eugene.
All
MF.
right. Well, I saw a lot of him surf when he was a super junior, when he was a real little grom, but looks like he's sprouted into a big dude now.
Yeah, he's 21, 20. He's riding big boards, big fins.
Yep.
And training hard with all the crew, Pete Roberts, and all the crew at Surfing Australia, and locally at Lennox. Lee Barr taking a win, and he's in that winning team, and was part of the winning team the other day. They took away the win, made the national final, just injecting that quick start, excellent wave, and wrapping it up as the power surfer. So on all elements in the group environment, and also it's a personal thing too. It's all about in athletes what they do in their heat when it's individual surfing in this contest.
Yeah, and look, a little bit of a hustle for that inside position, but Ethan and perhaps Hinata, there he is, gets the opening rides. Nice little tweak through the tail there for Hinata. I've been really impressed by his surfing as well. He's, I believe, from up towards the Gold Coast area.
Burleigh board riders, and Sursu Toby Mossop and Liam O'Brien. So always rubbing shoulders with greatness, as we've been talking about, the support network, travelling, surfing, competition, and great supporter of Whistler, John Mossop and all the crew at Whistler. They've got such a great team, international and national. And good kid, always out, sparking up the other day at Gallows, arriving early. Learning about the spots of the beautiful Coffs Coast is such a key in your adventure of competition with the slog and learning about your environments.
Yeah, and it becomes one of those little advantages too. Once you surf a few events here, you know that pretty much competition's always been around similar stops. I think we have such a long history of Aussie titles up here in the Coffs Coast as well, and it's just so nice. You've been coming up here for such a long time as a junior or as a coach, and then you can come into these bigger events where they're quite important, I guess, for kicking off that 2021 season for these guys that are looking to qualify through the QS, and they know these spots back to front because they've spent so many weeks here, and they started off with the parents and the coaches, and then they do their own road trips on the P plates with the rest of the boys or the girls that they're competing with, and they just absorb the local communities, and you get to know people like my mate's place, the coffee truck.
Luke, what a legend. He's a legend, and he's got
so
5
cool.
kids. He goes, I've had another kid. What have you been doing since COVID? Yeah, had another kid. My mate's place is very busy.
Yeah, they were booming the tunes out this morning too when we rocked up, and he just remembers everybody's coffee orders, and here goes Mike Mikey.
Yeah,
There's your pick.
There he is, lightning fast Mikey Madonna. All those at home, good morning. At Lennox watching and representing the beautiful area of the far north coast, and well, just going through the motions, getting the turns in. So that's a nice little start for him.
Wider looking board.
Yeah, 583 and a 117. Well, that is a shaper, and well, I think originally from Maroubra and then moving up to the beautiful coast as we all merge towards warmer waters and consistent waves all year round. It's like the Endless Summer, one would say. I love that movie with Pat O'Connell, Endless Summer 1 and 2. It is the endless search, those buzzwords we talk about. Well, very shortly we're going to hear from Kawana. Up next, Nathan Cook, don't forget, Lee Winkler, Kobe Clements, the young gun from the Northern Beaches, and Connor Lee. I must say, I've got a 5-man final because I didn't forget about him, but Jake Sharp is in the mix on Heat
Jake.
5.
Dangerous in this kind of surf as well. And there's your pick for the free surf of the morning. You said you saw Micah find himself a little wave in the crowd. And there's Hinata again. He's had the best opening ride so far, and he gets moving. He's looking energetic. Similar approach to what we saw from that last heat as well. And he looks to tag the end section. Nice little clean closeout maneuver. And we saw something pretty similar from heat number 1 winner as well, Crispy Nathan Kawani. We have him joining us on the Destination New South Wales post-heat interview. Nathan, congratulations. Oh, I don't think he can hear us yet. We'll wait to see. We have comms with him straight away. But yeah, Hinata maybe taking a little note out of the book for the first heat. Those lefts seem to be offering a little more points on the line. A few scores to lock on in also for Mikey and Micah. Ethan Stocks just the 117 and 583 that first score for Hinata. We'll wait to see.
Well, here we go. Live action. Mikey Madonna up and riding on a booming set that we saw this morning. And there's the second turn. Look as he gets into some open face and keeping busy. 4 banging turns on a good-looking wave. And that is when, you know, give this kid an inch and he will take a mile.
That's under priority too, isn't it? Straight off the back of his first wave.
So stand by for first wave. Will be coming around the average, around the 4 to 5 mark, but then a bigger wave with 4 really, you know, precisely placed turns, nice and vertical, in rhythm, and ticking the boxes.
Yeah, and let's see their first score for Micah there, just that 1.90. And Mikey, I think he just looked really smooth there. There was no little hops or those weird wiggles in between the bottom turns on the adjustments on the back end. It looked really nice and smooth, very relaxed as well. And we'll wait to see how they lock into the schedule, to the judging scale. Sorry, got my words mixed up. So heat number 2 in the water at the moment. Open men's round 3. And there you go. First 2 numbers locking in for Mikey Madonna, a 6.00, and last wave for him a 7.33. So Hinata also locks in his second wave, a 4.50. Ethan Stocks a 4.60, and Mikey out in front, nice and early, 13.5 minutes on the clock, and that's a nice way to kick off. Only 2 waves ridden, and while we wait to see the next set roll on through, we'll pass on down to heat number 1 winner, Nathan Kawani. Congratulations, Nathan.
Thanks so much.
And that was a really great performance from you kicking off. It's always tricky in the first heat of the day. We were saying you had so much energy going into that. Tell us about your morning preparation to get you into that fine form.
Actually, I wasn't expecting to surf for the first heat of the day, so it was a surprise for me. I was on the beach and then they called my name. Well, what? Just me? Right now? So I didn't have time enough to surf or to even to warm up, you know. I just wore the jersey and pedal out.
Great. Well, you've been one of those performers that, for me, across the Open Series, we know a little bit about your history. We've been hearing some intel, and you've returned from some injury, and you seem to be getting better and better every heat. You have so much energy to bring, and so much, I guess, is it passion for competing again? You've been out of the competition jersey for so long.
Yeah, I've been out of competition for 2 years at least, but I got a surprise. I twisted my knee just yesterday playing soccer with my friends, so I'm kind of crippled again.
Oh.
You know, it was pretty sore surfing this morning, But yeah, I will go to the pharmacy and find something to, you know. So yeah, it's so good to be back again, and yeah, I'm training hard for that.
Yeah, Nathan, Crispy here. I saw you this morning, and yeah, so you've really adapted yourself because it was, yeah, we're going to go with the quarterfinals and that subject to change where you just bang your heats on. What do you prepare? How do you prepare apart from playing soccer with your buddies and connecting with the community? What else do you prepare, during a competition, pre and during?
Actually, I've been out the competition, so I start just for fun, and what matter for me is traveling, knowing new places, and cheering with friends and stuff, and drinking beers. So I wasn't too focused on win a contest.
Yes.
But after the last contest back in Kayama, that I made the final, I saw it's possible. So then I'm starting to change my mindset, like to start to focus and win the contest again.
Awesome, and that is what the Australian Open of Surfing's about. It's open to all surfers, and it's great to have you here. Anyone to shout out at home there, Nathan?
Oh yeah, it's probably 8 p.m. there, so
they're playing soccer.
They're playing soccer. Yes.
Feel free to speak in Portuguese as well if they're tuning in.
Oh, all right, thank you. Família, amigos que estão assistindo, muito obrigado aí pela parceria, pela força que vocês dão todo o campeonato. Gratidão e vamos para mais uma. Isso aí que é muito surf.
Awesome. Thank you. Take care of that knee. And there's some good emu crew at the local lamb cow. So get out to Coffs Harbour and we'll see you for your next heat, quarterfinal action.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I love him. He's one of my picks for the final. I think he's kind of like, he was the unknown for a lot of these guys, the top guys going in. So he's been able to kind of fly under the radar a little bit in those first two events. And then, like he said, suddenly found himself realizing that he could actually make the finals and possibly win these events. So to come into it like that with the underdog and that much excitement, as long as he's able to manage that knee injury.
Yeah, he was surfing really well this morning. Didn't see the knee injury come into place at all. So yeah, it was funny that, he's going to manage that. But the other thing I heard from when he was talking, just that belief, that switch, that when he made that final, made a few heats, that belief that, in that flow state, surfers can be most dangerous when they get belief and they're most relaxed as well to bring out their performance.
Yeah, that's your main point. I feel like that's so important for all the surfers. And every time we see someone doing well, it's exactly their presence and their flow state. And look at the last few scores.
Oh my gosh, let's unpack live. 9 minutes, and Hinata Izawa talking about belief of 5.83, an excellent 8.17. So his wave selections and turn selections are on point. Mikey Madonna's 4-turner, a 7.33. with a score to come, a 6-0. So he's really built his house really strong. And Mikey Margerson, so M&M, a 5.9. He needs a 7.27. That is for Ethan Stocks and 7.44. They're still not out of the game. They just have to be patient. They've got 9 minutes, half the heat remaining. Establish priority and wait for that moment. I reckon they'll get 1 or 2 major moments to get a good wave and rattle the cage to quarterfinal action.
Yeah, and there was the replay there for Hinata's, I believe. That might have been his 8.17. So there's plenty of waves going on through. And here he goes again on another bomb and right up and over the roof and falls.
I love the Mark Sainsbury nice floater. The inventor of the floater.
Sanger.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
It's like a little, hanger on the top. It's nice and lateral, but it's a progression turn. And then just coming unstuck. But it was a really good wave that, he threw away, and he can have those moments. When you're in the lead, you can have a bit more flow, and if you make a couple of mistakes, it's okay. But when those other guys, they make one mistake, boom, they're not going to get returned from that 1 or 2 mistakes when you're on the ropes.
Yeah, and so seems to be Hinata's pretty tapped into the flow of the sets rolling on through this morning. He's been on pretty much the biggest and best waves. We saw him fall on that last one, probably the bigger wave that we've seen. And then I did see Mikey Madonna take a tumble on a bigger looking left-hander as well a few minutes ago. So the guys maybe just adjusting to the smaller, lumpier little bumps that are going across the inside of the bank there, but nothing too important loss for those guys. They're in first and second position. Ethan needs a 7.27 and Micah needs a 7.44, so just under 7 minutes on the clock. You can see there's plenty of swell, like you said, plenty of energy rolling on past this little peak, but a few bigger sets kind of pulsing on through here this morning.
And I must say, contest director Adam Huben from Surfing New South Wales up at 5 a.m, checking Sawtell, checking diggers, and even Macaulay's from yesterday. It looked terrible this morning, and the swell wasn't there, but you can see already with the high tide at 8:30 this morning, a 1.6, it's really going to bring in that new swell, and that new southerly swell is a lot of energy, and it'll be great for finals day. The stage is set to crown some champions today here at Coffs Harbour.
Yeah.
Coffs Harbour Council as well. Like to thank them. The lifeguards. We've got our water safety, Marco Planko.
Yeah, Marco Planko in the water. The Italian / Australian team out there on the ski all day.
They are legends, and just keeping it real, keeping it safe in the water, and a jet ski on behalf of all the events. It's a great safety action for anything in the water, and also for safety if anyone reaches in trouble, any swimmers that are outside the normal life-saving flag. So yeah,
saw that happen in Port, didn't we?
Yeah, definitely.
Ski.
We've actually done Surfers Rescue 24/7. That's even happened over the commentary where you're guiding people with your voice, away from the rip, back onto the bank and return to shore when they get in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I remember we saw that ski. I think Planko might have picked up some swimmers in the rip along the rock wall at Port last event, or second last, or
no, that was
two
me,
events ago.
actually.
Oh, that was you that got rescued.
I was just going for a swim, testing a new microphone in the water. Disregard that one.
Oh well, I thought you were a damsel in distress along the rock wall there, Crispy. And you got picked up on the sled on the back of the ski, but
COVID has been nice to me, my friend. When the bear sleeps in hibernation, he gains a bit of weight.
Oh no, you're looking like a warrior, like Uncle Mark said. But at the moment, Hinata has fought himself into the lead, and 14.00, nice heat combo to kick off round 3 for these guys. Mikey looking pretty solid in second at the moment as well, but I think priority will probably be in the hands of Ethan and Micah. So one last set to come, I'm assuming, in the last 4.5 minutes. Probably some bigger opportunities, and they're going to have to really keep that pressure lid on and perform under that pressure, and hopefully not go down like we saw the last 2 stacks.
We really saw with the first heat, and it is again another theme of, with the athletes in their game plan, a really quick start does pay dividends. And here we go, Micah Margison. Look, a bigger wave like this morning. Watch the rhythm through his turns. 2 banging turns, nice and tight in the pocket. And look at him, wasting no moments. This is like this morning's one, hit replay. And I'll tell you what, again, Groundhog Day with the young Bill Murray. It's Micah Margison, but he needs a big score. What do you reckon? Was that a 7.44? There was 4 good turns on a bigger wave. Let's look at the New South Wales government replay.
I think he's done so well. That first turn was really nice, high and tight. He just winds up whack after whack after whack. Yeah, you're saying 5 turns on the board. That's a huge score to need out of a wave that didn't have too much juice left at the end either. He really probably surfed that above, like
entirety,
you said.
That's right. He didn't push it. Yeah, just really took every moment and smashed it top to bottom. So
I think it might just come under a little bit. I think probably Hinata's wave, the 8, had a few steeper sections, looked a little bit bigger. Same with Mikey's waves. They're a little bit bigger and less tapered down the shoulders.
Well, this is when the judges, they hit their recall button in their brain. They're trained. They're world tour judges. You've got Tori down there. You've got people like Ben Dunn and, under the headship of Kai. Our qualified judges, they're comparing it to those first moments, those bigger scores, how much better or how much under the 8.17 and how much better than Mikey Madonna's 7.33. They'll be comparing those moments, how sharp, how precise. So I'm going to say he's pretty much going to get it. I'm going to call a 7.5, 7.6.
Ooh, so we'll wait to see the score. The little dash has popped up on the screen, and we're waiting for the number to lock on in. Just over 2 minutes on the clock. Ethan now holding that priority position. He's going to have to pull the trigger on the next set and get himself back into the mix. At the moment, needs a 7.27 score to come for last of Micah. I'm wondering, I know you know the Murchisons quite well from up there. I'm wondering, does Margot offer any coaching advice? Obviously, he was one of the most famous free surfers.
Yep.
There goes Micah again, just winding away, not going to leave anything to chance here.
Under priority, still kicking goals and looking to bite the chomps of that one. And that's another key too, not staying still, nervous energy, keeping that rhythm and that energy from on the back of that last wave, taking every moment. So you can see the swell starting to pulse through. So wave to come in for Micah Margison. So Mikey Madonna, and there it is. So wow, this is going to be interesting. Wave through, so a 7.27, just under the required score of a 7.33 required. However, score to come needs a 6.07, and again, that was like a repeat. That last one of Micah Margison, I say he's going to get dangerously close to rattling the cage from Micah Madonna's second position.
Yeah, only a 6.07 now. That is so close. That wave, 7.27. What did he need? A 7.47.
Yep.
That was so close. So literally
And
another...
then he got that other wave. So again, a similar one that they left. They're worried about out the back with a priority, and Mikey went, well, I'm going to go if you're not going to go.
Yeah, it's really close at this point. 35 seconds on the clock. You see Mikey Madonna closing the spatial gap out there. He's going to sit shoulder to shoulder and really close and try and force the point and not let Micah lock into anything else. Here's the important wave for Ethan. 20 seconds on the clock. Nice big first turn. Beautiful wrap on the second. This is a nice looking wave for him. He's chasing a pretty decent score similar to Micah's. And he gets plenty of turns in as well. Very solid surfing out the back. I think that's going to have to come right on the money as well. Really close. I don't know if it's going to go above or below. What do you think, Crispy? End of the heat now. That was the last chance for him. And biggest wave that came through. Nice use. Looked comfortable. Strong, solid backhand surfing. First two turns looked real smooth to me. He's looking for a 7.27.
I feel it's going to come dangerously close. They're going to compare the 7.33, the 7.27. So this one will go to after the commercial break. But we would like to say well done to the first two heats and all those viewers. We're going to hear from our great sponsors. And we'll be back with the Oz Open Finals Day here at Coffs Harbour after this short break. See you soon.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
Well, welcome back to finals day here, the Australian Open, and that was a great message from our Holiday Parks reflections all around the coastline on the east coast, and especially at Coffs Harbour, and that is Heat 3. Nathan Cook, well, such a contest-savvy surfer, and, well, bringing the spark, small, medium, big waves. That guy rips, and it's great to see him donning the Rash shirt on again after a hiatus of this year.
Yeah, he looked really spicy on the end of that one. Cookie out there in the red. Lee Winkler, of course, president of the Coffs Harbour Board Riders, is in the white. Kobe Clements in the yellow. And Connor Lee out there in the blue. You can see a couple of the learners on the big boards just cruising across the screen there. And, yeah, Cookie, he was just saying that he's returned to work now finally after COVID. He's back at the airport up there on the Goldie. And, yeah, great to see him back in the competition, Rashi, as well. And looks like we've got heat number 2 winner, Hinata Azawa, down there.
Yeah, from Burleigh Heads, Hinata. Crispy and Jess here. Congratulations on a win, buddy.
Thank you.
Hey, how'd you find Diggers? Have you surfed here much over the years with the Junior Series, Pro Juniors?
No, not at all. It was my first time here, actually. Yeah. Oh, actually, this morning I rocked up at the other car park.
Yes.
And then I was like, oh, the comp's not here. And I was just like driving around for so long. Yeah. Had no clue where it was. So, yeah, stoked.
And now you know. It's down the road from the Big Banana. So once you're here, you never forget Diggers. And, yeah, congratulations. And what went into your game plan today? Talk us through, you know, what your plan was this morning with the small waves.
Yeah, I watched the first heat pretty closely. Saw, like, Solly kind of playing the super patient tactic and the other person kind of keeping busy. And I was kind of like umming around which one to go, but I decided to just keep busy, like, especially, I don't know, just looks so slow out there.
Yeah,
I just wanted to get a couple on the board.
Hey, talk us about your support network. You're doing stuff with Bottle and you're hanging out with Liam O'Brien and Toby Mossop, a crew like that?
Yeah, for sure. I get coached by Bottle, but I've also been helping his kind of map surf coaching program.
Nice.
Just kind of filming on the side, helping the Grom. So, yeah, been getting into that as well. And, I always surf at home with, like, Chris Zaffis, Liam, Matt McGilray. So, yeah, always surfing with really good surfers.
Oh, nice to see. Yeah, Matt McGilray. He's actually got, I reckon he's going to get an Australian passport. He's been all here the last 9 months, up and down the coast, a bit like Kelly Slater. Hey, tell us about your home life. Anyone to thank at home and overseas?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank my mum or dad if they're watching, any friends who are watching, John, Wes and the crew, or Alex.
Yeah, Wesberg, John Mossop. Yeah, we'll see them this week. And any final thoughts, equipment for the final? You got anyone to look out for in the game plan quarterfinal action?
I don't know. Everyone's like, even from the round one, it's just super stacked, and especially when it gets to the quarterfinals, like, doesn't really matter. You just got to put everything on the line. So, yeah.
Well, mate, great win today. Great wave selection. And great, you got 8.33. Excellent score. The judges are loving your surfing. And keep on humming, Hinata Azawa. We'll catch you on the back end of that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks heaps.
He's pretty frothy for such small conditions, like you heard him speaking about the people that he keeps around him. I think that's something you've spoken about a lot as well.
Yeah.
There's
the company you keep.
Connor Lee. Ooh,
Connor Lee. He has grown, this man-child. I remember him with a nice smooth start on the half pipe. We did the junior series, and then you don't see him for 1 or 2 years, and boom, the boy becomes a man.
Yeah, that's that nice transition where these juniors step up into the QS and they've put on 20 or 30 kilos of muscle, and they're 3 foot taller, and they're on boards at double the volume they were on last year, and then their surfing really comes to play.
Well, he's been going out with one of the girls, moved up the coast around Byron and around Cabarita as well. So in the mix of good waves, consistent waves, and also great coaching up there with so many options, as we heard. Jay Bottle Thompson, former tour veteran, now a father, and doing some great work with Hinata Azawa, and also adding value, paying it forward, working with juniors, like we say with Philip Anderson, where they're putting back into the surf communities in different ways. True Starling at the surf shop. So many different avenues for that pathway after and during the surfing career of competition.
Yeah, it's been really nice to see that all those pathways open up. I feel like they definitely weren't something that I was aware that we're around in the industry about 10 or 15 years ago.
Well, you
And
either
then-
a Garbo, work at the airport, or
Yeah, it
work
was,
at the oil
wasn't it?
refinery at Cronulla.
Yeah,
That was it.
Yeah, you had some type of shift work, and hopefully for the government, and you'd be on the good wicket there, and then you'd be able to surf as much as you could. So, yeah, it's so
Surfers'
nice.
jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
I've always worked shift work because it's afternoon shift or morning shift, and you basically can surf every day.
Yeah.
That's the lifestyle.
Yeah, you look at the lineup at your hometown, and you just think, okay, what do you guys do for a job, and how do I get that job?
Well, back to the action. That man in white, he is former tour surfer, president of Coffs Harbour Board Riders, father, and even runs a local surf school as well, Lee Winkler Surf School. Check it out, Surfing Australia, Surfing New South Wales. Follow the states, surf school, and want to learn to surf and want to better your surfing. Check it out, Lee Winkler at Coffs Harbour, or even Trent Munro as well. So some great talent pool. And talking about talent pool, this is the youngster Kobe Clements, and this guy, you know, in free surfs can land backflips on the surfboard. That's what he's been working on with Chloe Coach that we heard from yesterday.
The tramp coach that you had
the
in here.
high performance flyer. That is one of the prodigies, Kobe Clements.
Great, and interesting to see Lee let that one go. He hasn't got a start yet, and we're down to just over 13 minutes on the clock. You saw him really having a good look at that wave, seeing if it was going to be the one he pulled the trigger on. He's obviously sitting in priority position. Cookie opened up with that 5.17, Connor Lee a 4.17.
Yeah.
Kobe's, his first wave was a 3.43, so a score to come for that last ride. I think that's going to put him up into the lead after that second wave. So Lee, with the pole position in priority, has his choice of any of the next sets that come on through, and he's a great role model too. We were speaking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
He's an incredible role model for the rest of the board riders clubs that were tuning in around Australia and even the world. It's kind of a bit of a call up to arms for people to step up and be more, I guess, aware and inclusive of the community and the people, the company that they keep for the board riders clubs.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's being inclusive, and surfing's for everyone. I remember in Cronulla, you know, with Luke Madden, and we used to do stuff with Lebanese Muslims. We used to do stuff with Father Chris Riley, with great stuff, adding value for people who don't, and bridging the gap with learning skills on the board, as well as just learning about our culture, and the same thing, learning about their culture and coming together, just like Uncle Mark said yesterday, with the local tribe, respecting everyone, respecting the land and the ocean. Well, right now, the youngster, well, showing some respect to the waves. This is Connor Lee up and riding, and, well, pro junior surfer, as with Kobe Clements, and that is the richness of this contest, the Australian Open of Surfing. All levels represented from the pathway to the podium. Juniors, pro juniors, former tour veterans. And right now, Lee Winkler, former on tour, hasn't got a wave, holding priority. Nothing's tickling his fancy out there with the waves. So, waiting for his first wave to explode.
Yeah, and I think Connor Lee's just about to drop the biggest wave score of the heat so far. That last combination on the backhand was really solid surfing, and I think it's going to go beyond Cookie's 5.17, and Kobe's last wave was a 5.80. Here's the replay.
First wave, yeah. I love the way just between turns, there's no downtime, really dropping anchor with his arms and body movement. Got a bit of a stumble there on the third turn, but manages to regather, and judges love a finish when there's a coping there, and a nice solid finish to leave a good moment of, hey, that's in the good range, or that's going to hit the high notes above average, if not excellent, like Hanada Ozawa on our previous heat winner.
So it just comes under Kobe's best wave of 5.70, so pretty much matches up with that. Here we go. Kobe Clements up and riding on that ride again, and that right-hander looks a lot trickier to me. The end section looks better. Nice little jam in the pocket under the lip there. Gosh, he does well to generate so much speed. You can see how flat that face is for him, and he just stays so tight, so compressed.
Yeah, really strong, and working on his flexibility also with the tramp coach and the strength and conditioners. And shout out to his family watching. If they're not here live, I didn't see him around. They've done a lot of work with Channel 9. Father a filmer as well, and you know, been through the junior series. Kobe's been through the juniors, the regional state, through the pathway with Surfing New South Wales, even testing the wave pool. Remember going out to Homebush and doing stuff with Luke Madden and the crew with Kobe Clements on as they were testing wave pool. So that's going to be the next game changer for Australian surfing in, well, getting those Olympic golds and hitting the high notes on the World Surf League.
How about that new wave pool that they have the approval for in Wisens Ferry? It's an hour from my house. Or
1 hour.
less than 1 hour from my house.
All right, I'm getting a holiday house. If not, Airbnb at jessgrimwoods.com.
Or you can stay at my parents' house. They got plenty of room in there. They, I had a look at that. I think it's called the Surf Lodge.
Yeah.
And the only thing that kind of tripped me up when I was reading all the press releases and the articles that Stab or Coastal Watch and everyone's been writing about it is that I'm not clear if they're making the wave pool open to the public or it's an exclusive member-only luxury style resort. So I feel like if it's an exclusive member-only, we're going to see all those weekend surfers from Sydney coming up in their Range Rovers, which was good for us at the beach because they stay off, the local lineups there, and they're going to be in the luxury resorts. But yeah, I'd love to get my hand on that. There's Lee Winkler.
Yeah, look at the speed, and again, look at the finesse through turns, and just a couple of progressive turns there. So that'll be his start, and again, waited 12 minutes for that to pull the trigger. So that'll get a score on the board, so you'll have an accurate score. It's your top 2 scores out of 10. So he'll kickstart with something like a 4 or 5. And then we'll need to grab that second or first position off the youngsters who are schooling the QS and former CT surfer, throwing it up there.
Yeah, and then we go just under 8 minutes on the clock.
Look at these sets.
Lee Winkler, like you said, he waited a long time for that wave, and really probably not going to be too much. They go 2.90. Nathan Cookie up and riding on the forehand. Look how sharp he's looking. Plenty of ejection of spray in that first turn. Has to 3-stage that cutback though to hit the rebound. So only kind of one prominent turn on offer there for him. So score to come for Cookie. 4.71 required. Is there a 4 or a 5 in strength on that single manoeuvre on the forehand, Crispy?
Yeah, I like that back foot power, demonstration of speed, power, flow, and really taking those moments. Didn't rush it, just placed it well. So judges are looking at timing and control. So let's look at the wave replay powered by the New South Wales government. Nice looking wave and bangs it right around in the pocket, and then nice little cutback rebound and just 2 turns. What's it going to be on the scale? One would say, I think he's going to either come just under or just get the score, with the score required around a 4.8.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Okay, Lee's decided to get busy now in the back half of this heat. He's under priority, only posted a 2.90, unfortunately, on his first wave. So he's going to be chasing, at the moment, a 6.98. And last wave for Cookie, a 4.23. So just under the requirement. Like you said, Crispy, he still needs a 4.71 to move into second position. Connolly, a 5.70 and a 4.17 holds in second. Look how big this set is rolling on through.
Well, and that was with priority pullback. So that was Kobe Clement, and look at him go rat-a-tat-tat and getting a couple of banging backhand snaps in. Looking for this inside, as we see in the back silhouette. That is Lee Winkler on his best wave. So this will go straight to wide action, and that is his third turn. Couple of key moments at the start of that one. He will squeeze this one out. The current president of Coffs Harbour Board Eyes, former tour specialist. He has travelled the world and climbed many mountains in the waves and on surf adventures. And that is Lee Winkler live on screen.
Yeah, before the board riders battle, I don't think I'd actually seen him compete. I've seen his framed World Tour Rashis around, like we said, at the Hoey Moe here up on the Coffs Coast.
Yep.
There's the framed Winkler Rashi, but I'd never actually seen him compete in real life. And he was saying yesterday he spent a lot of time on the microphone and doing plenty of interviews throughout the whole day yesterday, and he was saying that he doesn't think he's competed here at home, at least outside of board riders, since he was about 17 or 18, which is crazy to me that he's able to just cruise back into competition mode and be so lethal, especially for the Coffs Harbour team in that final. He was such a pivotal role for those guys, those master surfers in those semis and the finals of the ABB. Really brought it home for the teams, and at the moment he's looking a little bit behind the 8 ball. There's a score to come for him. Last wave for Kobe, locked in already. Nice wave for Lee though. I feel like this is going to go
I really like those first 2 turns, and that one was with priority and just took those first 2 moments and then kept busy down the line. So, well, a combination of 4 or 5 turns for Lee Winkler. That will get him back in the play, looking to strike to make the next round of quarterfinals. Here we go, live action, Nathan Cook. Nice little sharp turn again, really demonstrating some great power and finesse through his turns. Really sharp board, and I love the way he's very light on his feet. Here we go, Kobe Clements, a current heat leader, the junior surfer from the Northern Beaches, and really making the most of this heat, stepping up against QS and former tour veterans like Lee Winkler.
Yeah, and that previous ride for Kobe, a 6.83 before this wave. So he's just building and building, going from strength to strength. Last wave for Lee, 5.50. Here goes Connor Lee now and answer back, but no opportunity on the right-hander. So just over 3.5 minutes on the clock. Last score to come for Kobe Clements. I think it's going to be another similar wave. He's got a 5.8 and a 6.83 in his score line. He has a 5.03 throwaway. I think it's going to come up close around that mark as well. Connor Lee's still sitting in second position. Cookie needs 4.71. We have a score to come for his last ride. I think that's going to probably edge him into second position. That was a nice forehand performance for him. And Lee Winkler looking for a 4.38 at this point.
I just feel wave selection always a key moment in the game plan for these athletes, and Kobe Clements has been on the best waves, and there we go. So Nathan Cook, his last wave, really making the most of the moments. A 7.83. We'll try and get that replay of Surfer in red. He's now gone to the lead, so situation change. Nathan Cook in the lead, Kobe Clements second. The young guns have taken the lead, and Connor Lee will now require, that's where you've got to re-establish what you need when you know a score. It's a 6.94, and the game has changed to 7.14 for Lee Winkler. Still not out of the game for the Pro Junior Connor Lee, and former tour veteran 7.14. He gets the wave, and he'll tick those moments like he did at the ABB, scoring an excellent ride on Saturday at Gallows.
Yeah, and like we saw one of the other masters return out of retirement, Darren O'Rafferty, remember at Port? He was your pick up there as well, and he just completely dominated so many heats. Even in the small conditions, he looked like he was on a board that had a little motor behind it. He had so much flow going into those smaller conditions on finals day. Yeah,
it was definitely carbon rails. He's loving his board, his equipment, and his training. And here we go. We talk about moments. This is Lee Winkler looking for an above-average score. And, well, nice-looking wave. Places his first turns, and then, again, look at the hindsight of the surfers. Yeah. They're just, all they're seeing is white spray and vertical nose and fins busting out, and that is Lee Winkler. And this is where game, set, and match happens, where just when you are comfortable, Lee Winkler comes in and shakes the trees, and look out for the falling coconuts.
Yeah, I loved
bananas.
Bananas probably from him. I loved seeing the rest of the pack in the competition just watch to that unravel. That was definitely the biggest wave we've seen roll through. I'm going to say it's probably... I can't see it not being the requirement. I'm not sure how that looked from the sand.
Well, what does he need? Let's talk about it. He needs
7.14.
So 7.14, and look, he's went, well, I'm going to throw that down. That's the last roll of the dice. We'll try and get that replay from the last of white. Bigger wave. First 2 moments, they were the key moments. And there we are, powered by New South Wales Government. Lee Winkler up and riding. Yeah, solid looking wave. Banging nice and tight that first turn. Second turn and third. Nice carve in the pocket. Look at the watch of the competitors. But what I really love about this, that will make those finishing moments, every moment with rhythm, and then the coping to finish, lifts it up, drives it out, and goes, you know what? It's time to see my mate's place, Luke, and grab a coffee.
Yeah, he's got it for me on that last exchange. That just on the power of that first turn.
Yeah,
that was just such a nice surf. Really clean, classy surfing. Score to come though. However, 15 seconds on the clock. It's nervous times for Cookie and Kobe. And there it is.
Wow.
Just under 6.63, so close. I think maybe that little stumble and wobble through that 2-stage end of that second turn might be the difference of that 0.4 of a point.
Well, that's on the good range. That's where the scale is. So they really liked his surfing, but I think because, again, vertical surfing always wins, and Lee Winkler did that, a 6.63, but just leaving the charge a bit too late, and there he is. He will sneak through, and he was on the ropes, and Kobe Clements, the youngster, getting through, and Nathan Cook, the seasoned veteran on the QS. Well, that is a wrap from the first three heats. We're going to have Reggae Ellis and Cooper Chapman here right after the break. This is the Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour, presented by No Tex, No Rex. We'll see you on the back end of a few commercial breaks. See you soon.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome to Diggers Beach here, just north of Coffs Harbour for the Australian Open of Surfing. We are into round 3 of the men's going on right now. Heat 4 is paddling out, well, actually already out there. And joining me in the commentary booth, Cooper Chapman. Sorry, mate. You've surfed your heat this morning. You're good now?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
First heat of the day is always a little bit of a tricky one when you lose by 0.1. But
0.1, I know.
Nice to be back in the booth and hanging out with you guys for the day as we see red up and riding on that fluoro orange board again today. Not quite the start he's looking for, and yellow racing down the line here. Nice little fin drift. Waves seem to be getting a little bit better than the first heat of the day.
Well, it's funny, I was just standing up near the judges area just watching it, and that last set in that last heat was pretty good. There's some okay fun little waves coming through. And I thought, anyway, what would I know?
Nah, definitely the waves should be improving. Is that
Yep.
southerly wind hit it last night pretty late, I think, and then it's taken a bit of time for the swell to build from the south. Now, yesterday we had that strong east-northeast wind swell, and now we've got that southerly change into a big, well, not a big south swell, but a building south swell.
South swell.
See, an 8.83 looking in for Mikey Clayton Brown. Let's see if that was one or two waves.
Yeah, so I was just thinking the same thing. If that's one, that is an epic start, because we've got 8 heats of round 3 to complete. We're already into number 4. Then we're going into the women's quarterfinals, then the men's quarterfinals, and of course semis for both, and then finals. So 22 heats today to take us through to about 3 o'clock this afternoon. I'm not sure whether at this stage we may extend. I wouldn't be surprised if the semis, again, finals go to 25 minutes. But at the moment, for this round 3, we've got these 20-minute heats. So we're just going to check on live scores and see if we can find out whether that's an 8.83. You know what we should get? A computer with a...
I know, we do need a monitor in here with some scores, but we're doing it old school, and there's definitely a big score locked in, dare I say, for one of the boys, either Mikey or Clayton. I reckon 737 and 883 are both kind of scores that you hear of every now and then when averaged out, but we'll wait and see. We're just going to get these scores up and give you guys a bit of an update as we see up and riding Mikey Clayton Brown on another wave here. Little drift. I think we saw him catch a wave before that definitely wasn't an 883, so I think it's 2 waves.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it will. Not impossible. What is proving impossible is getting onto livescores.com.
All right. Who do we have down there? I can't see the face. Winner of the last heat. Who is it? Oh, it's Cookie. Cookie, mate. How are you? Sorry, I've got a little thing over your face, and I couldn't see who it was. Well done, mate.
Thanks,
Not
mate.
easy out there, eh?
Nah, it's pretty hard actually. Yeah, it's very small, subtly swell. Didn't really push through, but yeah, a couple waves. It's sort of fun.
Yeah, it seems to be building. I mean, first heat of the day didn't have much for mine, but that last heat I saw you get a couple nice little bowls coming back at you on those lefts. What's the game plan going into the rest of the day? Hopefully the swell builds.
Yeah, hopefully it builds a little bit more. But yeah, I was just trying to get those little double up ones on the inside. They sort of are producing more of a lip than sort of the rest of the fat one. So yeah, that's the game plan for the rest of the day. Is just hopefully it picks up and just be on the best waves, because that's what's going to win your heats probably. So
yeah, definitely a wave catching comp out there today.
Definitely.
Any equipment change today?
Nah, same board as yesterday, just a spine tech, and yeah, when the waves are small, it's just straight on the spine tech. Works magic.
Lovely. Well, I'll let you go get some rest, and we'll see you coming up a little bit later today in the quarterfinals. So good luck, mate. I'll be cheering for you from the booth.
Legend. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Thanks, Cookie.
There you go. So, yeah, got those scores there for Mikey Clayton Brown. A 4.4 on his third wave and a 4.83. So, there you go. It is a two-wave total, taking up there at 9.23. And Eddie Hannity with a 7. He's got a 3.37 and a 4. So, yeah, at this stage, the highest score is Mikey's 4.8 or whatever it is. Now just got on this and now it's frozen on me. Refresh. Right. So, yeah, Cooper. So, yeah, pretty difficult conditions out there. Yeah, like the set waves, there's not a lot of, it's pretty well he who gets the wave out of that set. There's only one really good one in it. Yeah, making things pretty tricky as we see Kieran Conway now. Little right-hander here just running down the line, looking for some action. Just snaps it off the top, and that wave just runs out of speed and kicks out in the white water. So difficult conditions out there. There are some clean faces, and every now and then some of these lefts do offer an opportunity. But as Cooper said, we're just hoping this south swell, this southerly wind airflow pushes in a bit more swell. We've got nice protected conditions here at Diggers. It's one thing about Coffs Harbour area. You've got Macaulay's and Gallows, which are protected in a northerly wind, and here at Diggers and also down at Park, the southern end there is protected in a southerly. So you can usually find a clean wave here if there's enough swell.
Yeah, it's a very versatile bit of the coastline here. We've had 3 days of awesome competition. We had the Australian Board Riders Battle on Saturday with Lebar taking that one out. Followed closely behind them was the local club, Coffs Harbour Board Riders. We saw Lee Winkler unfortunately exit the event in that last heat. Surfing phenomenal all the last 3 days. But yeah, as we were saying, versatile coastline, 3 days, 3 different locations. And I mean, today a little bit trickier down here at Diggers. Surf's very small with that new southerly change kind of squashing that northeast wind swell. But still competitive waves out there. Guys are dropping a few pretty big scores. I think we saw an 8 and a couple 7s in that last heat. So definitely a bit of opportunity. Just maybe a little less opportunity than the last few days. We see Red up and riding.
Yeah, so Kieran just slicing that off the top. Again, another tiny little wave, but getting a little bit of speed for that second turn and just getting hung up in the white water. And as you can see, just frantically trying to find some power in this small wave and manages to get a third turn. A lot of bouncing in between manoeuvres, unfortunately, where you really want to sort of, if you can link it a little bit more smoothly, as Mikey Clayton Brown just throwing it up into the lip. And, yeah, looking a little bit sharper on that wave.
Yeah, Mikey Clayton Brown definitely looked like he's holding a bit of speed across there. Might be able to pick up a replay or another angle, but Kieran Conway, just a pretty small one there, trying to work it over. It's proving to be very difficult to be in priority for those good set waves. There's generally 1 or 2 good sets in a heat, and it's about trying to be on that number 1 priority when it comes through, is something that I lacked greatly in my heat.
Just at the start of the heat, did it establish that, priority was sort of worked out straight away and then stuck in that position more or less?
Here we see Mikey, 2 nice turns to start, straight off the bottom into a third. This is going to be a massive score. This wave really had a wedge. It looks like he's moved a little bit down to the south of the bank with the free surface behind him. This might be that 8.83 we were talking about at the start that he
Yeah,
didn't get, but he might have got it now because that was a really
Yeah.
well surf wave.
Well, the difference between that, we're talking about Kieran Conway just sort of bouncing in between each turn, trying to keep some speed. Difference there with Mikey, of course, that wave a little bit bigger and just running along the bank and gave you a lot of opportunity just to link those turns smoothly. So we are anticipating a good score. You can see Eddie Hannity now has moved up into first place, but Mikey's still with that last wave to get locked in. And
yeah, but as you were alluding to before, the start of my heat was first heat of the day is always a funny one, trying to work out where the best spot is and watching the free surfers prior to the event starting generally not the best indication for what's going to happen in your heat. And we see Blue looking like he's found a nice little peak here.
Yeah, this
Giving
is
it a big paddle. Ed Hamity, what's he got? Opening up the shoulders, nice one turn. Working it over for a second. This wave's losing a bit of juice, but he's going to stick with it. Giving it everything he can to try and get that one last couple turns on the inside. And flick it out there. That's what we get. Mikey Clayton Brown's gone up to 11.83. We'll just check what that score's come in at.
It is 7. It's a 7-point ride, so highest score of this heat, and puts him in a good position because, as Cooper said, there's not a lot out there.
Yeah, just distancing himself from the pack. But yeah, I'll go back to the start of my heat. What happened? So me and Nathan Kwani pushed a little bit deep off the bank. I didn't want to give him the inside, and then eventually about 8 minutes had or 5 minutes had gone. I haven't really caught. Neither of us had caught a wave, so I cracked and paddled back to where I thought the best waves were, and he got a 6.87.
No way would you moved off.
The start of my heat. Mikey Clayton Brown finding those wide lefts by himself and going to absolute town. He's going to back that 7 up straight away.
Yeah.
Pretty happy with these last 3 minutes of his heat.
For sure. He's going to get rid of his 4.83, I would say, with that wave, as we see Kieran Conway just trying to find something on that right. Didn't see what happened for Kieran on the outside. And we got Ethan Hartke yet to take off. He was pretty sharp yesterday afternoon. And here we go.
Yeah, is Ethan Hardage out there? It's been a bit of a flurry for the other boys and yet to get into the action yet.
Yeah, the other guys have all got 3 or 4 waves, so it's a bit weird.
Potentially didn't hear the call and know where at dig is today. Surely he's down there. But yeah, as we see Red just milking it over. Still yet to find that really steep section, kind of like these waves that Mikey Clayton Brown's been picking up. That was really nice flow between turns there.
Yeah, so 5 good solid turns and then just finishes that wave cleanly with a little tap at the end. So Mikey Clayton Brown, he's been in form every round so far. Looking very sharp out there, making the most of his opportunities. So these heats, 20-minute heats, they're flying through pretty quickly. And we've just got 7 minutes remaining in this one. So at this stage, Mikey Clayton Brown in the lead. He's still got another score. His 4th wave, of course, with a 7. Eddie Hannity with a 5.83 and a 4. And he may change his situation as well. We just saw Kieran Conway. His 3rd wave was a 3.63, and he just locked in a 4.27 for that little right. So he's still sitting there in the 3rd spot, needing a 5.57 on the current situations. And Ethan Hartke, well, yeah. I know. Is he out there?
No, I can't see him. Maybe, I don't know Ethan too well, but potentially an injury yesterday afternoon.
Don't know.
Maybe too many beers at the pub last night.
Those days don't happen anymore. What are you talking about? Yeah, but he was surfing really well yesterday afternoon. So surfer in white. We're kind of presuming he's not out there because he's waiting 14 minutes to catch a wave when all his opponents have. So look at that. Looks like there's just 3 surfers out there at the moment.
Yeah, and Mikey Clayton Brown's locked in a 7.4, bumping that score up and moving miles out in front here as we see Ed Hamony with that 5.83 sitting nicely in 2nd, trying to better a 4-point ride to distance himself from Kieran Conway. And Kieran Conway down in 3rd with the 3.63 and the 4.27. Just been finding those waves that seem to lack a little bit of energy as he paddles there. I think he might have been in 3rd priority anyway, so that's not going to move him down the priority line any further. He might. No, nothing coming through there. Yeah, so we're just 5.5 minutes remaining in this heat. Going to be a tough little ask for Kieran Conway to come back with Eddie Hamity and Mikey Clayton Brown having priority over him and him needing a 5.57. Very tough score out there today. There's not that many opportunities.
No, we've only seen like 2 waves in this heat above that, and they are both in the pocket of Mikey Clayton Brown. So we've got just on 5 minutes remaining here in this heat. Heat 4, round 3, the Australian Opener Surfing coming to you live from beautiful Diggers Beach. Turn right at the Big Banana.
Exactly.
And you're here.
Right here, Diggers. I missed the turn-off, actually, and ended up at a resort and had to...
Yeah, well, Siri was telling me to turn left at the Big Banana. Just going, hang on, what are you talking about? Siri's lost the plot lately for me.
Big Banana Point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diggers. I've spent a bit of time at Diggers, actually. I remember I won a New South Wales state title here when I was 13, I think. I think I won the under-14s here. I was talking to Solly Bailey in the car park just before, because he said he was in that event too. I reckon 2006.
Right.
I reckon 14
years ago.
I surfed an event here. And, yeah, different story today. Will not be featuring in the finals, but it's just great to be here. I haven't been and spent a couple of days in Coffs Harbour for quite a while. So,
yeah, I've been up here for spending 2 or 3 days here for a long time. It's awesome. Kind of, I was thinking the other day, I've been tending just to, I've got to get to, I'm on my way to Queensland, when it's going up for snapper or something for the quickie, and you think I'll just drive straight through. Always have the idea to do the slow road trip, but you kind of go, I've got to go do this, got to do that.
And that's the great thing about these events. Visit New South Wales, Destination New South Wales. New South Wales government really pushing to get that tourism going again, and without that international travel being available to all of us great Aussies, it's really given us the opportunity to see how beautiful the land under our nose is, and how nice is it?
Yeah, for sure. Like that ad, the Visit New South Wales ad they run during the ad breaks looks awesome. And you're going, I've only been to 2 of those 10 places they show you. But like we were saying yesterday, as a surfer, though, you tend to just gravitate to the beach, and which isn't a bad thing because there's an amazing coastline. Of course, last week we were down at Kiama. We've been at Port Macquarie. Next week down the far south coast to the Narooma-Dalmini area. So it's nice to showcase this beautiful coastline of New South Wales. Look at this, Mikey Clayton. He's finding the waves, Cooper, and just in rhythm with these sets. What's going on?
Maybe even eclipse one of his 7s as we see Blue Ed Hamady. I bet you he wish he got Mikey's wave there. That thing's a bit of a froth monster. But he's only looking a bit of the 4, so a bit of tactics here. Just trying to put something up in that 5-6 range and make it a little bit harder for Kieran Conway, who is up and riding behind him. Hopefully we catch him on the replay. Ed Hamady my vision is he's just trying to better that 4 and really make it a bit tougher with less than 3 minutes remaining. Kieran Conway's giving that wave everything, but it looks like it's lost a bit of juice again. Maybe something at the start that we didn't see. But I think Ed Hamady's going to distance himself, and, dare I say, Mikey Clayton Brown's going to move even further into the lead.
Yeah, I think you're right with that one. And Mikey, he wants to get rid of a 7 on his 4th wave. That's his second scoring wave at the moment.
Here we go. We've got the replay of Red. Let's see what he's done out the back. Nice first turn. This one's a little less frothy maybe than Ed Hamady's, but yeah, just that one critical turn at the start and just a bit of in-between work here. I think he's going to be having to scratch back out with just over a minute and a half remaining and try and really scratch into something with not much time on the clock.
Yeah, well, that's going to go into his top 2, but prior to that, he was chasing a 5.57, but that was before Ed Hamady caught his last wave too. So busy times out there. We're in the final minute and a half of this heat. Heat 4, round 3. This heat's flown by, Cooper. It's like we just got here.
Heats, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I feel like I just got out of the water 10 minutes ago and there's been 3 heats already.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's weird. But there you go. So just waiting on those scores to get locked in. It probably will change the situation. I think Kieran, he's going to improve Bill on his total, but he's still going to be chasing because Ed Hamady had a fairly decent wave as well. And we saw Mikey Clayton Brown. Well, he's been busy out there and he's just been rhythm with a good set. So there he goes. He's up to 15.23, 2-wave total. So got rid of his 7-point ride.
And locked in a 7.83. Just like we said, that critical surfing on the bigger waves. First wave of the set didn't have the foam on it. It really allowed him to open up and get that 3-turn combo. The sort of surfing the judges are looking for. The other 2 boys kind of just had to grovel and get that in-between work done. We're going to give you a score update as soon as we hear what we have for Ed Hamady and Kieran Conway. Their last 2 waves are going to be important for the standings in this heat as we're down into the mad minute. 40 seconds remaining. Just a 3-man heat here. We're not too sure what's happened to Ethan Hardage. We've seen the last score for Ed Hamady coming in 5.43. Just like we said, Bettered that score, made the distance a little bit further between here and Kieran Conway. Kieran's now looking for a 7, and like you said, 4.9 for the last of Kieran. He's improved his situation, but it's not quite the 7 he needed, and with 20 seconds to go, I think it's a little too late for Kieran Conway.
Yeah, he needs a 6.37 now, but as you said, the clock is going to beat him as well as we get into the final 10 seconds. A little bit of an offset coming here. We might see another flurry. That would be good in the final 5 seconds, but it doesn't look like it. So as this heat winds down, Heat 4, Round 3, Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour Open from here at Diggers Beach. Mike Clayton-Brown, well, that was a great heat. He surfed really well, dominated that. Eddie Hannity coming through at the end with some good scores as well, and here's Eddie just doing a bit of a victory, well, second victory lap. But we'll be back with Heat 5 of Round 3 of the Australian Open of Surfing live from Diggers Beach right after this break.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome back to Diggers Beach, where we continue on with the Australian Open of Surfing Finals Day. Of course, we are into Round 3 of the men's Heat 5 out there right now. Local surfer Jake Sharp in the red. We've got Kyan Falvey in the white. Fletcher Kelleher in the... They just jumped around on me. In the yellow. And Sean Cansdell in the blue. Sean Cansdell, of course, outstanding surfer in his junior career. At the time, people like Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson were calling Sean the best surfer in the world. And I remember doing a photo shoot with him for Surfing World up at North Stradbroke, the Grombash trip, and Johnny Frank, who's probably photographed more of the best surfers in the world than nearly anyone, was talking about Sean just being amazing because of his creativity. And, surfed all the way through, was on the tour. He used to travel with Micro and Ace on the WS.
On the ASP World Tour back then.
Yeah, exactly, on the qualifying thing. And then Sean was on tour for just only for 1 year. And then he's now shaping. Lives just north up here at Mulloway in Cansdell Shapes.
Was he in that mid-year cut-off year? Because I know he got second at Fiji.
Yeah.
Hard to fall off tour when you get a second, but here we go. Sean Cansdell, that board's looking spicy, shaped by himself. And 3 nice little turns, getting a little start. He started with a .33, just getting moving. I bet he's pumped to be out there surfing with Sharpie.
Yeah, he would be for sure. Because Jake Sharp, he was had a pretty illustrious career. He was in quite a few movies and a lot of photo shoots and stuff, and was one of those guys just sort of popped up everywhere for quite a few years, and then he, changed his life direction.
Yeah, Sharpie and Cairns were in that sort of glory era where we had the World Juniors at Narrabeen. There was that huge push in the surf industry with all the brands backing a lot of the surfers.
Yep.
And yeah, they were in the glory days. I remember watching them at World Juniors. We see Jake Sharp up and running. Nice first turn, huge second turn. He is bringing it for finals day here, and a third. I remember yesterday he started off his heat with an 8.33. He might have done the same thing right here. And
he's not
pumping
doing
it
too
through.
bad now.
he wants it. It's looking great, and we've seen a score locking for Kyan Falvey, a 6.33. What a good opportunity for Kyan Falvey and Fletch Kelleher to surf against two of the best Australian surfers that have come through in the last 15, 20 years.
100%. Look, here goes the grommet now. Fletcher Kelleher, just nice little snap. Throws it up in the lip. And again, so you can see that subtly putting a little bit of cross chop on the face, but not causing too many problems. It'll sort of be offshore to cross shore sort of mix for most of the day here at Diggers Beach, protected by that southern headland. And Kyan Falvey, well, here goes Sean Cansdell again, trying to get around onto some clean face. That does not happen. So Goofy Footer just sort of kicks off the back of that wave. And we've got a couple of scores yet to be locked in.
Yeah, so a great start there for Kyan Falvey, getting one of his two waves kind of out of the way straight away with just 4.5 minutes gone in this heat. Fletch Kelleher, nice little first wave. Maybe something in that good range, average range to start off his heat. Not too bad. And the score that I'm looking forward to hearing is Jake Sharp, because he, three big backhand turns, linked it all the way to the shore, he put the finishing touches on. Really nice surfing. So Jake Sharp's probably going to have the upper hand in this opening exchange. But like I said, Kyan Falvey with the 6.33. Great score out there today. It's not easy to get those scores up over the good range because the waves are tough. And there it is, Jake Sharp, 7.83. Just under that excellent range, but an awesome way to start his heat. So we see a little grommet. Fletch Kelleher from down on the northern beaches having a bit of a look, but not quite going it. And we're going to pass it down to the winner of that last heat, Mikey Clayton Brown. What a heat, mate. On fire. 3 sevens. You seem to be on the button out there. How was it?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. It's the best heat I've had in this comp so far. I'm just building and building through the rounds at the moment.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, with conditions seeming to be improving quite a lot and quite quickly. What are you looking for moving in to the quarterfinals a little bit later?
Just to keep my composure, not get too ahead of myself. You know, it's a good heat and just want to calm myself down and just be humble for the next one.
Yeah, that's a good way to be going into it. That backhand attack you got going there, looking very sharp. What kind of board are you riding?
It's a local shaper in Newcastle. I've been riding for him for like 3 years now, and we've just come with this little groveler that just seems to work. So
yeah, it's looking great out there. Those backside verts and getting really good flow between your turns. So looking forward to you coming up a little bit later in the quarterfinals. Go get some water into you, and we'll see you a little bit later.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
There you go. Yeah, Mikey Clayton. He's been surfing well every heat, as he said. That was his best heat so far. And a bunch of sevens in there, was totally in sync with the sets. And, yeah, looking sharp out there, Cooper. So he's, you know, I like the way he said he just sort of, you know, get out there and be humble for the next round, quarterfinals.
Gotta love that.
Yeah.
Good human.
Well, he's not going to get, you know, when they have a great heat, he's not going to think the job is done. And just saw a couple of exchanges there in waiting scores. Sean Cansdell with a pretty good-looking wave. And Fletcher Kelleher, we've still got a wave of his to get locked in. Here's
Kyan Falvey trying to back up that 6.33. A couple nice backhand turns. Snapping it back. I want to see him get to the bottom of the wave before he heads up to hit that turn. Here we go. The last one. Bang.
Yeah.
Nice little finish. He's going to back that 6.33 up. Put himself in a nice little spot going into the end of the heat. Not going to be looking for that 3. So we see Cans. He's getting up so tight in the pocket for how small that wave is and keeping so much speed. So if you need a new board, definitely get in contact with Sean Cansdell.
Yeah, exactly.
Not only an amazing surfer, but a great shaper, and that board definitely flowing through that section. We'll see a couple scores through. Last wave of Kyan Falvey, a 3.93, taking himself out into the lead, followed closely behind by Sean Cansdell with a 5.6 on that last wave. Definitely putting his hat in the ring, showing he's here for business today. And the first wave coming in for Fletch Kelleher, a 4.6. So
yeah, not a bad wave.
Yeah, a couple scores for everyone. It's gonna be a nice heat with just 8 minutes gone. Good start to the heat for almost all of the surfers.
Yeah, it's going to tighten up pretty quickly in the back half of this heat. And just thinking, Sean Cansdell as a shaper, there's not many shapers who surf at that level these days. You know, it used to be, you know, back in the olden days.
Everyone.
You know, Simon Anderson and Mark Richards, etc. But yeah, Sean, who's an elite level surfer and also right into his board. He's been experimenting quite a lot with design as well. I was looking at the board he's riding now. It's like a lot of area in the tail, like perfect for these little waves. And here he goes again. Sean Cansdell from just up the coast. Tiny little wave here, looking for some speed across his section. Nice jamming snap. Gets another quick turn out of the top end again. Well, gives that one a little bit more stick back to the white water. And running down the line where he just throws up for a clean turn to finish.
Very tidy.
Yeah, very tidy indeed.
I like it. He's riding a quad too. That's pretty
Yeah.
interesting. Don't see very many quads. Remember there was that era where Kelly started riding
Yeah.
them and everybody started following. I remember I was riding a 5-fin board on the QS at one stage.
Oh, were you?
With just a
Oh, with
tiny
a little
little
stabiliser,
nubster
yeah.
in the back because Kelly was doing it, and yeah, I liked it for a while.
Yeah.
A lot drivier, but yeah, it's looking really spicy under Kansas feet. Like this wave, not much speed to start, using those fins and driving. I really like not this turn, this one here, how he holds the rail a
Yep.
bit longer. I think the judge is going to eat that one up, and yeah, he's not looking for much to go into the lead, and scores have just dropped a 5.3 straight up into the lead.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. And as you said, that turn, he gave that one a little bit more stick and just held that rail through. And with waves like this, part of the criteria is variety of manoeuvres. So it's pretty easy to get stuck just doing repetitive backhand turns or something. So, the judges love it when you mix it up a bit, throw a different sort of turn in there with a bit more rail in the water, a bit of a delayed bottom turn, and just throwing that variety in, which some surfers have a knack to doing, and then other surfers kind of forget about that part, I reckon.
Yeah, sometimes you see the age of what we like to call it the windscreen wiper,
Yeah.
when you just chuck it up there but don't really drive through the turn. Judges are
just
starting to
boom,
catch on to that and
Yeah.
realise that that's not the kind of turn that they want to see. They want to see you actually drive into it, put a bit of oomph into it, and yeah, push a bit more water out the back of the wave rather than just tapping it down the line.
Yeah. I mean, I think the audience loves it too. Well, I do. One of my favourite things is when someone does hold that line just a little bit longer and with a big flow, that extended turn, especially off the bottom when they just draw it out on the flat a bit, and that's always looks awesome.
Very tough to do out there today, though.
Yeah, very tough to do. Yeah, bottom turns off the flat. But as someone once said to me, I think it might have been Terry Fitzgerald, all good surfing starts with a good bottom turn.
Yeah, I got drilled into that from a young
Yeah,
age.
you would have been in Narrabeen. That would have been all about it up there.
I mentioned it the other day. My dad always has drilled into me, being my biggest supporter and my biggest coach and fan over the years, as I think a lot of surfers' dads are. And the bottom turn was always he always said the most important turn in surfing is the bottom turn, and
Yeah.
I think he's not wrong. I think you'll almost speak to any of those top level surfers, every good turn starts with a good bottom turn.
I had one of my best surfs ever with your dad on Kauai.
Really?
Yeah, at Hanalei Bay, we were renting a house. It was Dave, your dad, me, Robbie Cathell's, Davey Cathell's dad. We all went to Hawaii together back in the late 80s. First trip there was awesome.
How good's that?
Yeah, and we rented a house out at on the North Shore from Jeff Hornbaker, the famous photographer, just near log cabins. Then we decided to go out to Kauai. So we just jumped on a plane, got to the airport, rented a car, like one of those big wood-panelled station wagons, and drove out to Hanalei Bay, walked in a real estate agent and booked a house.
How good's that?
Yeah, it was so cool.
So how did you and my dad come to cross paths growing up?
Through Rob Cathell's.
Through Bobby?
Yeah, because I went to uni with Rob.
A party boy?
Yeah, he used to be a bit of a wild unit, the old Robbie Cattles.
Oh, Robbie Cattles is the best, mate. I've had some great times with him.
Right, awesome, yeah.
Very important part of Narrabeen board riders, the Cattles family, and obviously Davey having an amazing career, a big role model of mine growing up.
Yeah, he
watching
would have
Davey,
been.
just a few years above me. Davey and Laura Enever were kind of my two sparring partners that I got to watch just those couple years above me, achieving their huge goals, both winning World Juniors, both qualifying for the World Tour, and both doing the kind of career that I'm striving and aspiring to do as well.
Yeah, well, I think that, Narrabeen is one of those beaches, Snapper's one of them too. Like, you get these different generations. So, Davey had someone to look up to. There's always those different, not a full generation, it's just 2 or 3 years older. And so Narrabeen just keeps drawing them up now. Then you've got people like, Dylan Moffat pops up, and it's like never ending.
Yeah, we're very lucky down there. There seems to go through patches where you think, oh, maybe there isn't a next crop, and then somebody just pops, like you said, Dylan Moffat, absolutely amazing surfer, coming up through the junior ranks and the grommet ranks, didn't really have a big name or a big profile coming into even our board riders events, and then he just started chipping away, working on his surfing, and now with getting sponsored by Rip Curl and riding Lost Surfboards, I think has come miles for him, and he's been killing it the last few events.
Yeah, well, I'd never really watched him surf closely until last week down, and he was absolutely ripping down there. I was very impressed, and nice guy. Had him in the commentary booth for a heat as well.
Yeah, Dill's a great guy. We see Fletch Kelleher, another Northern Beaches, Little Ripper. Nice looking wave here.
Yeah.
Oh, serious flow. There's that variety we were talking about, getting the railing. Because he's a smaller guy, he can build that speed a little bit easier than the other guys. really working this one over. I'm interested to see how they're going to score this. Obviously being a bit more of a grommet. I think Fletcher's only like 13 or 14.
Right. Where's he from, Northern Beaches?
Yeah, he's from Manly.
Is he?
I've done a lot of coaching with him through Manly Surf School when I used to work down there with Matty Granger, who coached me a lot through my grommethood and taught me so many great things. And then, I've had the opportunity to work quite closely with a lot of the juniors down on the Northern Beaches a couple of years ago. And Fletcher's one of the main standouts, and it's great to see him stepping up, having a go. I spoke to his mum just before, and she said, we're working on trying to find some clips for the Yeti Australian online titles, and the waves have been average the last couple months down in Sydney. So Fletcher's older brother, Duke, was in the event, and she thought, we'll chuck Fletch in the event as well. As long as they're not in the same heat, I'll be happy. And, Duke had a unlucky one and lost yesterday, but Fletch tied it together right in the last minute in his heat yesterday. I remember commentating that one, just scraping through and doing what he needed to be done, and here he is in finals day and, putting on a bit of a show. So it's good to see him throwing his hat in the ring in a bit bigger of an event for him. He's used to competing in the grommets and smashing all his mates, but sometimes it's good competing against these guys. And
100%. You look at his surfing against Sean Cansell and Jake Sharp, as you said earlier, and obviously not overawed with him. Looking forward to seeing that score because he was all over that wave. A lot of speed and a lot of variety. We've got at the 5-minute mark, Jake Sharp has that 7.83, and he hasn't locked in his second score yet. Doesn't need much, just a 3 will see him move into the lead, into second place. But, he's been pretty quiet after that one good wave.
He's just looking for a 2.48, playing the waiting game, which can sometimes spell trouble. He's probably got first priority out there. Still waiting on this score to come through for Fletch Kelleher, and we're waiting on another. Here we go. Fletch Kelleher, 6.5, skyrockets to the lead, jumps Sean Cansdale and Kyle Falvey. Puts himself in a nice little spot going into the last few minutes of this heat. Sean Cansdale only having the 5.6 and 5.3. Client Falvey, a 6.33. Jake Sharp, just that one wave, the 7.83. He's looking just for a 3.08 to jump Sean Cansdale. Or if he gets a 3.28, he'll jump into the lead. But Kyan Falvey only needing that 4.58 to jump over Sean Cansdale. And the other scenario, if Sean Cansdale can better his 5.3 and get a 5.7, he jumps up to the lead.
Which he just did.
The
score just got locked in. So the wild card here is Jake Sharp. The 7.83. He got that. Wow, he hasn't caught a wave for 10 minutes at least, maybe a bit longer. So Jake Sharp, now the pressure is on him. With 3.5 minutes, doesn't need much. He got a 7.83. You've seen people lose heats with a higher single wave score plenty of times before. Jake, very experienced. Knows he doesn't need much, and you don't think he'll start hunting it out.
Yeah, and he's looking for a 3.28. It could be playing on his nerves a bit that he's watched since he got his 7.8. You've seen Fletch get a 6.5 and Sean get a 5.6, a 5.3, and a 6.5 since that wave of Jake Sharp. So bit of pressure coming into this last 3 minutes. Doesn't need much, 3.28, but sometimes a 3.28 can be in that range where you can't just take off and do a half turn. You need to get some sort of decent turn on a wave. And with just under 3 minutes remaining now, pressure's definitely on. One wave caught, not long remaining, definitely in first priority, but the boys are going to be all over him like a rash here and try and put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah, well, Jake trying to break away a little bit. 2.5 minutes remaining, so just paddling in, trying to find that elusive wave. So the thing now is, as Cooper said, Jake does not want to go in a bit of a mild panic and just catch some little tiny closeout. Still needs to get at least one good turn, probably two, to ensure that he gets the score he needs. A bit of a rip running through the lineup now in that takeoff. So Sean Cansdell, current heat leader in the blue, and Fletcher Kelleher, we just saw him bounce in a second spot with that great wave. And it looks like Jake having a look at this. There's a big picture.
Oh, he's swinging right, I think. Fletch might be off the end here on the left, and he's only looking to better a 4.6. Here we see Jake Sharp. What's he got? One big turn. Dare I say, up over that 3-point ride already. Two turns. He's done this before. And 3 turns. There's the experience coming through right there. Didn't look like the pressure affected him at all. But Fletch Kelleher off the end. Let's see what he's done. He's looking for a 5.68 to jump over Sean Cansdell. So we'll wait for the replay on that left of Fletch Kelleher. The boy's splitting the peak there.
Yeah.
And throwing a few shots out right at the end of this heat here. Here we go. We'll pick up the replay. Nice first little snap by Fletch. Straight into a full wrap. This is going to be tight. Very similar surfing to his 6.5. Another nice little tap. And a big finish. Wow. Fletch
Well,
Kelleher, the
what was he looking for,
grommet.
5'8" or something?
I think he's got it. I think it's as good as his 6. Maybe that one big Larry gaff the judges and appreciated the bit of power, but I think he might. I like the flow on that one.
Yeah.
The start was quite tidy, maybe nothing too critical, but then as he got down the line, he got like 3 or 4 nice flowy turns, which from our vision here on the screen, I really appreciated. But we're just going to have to wait and see how the judges saw it. It's really hard to tell from in the booth the size of the wave.
Yep.
Maybe that wasn't a big set wave because Jake Sharp had to take it right at the end. But here we go. The judges want the replay. Nice first snap. Straight into that full arc. We're saying that we wanted to see that. The really long turns. A little tap. I like this turn. Bang.
Yeah.
Picks up speed through it. Gets the foam climb.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking like...
I think he's going to get it.
Yeah, that second
like
turn.
I like the second turn.
Yeah,
the
I'm wondering if the third one, it was, like you said, a bit of a tap, but 4 good solid manoeuvres on that wave, and then he did have that nice little tight roundhouse, tight arc cutty at the start. So waiting to see if he's still got 2 waves to lock in for Jake Sharp. He just got another one then. 16 seconds remaining. Sean Canzell just sitting out there holding the lead, but whether or not he's going to still progress remains to be seen. We've got waves for Fletcher and Jake Sharp to get locked in.
Yeah. Okay,
well, there you go.
Jake Sharp, 3.9. Oh, no. Jake Sharp, 4.9 up into the lead. He's safe, I think, unless Sean or Kyne's got one right at the end here. Jake Sharp looked like in danger for quite a lot of that heat, but that 7.83 at the start really set him up to be able to bring it home with not too big of a score. Still waiting on this score for Fletcher Kelleher. The judge is going to be looking at this one really tightly.
Yep.
We're going to throw it back to a commercial break, and we will bring you the results right after this.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Okay, and welcome back to the beautiful Diggers Beach here at the Australian Open of Surfing Coffs Harbour Open, presented by No Text No Rex. An awesome initiative by the New South Wales government trying to keep our roads safer. Stay off your phone while you're in the car, and yeah, we're into heat number 6, round number 3 of the Open Men's Division here. My name is Cooper Chapman, and I'm joined by the one and only Michael Crisp.
Yeah.
Good to have a heat with you, mate.
Coops, it's always a great day when we're hanging out, whether at the beach or HPC or we're in the booth or in the green room. It's always good to be in the green room with you. And yeah, all those people watching online, a shuckers to you, aloha. which means good morning, hello, and spirit, and, well, life.
How you guys going? Yeah, quite small conditions here today, proven very tricky for the competitors, but there's definitely a few waves. I feel like it's getting a bit better. The last couple of heats, we've seen a few waves up in the 7 and 8 point range. Definitely a bit of rhythm happening for a few guys. One that comes to mind is Mikey Clayton Brown. Went mad. 3 7-point rides.
MCB. He and a dark horse, a stalwart. He's Australian champion, state champion, and from Port Stephens, him and his sister, Ellie Clayton Brown. She'll be up later, the quarter-final action. But right now, Wesley Moraes.
The Brazilian competitor.
Yeah, there's been a couple of Brazilians, and it is the Australian Open, and it's open for everyone. Juniors all the way to former CT and internationals. Just surfing's the winner.
Yeah, that's it. And he's getting a nice flow here. He watched his mate Nathan Kawani wax me this morning, and now he's getting a good old wriggle on. The Brazilian boys seem to have that extra little gear when when the waves get really small, especially all the guys that seem to know how they're surfing these waves. They seem to just generate speed a little bit different to the Aussies in these kind of waves.
I talked about a theme word, like how you have cue words to really wrap up what is the theme. And one was, we're talking about Jess Grimwood when you're out there with her in the booth. It was energy. They bring the jinga, which is a Brazilian special moment in the flow state. They bring the energy. You don't bring your energy, suddenly someone else has got your waves. They've got your inside, and boom, you're just being comboed.
And judges pick up on that energy. It's something that I've always found pretty interesting. You come down to a comp when the waves are tricky like this, and there'll be half the competitors will be like, oh, damn it sucks out there. The other half, like you said, bring the energy, and the judges can feel that, and then they tend to just make it through more heats because they want to be there. There's no point in being here if you don't want to be here.
Well, I've got Coda Killon, the young Dragon Slayer out there in red from Maroubra, Callum Robson from Evans Head, and again a QS surfer, Wesley Moraes, and here is Brett Bircher, so consistent surfer. Great to see you, Brett.
And we have the winner of that last heat.
He's in my top 4. We'll get to your top 4. But, well, you're in my top 4, Jake. And, well, thanks for turning up on finals day. Congratulations on the win, Jake.
Cheers for that. I was small. I actually was seeing the running dry. I almost missed my heat this one. I was like, I'll get heat at 9 and watch some of the heats.
Yeah, I saw you down here. Where were you? You just having a coffee with Luke and
I'd
Chinlag?
seen Cooper walking up, and I was like, oh, the men are on? And I was like, oh, wow. So,
and that's like Kawana. Remember that little hyphenated protection that we have? It's like in a lawsuit. It says, subject to change, the schedule always.
Yeah.
But hey, you turned up and you blew up. So yeah, what's it like here at Diggers? You know, let's go back to when you won the Pro Junior back in the day. You're back here winning again in 2020.
Yeah, it's pretty small out there. But I think that it's probably getting better. The South Well's starting to push in now, so it's not too bad. It's sort of fun. But I don't know. Yeah, a win's always fun. If you lose, it sucks.
How was it? It seems like that last 5 minutes had to be pretty stressful. Do you feel like you're back in the day in a Pro Junior needing to scrape through with cans out there with you?
Yeah, it's funny when you usually start with a good wave. You sort of, I don't know, I just ended up going real patient, going, oh, you've got one, and then you sort of sit there, wait, and then I was like, oh my God, there's only 2 minutes left. I was like, but I'm glad there's that priority now. There wasn't a 4-man priority back in the day, so I just thought if I just paddle in and catch a little one, I should hopefully get the score. But
yeah, you did well, and you definitely put it together on that little ride. It gave you a few opportunities. It was nice to see.
Yeah.
Not just those 3.2s are always in that weird little ballpark where it's like, I can't just take off on anything. I need some sort of wave. But yeah, you managed to pull that one in nicely. But yeah, we'll be seeing you coming up later in the quarterfinals. Let you go get some rest, get your breath back, and hopefully the swell builds a little bit as the south wind blows all day.
Yeah, hopefully. All right, cheers guys for that.
Thanks, Sharpie. Good luck, mate.
Bye.
Oh, Sharpie. So my top 4, Mikey Madonna, Jake Sharp. I think I had former tour, a veteran, Sean Kensdale. What about yours?
I'm going to say Cal Robson's definitely in there for me. He's looked good and deserves a big result soon. Ooh, these conditions. Who do I like?
Well, I had you in there, but...
Well, that was a bad
pick. You were having a
Your
coffee.
Fantasy. It was the coffee you bought me this morning.
Coffee.
Wasn't a double shot. I told you double
no.
shot. Nah, it's all good. When you lose by 0.1,
Yeah,
they're kind of those heats where
Oh,
sometimes
that was
it goes.
anyone's.
I'm going to throw Solly's name in the ring just because I've got this weird theory. When you just scrape through a heat, then you kind of build a bit of momentum. Sometimes you need that little like, oh yes, I just got through that one. It happened to me down at Port. I had a heat where Axel Rose Carota should have got the score in my eyes, but that's just me supporting the comms that I've coached. And yeah, the judges gave me the nod by a tiny bit, and then I went on and found a bit of rhythm and won the event. So I'm going to throw Solly in the ring for me.
And he's even been saying that. Think if you're positive, and you were positive this time, but that's how stacked the field is. This is Callum Robson live action, and again, packing on at 8.34 so far. Welcome all those online. Again, no text, no Rex, our presenting sponsor here at the Oz Open at Coffs Harbour Finals Day. That is Callum Robson tying a bow in that one, and Wesley Marias, the Brazilian, Cooper.
Yeah, looking nice on that. I'm really liking the flow. Here we go, looking for an air. Bang, throws the air reverse. Nice carve on the first turn. How many times have you seen
I was going to say,
great Brazilian competitors?
You're not Brazilian if you don't do that each heat.
But, mate, it's going to work for him. That's going to be a big score. And, yeah, Cal and Wesley really starting off nicely in this heat. I'm going to break down the end of that last heat, actually. It was very tight. Fletch Kelleher right at the end, needing a 5.68, dropped to 5.43, agonisingly close. But to beat those big names like Sean Cansdale, Jake Sharp, you really need to make the judges sure of it. And yeah, Fletch just coming under. As we see the replay here, Wesley Marias. I like the first turn on that wave. He really held his rail through the turn. It wasn't just a flick or a snap. It was an actual drivey turn, which isn't easy to do when the conditions are this small.
And definitely, like, really to get those moments, really get that rail speed and really project into those big turns and also above the lip. And that was the theme that finished from heat 13 yesterday when they started to go to the air. One turn of Vaughan, Joel Vaughan, was at 8.67 and his other wave, an 8.33 killer combo, and that is wave replay. Kota Killorn from Maroubra.
Nice looking wave.
Shout out to the Killorn family, doing well. And again, two vertical jams, just staying in the power source, and that is where the energy is and the speed as he drives off that rail to project that vertical turn. Judges are looking for critical turns on the critical part of the wave, and well, get the set with priority. Your best choice. You're only going to see good things if you pack it all together.
Yeah, so a few scores coming in. Cal Robson just with a 3.67 and a 4.67. It wasn't the 8.34 that we thought it might have been. So just a couple of average scores there. 4.67 is nice to have in the backup side of your scoreline. Brett Bircher locked a 5.83 for his first one, so that's a great start. And we've seen the best wave of the heat just come in for Wesley Marias, a 6.67. That backed up with his 5.33. Very commanding start in the first half of this heat, as we see just coming down to the 10-minute mark. Where did that 10 minutes just go?
It went on, well, talking our top four, talking a Sharpie.
Okay, I've got my top four. I'm going to go.
Yep, let's hear it.
I can't pick three on the same side of the draw. Okay, I'll go Solly, Kais King.
Yep.
I've already said Cal Robson.
That's two Byron Bay kids.
I need one more on
that's
the,
Evans Head.
I need one more on the top
Where's
side
the
of the
dark
draw.
horse? Who's your dark horse? I've got Mikey Madonna.
I'm going to go Cookie.
The Cookster. He was delving out and serving some really good turns this morning. I love his back foot power. He's precise, and I also not only wave selection, but I love how he just places it with power, pivots off it, and then brings it out. He's so light and speedy.
Yeah, he definitely bringing a lot of energy. One of the bigger boys in the event, 6'2", he was saying yesterday.
He could have played basketball for the Kings.
But he's definitely flowing through those turns nicely. If the swell builds a little bit, he does have a really nice forehand air reverse too. So with this southerly wind, a few of the goofy guys, just like we saw Wesley Marias do, could see some airs come out later, which could really bring a bit of an X factor. It makes it tough when the conditions are this size to really stand out. But if
it's a lot of risk as well.
Airs,
a lot of risk, but with much reward. Stick it. That's how you won your heat back in Port Macquarie, alluding to that. Now, talk us through today. What happened in the first segments? Let's debrief.
Okay, we kind of talked a little bit about it with Reggae, but
just give me your take. What did you do well? Let's break it down. What did you do well?
Oh, not much, but
okay.
So
that's why I got
it started.
There we go.
I held off the inside because there's no priority at the start, so I wanted to be on the inside for the lefts and held off Solly and Nathan for the first 4 or 5 minutes, and I felt like we were sitting a little bit deeper than where I wanted to be. So I let Nathan have the inside and move down, and then literally the wave behind when I made that decision. He got a wave and got a 6.8, which was a big score in our heat, considering there wasn't really many scores over that 6-point range, except for another one where the next set that came through, Solly and I split the peak because I was a bit deep for the left. He got a 6-6. I only got a 5-3 on the right. Put me a little bit behind the 8-ball when the conditions are like this, and priority heats, it's quite difficult to come back when you're 1.8 behind. I felt like the next part of the heat I surfed quite well. I fought back into it.
I had
a
second half, you had your oranges, you went well, you brought it back.
Well, yeah, I had a 4, I think, and then another a little bit higher 4, so I bettered my score. And then I saw Solly get one and do like kind of a half
turns.
turn.
Yeah, he
and
did one, didn't complete the second one, but that was the thing, bigger one.
Yeah, I knew he needed a 3. Here we see Red up and riding. Coda Killon. Nice little bit of speed here. Looking for that blowtail, but just not coming out of it. Like we were saying, those X-Factor turns are going to definitely start showing up as we get to the pointy end of the comp.
I love the intention, but the execution of landing it. Just arrived there a bit late, and when you arrive a bit late, not centered over your board with projection, that's when you don't stick your turns. But I love his intention, because that's what it's going to take, because he's got Callum Robson, really big under the lip, also can fly, and Wesley Marias already holding a 12-point combo. Brett Bircher not out of the mark as well. Brett's sitting with a 5.83. He could be one of the dark horses where he flies under the radar, building his house through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, tightened up this heat now. Wesley Marias went from feeling confident and comfortable to having a bit of pressure on him here, as all the boys are hot on his tail. Got Brett Bircher looking for a 5.35. Coda Killon only looking for a 4.6 to jump over Cal Robson. And Cal's looking for that 5.5 to move up to the lead. As we see him up and riding, nice looking first turn. The waves are definitely building here. Nice second turn. Let's see if he can finish this off. Oh,
just a bit of boggle, but
without the boggle, I think he gets the 5.5. But with the boggle, I think he just comes under.
Oh, here's the Grom again from Maroubra, Coda Killon. So very similar to, you'd say, Nathan Cook when he was a junior.
Yeah.
Pretty tall, Coda Killon, and again precise. Nice little completion, so he's tidied up that completion. So only needing a 4.61. I say he's going to come close with that. And then Callum Robson may drop that 4.67. The judges have got a privy to that replay. And look at that free surfer just having some fun. There's a couple of peaks out there, a couple of longboarders, and our Marco Planko, our water safety crew. It's great to see all the team here surfing New South Wales. A shout out to Luke Madden and Sam, our CEO, and his partner. Great to see Sam, a longboard champion. Luke Madden's girlfriend, and she's a state and Aussie champ.
Wow.
Can put toes on the nose. You ever put 10 on the nose or 5?
No, I'm not very good at longboarding, eh? It's a different sport.
It could be. That could be the X factor missing. To get back-to-back wins.
Toes on the nose, you reckon, next time?
Kingy used to do it. Andy King, super coach, former head coach of Surfing Australia. He still bangs athletes, even with Dakota Waters and that. It's like, you're riding a twin fin, a single fin for a month. You're learning to go deep and to manage those rail turns.
I do like riding my 20. I got a really nice 20 from MG, and I also got one from MR, and it's really, really awesome to get to surf every now and then. As we see, Brett Bircher making it happen there, putting himself back into this heat. He's left it to the last 5 minutes, but look at this thing. It's going to keep going for him. He's got that 5.83. He's about 0.7 behind the other boys' top score, but
wow,
that is a very, very good looking wave. As we see, Coda Killon's wave comes in.
I was going to say,
6.63, skyrockets to the lead. Brett Bircher looking for that 6.18 now on that last wave. And that was pretty good. Wesley Marias just went from sitting up top, pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he's on the peak, and then he's just slid down the hill on the slippery slope and stand by for the chain. And that's what competition does. We're at the round of 32, and again, it's harder to pick than a broken nose. There's so much talent from juniors, pro juniors, to former tour veterans, and already, local surfer bowed out. But Jake Sharp, one of the keynote speakers, surfers, he is up there into the quarterfinal. And Coda Killon, the young gun. We've had some young guns bow out, but Dane Henry's coming up. Again, another junior, Aussie titleist, under 14s. He's taking on former tour veterans and QS surfers.
There you have it. Last wave, Brett Bircher, worth the wait. 8 points, straight up into the excellent range. Sweet Coda Killon trying to bounce back into the lead after hearing that score coming for Brett Bircher. Nice little first stab at it. Trying to build some speed. He might huck a big punt here. Throws the tail around.
Oh my gosh.
Does well to spin it around, and yeah, we'll call that one complete.
That is complete. When you see the nose and the nose right out, like that footy kick in AFL, they hold it for a couple of seconds, bang, made and stomped the turn. So not with full stomp, but completed. So judges, I reckon.
I like the idea. I
You
don't
reckon
think
it's going to replace his 6.57? I don't think. I think that's going to come under.
But then,
good.
Yeah, with 2.5 minutes remaining, I think Wesley and Cow will have first and second priority. A few nice looking heat scores there for tough conditions. The boys are all definitely turning it on right now. Cal Robson's looking for that 6.71 and Wesley Marias a 6.54. Just over 2.5 minutes remaining. My almost two top picks at the start of this heat are looking like they're in a very tough spot and in the danger of elimination right now.
Yeah, so, yeah, Lee Winkler, one of my picks, went down. You know, and he put up a great fight, and, well, the young guns just wanted a bit more with the crew before, with Hanada Azawa, and then also Kobe Clements, and I think Nathan Cook got through. Don't forget, coming up next, we've got Jolly Vaughan, Chris Zaffis, Mitchie James, Supercoach, and Thomas Cavallo. So Joel Vaughan, one of the Aussie titleists, and also taking on the world at the World Juniors.
And look at this set we've got coming in.
It's
Cal Robson
bigger.
is scratching. He wants it. He's taken off late and deep. Doesn't need a huge score. Big first turn. He was one of my picks. Big pocket turn for the second one. Is he going to get another? He wants it. He looks hungry. This is that energy you were talking about.
Yeah, the energy and the training.
I almost want to call those first two turns kind of man turns. Pretty
Yep.
nice. What's he looking for?
Well, judges are going to just forget that last bit. They're going to go to those 3 turns. What does he need?
He needs a 6.7, and
I reckon, well,
I think it's just under. He didn't really get a lip to hit. The
you're
turns
calling a
were
6-6-1 spread. I'm
I
gonna
think it's
say
like a 6-3-3.
I'm gonna go. He just gets it. What is it? A 6-7-5. I'm gonna go a 6-7-5. That's my spread, if that can happen with the panel of 3. But World Tour judges, again, the Australian Open of Surfing. We'll try and get that replay. Coffs Harbour Finals Day. Welcome all those online. Again, a shout out to all the Evans Head family watching and listening. The McGilverys and also the Robsons, because up, and this is your heat leader for the Bircher family. And Brett Bircher has been pinpoint accuracy, just getting the excellent waves and driving the scores. He has been precise with every turn. Start,
Absolutely.
middle, finish.
Smashing
Judges
that.
love that.
And
They
we've
love
seen that score coming for Cal Robson. My pick looks like he's going to be eliminated from the event with just a 5.87 on that last one.
Wow.
About a point under the requirement. Just didn't give him the opportunities. We see Marias pumping down the line. Knew he needed to huck something big if he wanted to get up into that 7-point range. Had that heat under control for a long time, but Coda Killon and Brett Bircher.
Yep, they just got it done. They got their completion. They got that spark, and I love that innovation of Coda Killon's, that air rev that he kept on. But Brett Bircher, he had excellent waves and excellent turns. He's going to take a win. Well, on the back of this one, this is finals day. The Australian Open of Surfing here at Coffs Harbour. Cooper Chapman's going to take a break, and we'll be back after we hear from our great sponsors. We'll see you at the back end of our great supporters of this event, finals day. See you soon.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Alrighty, welcome back to Finals Day, the Oz Open of Surfing, presented by No Text, No Rex. Again, throw your mobile in your glove box when you're driving. And I tell you what, yesterday I was on the freeway going home back to Arrawarra to the brother-in-law's house, and this car just zoomed by me, and then another black BMW zoomed by me with flashing lights, and I remember seeing that, you know, undercover policeman got that guy for speeding. So again, no text, no Rex, don't speed. And I'll tell you what, that guy, he literally emptied his wallet after that little misdemeanor.
Yeah.
But that was my experience yesterday after the comp.
Well, that'll teach you a quick and fast lesson
Yep.
too. Interesting to see the police getting around in those sneaky little Beamers these days, or
I know, I saw
different
him having,
models.
He was having coffee at Park Beach, Coffs Harbour. I saw the same coffee that Cooper had this morning.
Interesting. Well, we are into heat number 7, Open Men's round number 3. Jolie Vaughan out there. Look at this matchup against Chris Saffis. Both of those guys posting almost heat combinations yesterday in high flying performance. That was the afternoon. Here's Thomas Cavallo and Chris Saffis splitting the peak. We're going to go with Saffis in the white, and he's caught a little bit behind the section. Mitchell James also out there in the yellow, and nothing too important to write home about so far in that first little exchange. Of course, this is going to be a very interesting heat. Mitchell James up and riding on his backhand. Gets the first turn collected and starts to wind up now as this wave stands up for him along the inside of the bank. Smooth surfing on the backhand for Mitchy James, and really nice combination. About probably 6 or 7 turns almost clicked off already on the backhand. Looks to close out the final manoeuvre, and that'll be the opening major exchange here for heat number 7. And a very good morning. Waves are pumping and crispy.
Yeah, Jess Grimwood, great to be back. And, well, I've got a special guest very shortly that I'll introduce you to. But thanks for joining us. Jess Grimwood's back in the box. And let's do a heat recap of that last one. And I'll tell you what, getting on through Coda Killorn, the young gun. And check it out, liveheats.com. Again, Brett Bircher taking a win, and we're having a chat with him shortly. Coda Killorn moved on through from Evans Head and bowing out Wesley Morais with a great start and some great waves. And Callum Robson, one of Cooper Chapman's and all of us, such a great surfer on the QS. Well, I'd like to welcome our guest as we hit Heat 7, Round 3. Mitty James, super coach, super surfer, in the lead of 5.5. And Thomas Cavallo, a 2.83. And Chris Saffis from Angari. And Jolie Vaughan, one of your dark horses that we watched yesterday fly in. And I've got with me from Surfing Australia's High Performance Centre, Michelle. How are we, Michelle? And I've forgotten already, athlete, well-being, anything out of the water, you're the supporter.
That's it, Chris. You've done really well there.
How'd I go with that recall?
Really good. It's so good to be here. Oh, there's a bit of a drop there. Was that Jolie?
Yeah, I want when every wave Joel gets, one of your athletes that you help out of the water, I want you to call it, because I loved your calls yesterday. We had Heat 13, which was lucky for some.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favourite heats of the day. You had 2 coaches. You had Samba Man and Pete Dunks take on the young guns, and they are not only the young guns, they are, you know, what do you do them to support them out of the water? What have you done with Joel Vaughan?
Well, Joel
Chris
Vaughan's he's a classic example of when I connected with Joel. We've had lots of conversations about out of the water, and I guess the importance of this area is we're trying to connect them with what matters.
Yep.
And we do that from a young age, even talented ID age, in terms of, you know, connecting them with their values and understanding themselves so they can actually navigate their way out of the water. And then get really good performance like we're seeing on the screen. And just going back to that heat yesterday with Joel.
Yeah, the airs.
I think you rated him about a 7.2.
I did,
think
that's right. I was
8.
going under. You went like super high, and you actually got the judge's nod yesterday.
Yep, that's what happens when you grow up on Redhead Beach and watch these surfers.
I love, every time I hear Jimmy Barnes, I love hearing, because I know that sitting on the hill drinking rocket fuel.
Oh, yeah.
That is you. And, well, up and riding Chris Saffis from Angari. We'll talk through him soon, but we're live action. All those watching online, welcome. Billy Zaffis at Angari. Again, there is your son flying, and Mrs. Zaffis. Well, they'll be happy with that one, cheering from the beautiful place of Angourie of the east coast of Australia. Well, that is what the doctor ordered for him. Mitch James, super coach in the lead 5-5 at 283 Thomas Cavallo. But we are with it's the BB. We're down with last heat's winner, Brett Bircher. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Pretty stoked to get through that one.
Yeah, nice, mate. If you can just pull that microphone up, that'll help. But I tell you what you did in the water, there was a bit of wellness going on there. Talk us through your game plan. It was different. Your wave selection was bang on, and you got amazing waves there, Brett Bircher.
Yeah, I didn't really. Sorry. Oh, okay.
All right. We'll come back to that one shortly. Mitchy James, an update. There we go. Hey, Brett Bircher.
Yes.
This is Crispy and Michelle from Surfing Australia. How are you?
Yeah, very well.
Hey, mate. Your wave selection was on point, and also your turns and just your completion. Is that part of the game plan today?
Yeah, I just kind of knew, just watching those less in the heats before, just kind of knew I had to be on the good one. So wasn't really game plan for that to happen, but I just sort of waited for the one that I guess I had priority a bunch of times, and just sort of thought, well, if I've got it now, I may as well try and wait for something that's going to offer that. And luckily just got, 2 waves, and stoked.
Hey, mate, I've got with me one of our lead psychologists and wellness for the athletes at Surfing Australia, Michelle. Do you find that in setting up you for success, what do you do before your heats and also training the week leading up to it and days? Anything that helps you in your...
Yeah, I enjoy in the morning. I guess it all starts for me when I wake up. Usually just sort of spend half an hour doing a bit of breathing and then a light meditation for 10 or so minutes just to ease into the day. And then when I get here, it's more just looking at the waves and going for a little free surf. And I guess if you know that you're prepared and you're feeling confident, then it kind of carries over into your heat. Yeah,
nice. Any questions, Michelle, for Brett Bircher?
Oh, Brett, I'd be really keen to tap into what you do out of the water. We obviously seen this weekend what you do in the water, but what's sort of your outlet, your happy place out of the water?
Do you mean as in physically or what?
No, just in terms of engagement. What are you engaged in work or study outside of the water?
Yeah, I'm actually I'm a primary school teacher on the south coast, so I'm doing that, and I'm currently studying my masters in special education.
Yeah.
So just sort of love being around kids and have taken that path. So yeah, that's kind of what I get into, and I guess with that comes, a bit of mental prep as well, and dealing with those sort of situations. So I guess it carries over in a way.
Yeah, so when you get out in the water, that's kind of your release from your day of teaching and...
Lots of kids. A lot of release from little lunch and big lunch and the school bells.
Yeah, I mean, it's a release, but it's just something else good to do, I wouldn't say it's not like I'm, get me out of here, I got to go for a surf. It's more just another hobby that I'm interested in, and I guess,
awesome.
Yeah, it's probably my main interest. So.
Hey, mate, so you definitely had an RDO from school today. Anyone to shout out back at home at the South Coast? What's your local beach down there?
My local beach is Mollymook.
Oh, the Mollymook Ulladulla.
Yeah, so just shout out to anyone. I probably wouldn't be many people watching, but shout out to them. And then I guess anyone who's watching anywhere, how's it going?
Oh, so good. Well, all the best in the quarterfinal, Brett Bircher.
Thank you.
Well, keep on humming, and great waves and great turns, and all the best with your masters and your studying.
Yeah,
you're a great human, buddy.
Cheers,
and
mate.
Keep on adding value.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Well, Michelle, you're just looking like you're picking up clients everywhere, and great support. It's all happening, and a great, what a contest. We're at the halfway mark. Live action. Chris Safis, that last one was paying the dividends. Thomas Cavallo in second and 983, but Mitty James looking for a backup. Has a 5-5, and Jolie Vaughan, that is your top 4. Who was your other top 4? We talked about my top 4. Who was your other picks? You had Joel Vaughan, you had Chris Safis. Any others?
Kobe Clements.
Yes, he's through.
He's a good one to watch, and obviously, fan favourite Cooper Chapman.
Got eliminated He actually blamed his deflected blame on the young Gromit. He saw Keenan get a right, and he said, "Yeah, I saw Keenan get the right. Shouldn't have went right."
Yeah, he was really distracted from very early this morning around that. And obviously, your Philippa Anderson's up today. She's an exciting surfer. She's been on the tour for quite some time.
Yes.
I always find her, just watching her around a preparation.
Yeah.
And probably more recently out of the water, she started the Philippa Anderson Surf School. So she's an entrepreneur in the making now.
Yeah, definitely. And that's part of your role. So you've had a chat with her, surf schools. She's connected with the States.
Yep.
And Newcastle's just a hub of its own. But yeah, what are other ways that you connect with athletes around Australia and New South Wales?
Oh, look, there's many levels that we do. I think we talk about transition being the root of the problem, but the root of the problem is actually when athletes enter the system at any level and at any age. At Surfing Australia, we focus on the individual understanding themselves, and we feel by connecting them with their values and them understanding how to drive those behaviours forward, they can really then start navigating a lot of things out of the water, which obviously helps the performance in the water. And the other thing we talk about is vulnerability.
Yes.
You know, vulnerability is the cornerstone to confidence, and we've got an older generation that find it really hard to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
So we're really trying to bring that conversation in and connecting athletes with behaviours and emotions. Look at that.
Well, there's your man, and he's going 12 o'clock, and it's not even the morning brunch, and that is Joel Vaughan going vertical. And I'll tell you what, Chris Zaffis for Billy at home, he just posted an 8.83. Excellent score, Chris Zaffis, and that was that previous ride in the 407. Mitch James has got a good wave. But Thomas Cavallo and Joel Vaughan, they'll need to go vertical, if not fly and touchdown, and get a high, progressive, innovative manoeuvre to get a big score to get back on track. And Joel Vaughan's last one, what do you think of that one as you watch that live?
Oh, look, it's hard to compare to yesterday. You know, I'm still in yesterday's competition with him.
You've got to stay present, I believe.
I know, but some of those airs yesterday. But I did talk to Joel before this event.
Yeah, what was
morning.
he saying? So talk
he
to
was
us.
He was just talking about being patient.
Yeah.
And we had a conversation around patience. So I wouldn't be surprised if he comes in the back end of this and gets his scores up there.
Well, you wouldn't believe it, but some of the best surf reporters, and this is a replay courtesy of the New South Wales government, 2 vertical jams, and look at the way he just throws that third one up for good measure. Again, with every term getting progression through the wave, which ticks off flow, and then he's got completion. He's squeezed everything out of that like a morning orange juice at the cafe. Well, I love the way... Michelle, just tell us about, you're talking about vulnerability. It's okay to be uncomfortable, vulnerability, and just, talk to us through that. What does that mean?
Well, I guess...
As a surfer, am I vulnerable in what way?
Yeah, well, I guess it's just about expressing yourself and understanding. I think we came through an era of the 80s and 90s where we got told if you feel that those emotions and behaviours, you've actually got to, put them away and able to perform.
Toughen up, kid, don't cry.
Yeah, absolutely. Where we now say you've got to acknowledge those emotions and behaviours and actually put them on your shoulder and take them on the wave with you. Because that is high performance, being able to cope in those stressful situations. But if you actually acknowledge those emotions, and then that connects with confidence, which is what we're talking about there.
Yeah, and connecting that out of the water stuff, talking about connecting with confidence, that was Joel Vaughan, and this is what we talk about rhythm. He's just posted a wave, and then he's whipped out there, and Peter Patient has just had priority, and he's just packed in plenty of turns on that one. Let's look at the New South Wales Government Wave Replay, powered by Fresh Air Broadcast. There's the set-up turn. Again, sets it up as that wave starts to hit that bank. It is high tide, and then he draws in. And look how many turns and precisely controlled SPF. I'm not talking sunscreen. I'm talking speed, power, and flow.
Yeah, he's got it all going on there. And
Mitty James, super coach. He's up and riding. He's got a bit of flow. Look, see how his board's a bit wider. Smaller waves. He's brought a bit of fish. It's like the neck beard or that. I believe he's riding one of the Fishkets or the Neckbeard. He's just starting to ride AIs. He was on Gunter Ron's board at Lennox Head Ballina, one of the best South African Australian shapers. And this is the fresh air replay. Good little pick up from Supercoach. Is a teacher as well, like Brett Bircher at Ulladulla. And this is another one looking to school the young kids. And, well, jams out that back turn. Again, keeping busy, drawing off the bottom, demonstrating plenty of power and spray out of those turns. And then ticking the boxes, one would say, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and looking to sing the high notes in this song of competition. What do you reckon of that one? What would you give that, Michelle, out of 10?
You're
Give me
putting
your
me on
scale,
the
because
spot.
you are apparently the new judge. You got me yesterday. Throw a score down.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go 5.2 on that.
Okay, I'm gonna say it's a good wave on the scale, which is 5.5 to 6.9. I'm gonna go 6.6 for Mitty James. So Joel Vaughan, he's back on deck, and he's, well, in the school of excellence, in and out of the water. 8.5 last to Joel Vaughan. Now requires a 3.01. So stand by for another wave for him to come in. Thomas Cavallo needs a 5.34. He also holds a good score of 6.17. And then Mitty James, score to come. And also Chris Zaffis in the lead with a 8.83 and a 4.07. This is game on. 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah,
and we
this is gonna
talk
be
about
close.
vulnerability. This is what we call crunch time, where if you're leading, you want to stamp your authority, hold fort. But if you're on the ropes and you need a score, this is where the vulnerable time is. You know, what would you say to them?
Oh, well, this is where you get, someone like Joel here could, well, he's gone up into top place, but Thomas, you wonder what's going on in his head now, and is he going to be rushing it? It comes back to the patience and just acknowledging what's going on, but staying in that moment and focusing, and no matter what's going on in his head, it's just embracing that.
Well, I tell you what, I reckon Vaughany's father has no fingernails left, because Joel Vaughan was patient, like you said, and it's paying dividends. He's just exploded from the doghouse to the penthouse, an 8.5 and a 5.57. Those two waves were caught in the middle moments. He was patient with wave selection, got the adrenaline off the first one, got an excellent score, and then posted a second wave under priority. So Joel Vaughan goes to the lead. Chris Zaffis second. Needs a 5.25 to take the lead. So Mitty James, I don't think that last one it is. And what score do you remember you threw out for Mitchell James?
5.2.
Well, my looks like you got me again. It's 2-0. Michelle is in the lead. And tell you what, you might have a sidekick gig here as an event judge with Tori, our world-class judge.
Yeah, well, look, last week we had...
talk to Glenn Elliott.
Yeah, last week I did. I actually snuffed out Glenn Elliott's torch last week at our Surfing Australia camp, and decided that I was going to be the head judge.
And so what's his accreditation? Just an Olympic judge.
Yeah,
that's GE,
that's all.
the General Electric. We love you, Glenn. Hope you're listening and watching, and all those at Surfing Australia, Surfing New South Wales, Luke Madden and all the crew have done an amazing job. What's one of your highlights? We're at the mad minute time where vulnerability for yellow and blue. The super coach is looking to steal and get back on track. So big scores required, a 7.87 and a 7.7. Not out of the game, but they've got to bring all the gold moments, and that's what happens.
Yeah. Look, I think the highlight for me over these 2 days is just connecting in with everyone at Surfing New South Wales. Building those relationships with athletes and parents is really important, and then meeting new people and getting feedback on what we can be doing better in the space out of the water.
I love your support in and out of the water, so keep it going. And I tell you what, it's great having you here. We look forward to more events. We've got one more event down the coast, and then we finish at North Narrabeen, the Australian Board Riders Battle Regional Qualifier. And here is Chris Zaffis racing for speed, and there it is, launch, takeoff, and whips it around. Backhand air rev, and I tell you what, it was paying the dividends yesterday, and I love the way you can just see him click in the gear, speed, launch pad, and then nice little backside air rev, and kicks it out. He's just happy.
That was a beautiful way to finish the heat.
Flies on through. There it is, Zaffis Airlines, our new airline. They'll be taking on Qantas and Virgin in Australia. Well, that is a wrap, and then that is Chris Saffis from Angaria. He will fly through. He's happy. Well, he's engaged, and foot landing on that one. So we'll get back with the scores, and Jolie Vaughan will take a win unofficially. So commiserations to Supercoach and also Thomas Cavallo. And we'll be back after. We'll hear from our great sponsors. Thanks for having us, Michelle, for coming in, joining us. Enjoy the waves with Lottie and all the crew at the beach. And stick around, all those online. We'll just be hearing from our sponsors. And we'll see you on the back end with Reggae and Jess Grimwood. Talk to you soon.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures, wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
Welcome back. Live action with you here this morning. The Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour Open. We are into heat number 8 of the Open Men's Round 3, and we just heard from Surfing Australia's resident psychologists working with all the athletes there on their engagement, both in and out of the water. Such an important part of competition surfing and pretty much the make or break for a lot of these guys to move from, you know, just that kind of local events into the QS and then hopefully into the championship tour. So the real difference there for a lot of the competitors. At the moment, we do have Jackson Baker in the water, Dane Henry, Caius King and Otis Carey up and riding in the yellow. We did just see Chris Saffis and Joel Vaughan take out the previous heats with pretty electrifying performances from both, a bit nerve-wracking as well. And Crispy and Michelle were talking about the importance of vulnerability in the water and being able to kind of harness the emotions and use them for your advantage in competition. And somebody who's been able to come back post-COVID and do just that, Jacko Baker, opened up with a 7.67. So Dane Henry, just a few little scores to open up his account, 2.33 and a 2.77. Otis just a 2.07. And here goes Jacko again. He's getting to work on the backhand now. Very holistic competition surfer, in and out of the water. Has been doing the background work and really been putting everything into his efforts to make it onto the championship tour, and the surfing caliber is there. That'll be his backup score. No doubt up around, I'm going to say probably the 5s or 6 range for the backup score. So let's wait to see what that clocks in as. And there it comes in straight away. It looks like it may have been a 7-point ride because he extends his heat total in the first 4 minutes, 14.50, and an incredible momentum for this guy across the Open Series. Just under 16 minutes on the clock. Next up, we will have the women's quarterfinals coming up. First quarterfinal on the board will be True Starling, Georgia Lawrenson, Amelie Burke and Sarah Baum. So that'll be a nice match-up between those ladies. And of course, the Australian Open of Surfing, stop number 4 for the series here at Coffs Harbour. We've enjoyed some Really nice contest conditions, and the waves are just ever improving here this morning. I've seen since the kickoff of competition at 7 a.m, we had really quite small contest peaks, and over the last hour or so, we've just seen the increase in that push of south swell around the southern headland here, being able to really pick up the conditions and improve. And joining with us for the post-heat interview on the Destination New South Wales cam is Chris Zaffis. Chris, congratulations once again. You are scintillating in your performance. That last backhand manoeuvre was incredible to watch. How are you feeling?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, really stoked. I'm definitely not the world's best backhand surfer, so I was stoked to land that little punt and get a few fun ones.
Yeah, and so you took the win right on that last exchange as well. What did that last, because the viewers at home wouldn't have seen the score come across the screen because it was locked in after we went to the break. What did the last one lock in as?
I think it was 8-5-ish maybe,
Ooh.
yeah.
So, still being really rewarded for that aerial game that you had, similar to yesterday. You guys, yourself, Joel Vaughan and Jacko Baker were throwing down 7s and high 8s all the way through those end heats in the afternoon. Of course, yourself a teacher as well. No, not a teacher. Brett
Sparky.
Bocher. Oh, Sparky.
Sparky.
Sorry, my apologies.
That's
Luckily,
alright.
Cooper's just joined me in the booth. Going to keep me on track here and keep me on my toes. Yeah, so Sparky, you have to go back to work tomorrow?
Yeah, back at it tomorrow. Drive up tonight and rip back in.
Jeez, how will it feel if you can take the Champions Crown here this afternoon and be able to get yourself into the rest of the series and have a couple more days off work?
Yeah, I feel good. I could be potential sickie tomorrow if that's the case.
That's it. Talk me through that backhand air, mate. It looked like you surprised yourself with the landing.
Yeah, cheers, Cooper. I think you would know that. I think I was pretty surprised.
Oh, mate, I'm the same as you with backhand air reverses. Something that's not really up my forte, but forehand air reverses, dare I say, me and you are on the same sort of path, high completion rate, but backside's tough. But with the wind like that today, and that set wave really gave you a little bit of opportunity to pop it, but you landed right in that trough and seemed to have landed and surprised yourself and surprised me. And to be honest, I thought it was going to be a bigger score than an 8-5, but it put you into the lead and sends you straight through to the quarterfinals, which will be coming up later today. Hopefully, as that swell builds, we'll have a few more opportunities.
So yeah, that should be fun to get picking up. So yeah.
Yeah, well, good on you, Zaf. Looking forward to having you come up a bit later today. So go rest up, and we'll see you real soon.
Thanks, heaps, Coops. Cheers, guys.
See you, mate.
See ya.
He's been the pick across the board as well, Cooper. I think Crispy put him in his top 4 for the final, and I picked him from yesterday, and he just looks really casual to me. He looks so relaxed and not super stressed out around the competition site.
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't put Zaf in my team. Although we've seen Jacko Baker with a very quick and strong start here. I put Caius in my team. Otis Carey's out there in this heat right now, and Dane Henry as well with the boys. But yeah, Zaf looking in blistering form. He has been surfing amazing all these events. I generally see Zaf as maybe a little bit stronger forehand surfer. That's why I kept him out with it being predominantly lefts today. But really turning it on in that last heat, that big backside air, something that's going to be an X factor heading into the later rounds. As we see Jacko Baker building a bit of speed, hucking his own backhand air reverse, and there it is. Absolutely blistering backside full rotation air reverse. As we see yellow Otis Carey, the local guy, not quite coming off on that turn. But yeah, huge punt by Jackson Baker. It's going to back up a few already big scores that he's been.
Yeah, he's already posted that 7.67 and a 6.83, and like you said, here's the replay. He's so good at taking note of what scores in heats, and there he goes. Nice big high flyer, backhand air reverse, nice little bit of lift through his fins as well from the wind. So looking to replace that 6.83. If we've got to go off the scale from Zaffers, he's probably going to be doing just that and increasing his combination on the rest of the field. At the moment, of course, this is the final heat of the men's round 3, and then we'll go on into the women's quarterfinal. And scores to come for Lasta Jacko Baker. Otis, at the moment, no serious scores on the board. Caius King had a 4.33 opening ride. At the moment, needs a 0.78. Otis needs a 2.78. And Dane Henry just sitting in with a pair of 2s, a high 2s. Last wave for Jacko, that air reverse, 6.73. So not as well rewarded as Chris Zaffis, maybe not as critical. And here he goes again.
Yeah, Jacko Baker finding a bit of flow right in that. Looks like a spine tech, a little bit of a fishy board. I think he's riding that at Port Macquarie too. It looked really nice. And yeah, Port Macquarie 2 weeks ago, great stop. And here we are today at Coffs Harbour. the stop number 4 of the Australian Open of Surfing, as we see Otis Carey up and riding. Nice first turn, sending it nice up into the pocket for a second turn, and that wave just disappearing. But as I was saying, stop number 4 here at Coffs Harbour. Stop number 5 next weekend down the far south coast. We'll be heading down to Dalmany around the Narooma area. Beautiful part of the world down there. I'm a bit bummed that I'm not going to be heading down there next week, but then we'll be finishing off at North Narrabeen, potentially, at the Northern Beaches event. Stop number 6, the last event, December 13 and 14 down at the Northern Beaches. Should be a beautiful little finish to our series in the golden part of the country where I grew up, and I can't wait to get back down there. That's going to be my last event for the year, and yeah, it'd be good to see the family, the friends, and hopefully we get some waves, because today, a little bit tricky conditions. We've had quite small conditions for all of the events, I believe. But yeah, heading into the last 2 events, hopefully a couple swells, a little northerly wind swells maybe in summer, and yeah, hopefully Narrabeen can turn it on for us.
Yeah, I'm hoping too for that south coast, although you won't be joining us. I'm hoping for the rest of the competitors that they get a real pulse and some swell, and we can see a bit more of the guys' big wave performance come into play. I'd love to see a bit more of the rail game and just bigger, chunkier sections to be handled. And here we go. Dane Henry up and riding on the backhand. Super Grom. First bit of a rail turn. He's setting up this inside section. These waves are really starting to line up now with the little pulse in the south swell. He gets a nice finishing manoeuvre for him, and he's definitely going to replace one of his 2 top scores at the moment, only sitting in those 2s ranges. Last wave for Otis, 3.07. So Jacko Baker remaining in the lead, and he's comboed the field at this point. So at the moment it is a battle for second position, just under 9 minutes on the clock, and yeah, Jacko is just looking really sharp.
Yeah,
I feel like he just doesn't want to go back to the courier job.
Yeah, very dominant performance there by Jacko Baker. Great start in the first 11.5 minutes of this heat. Kais King sitting down in 4th right now, just a 1 score, 4.33. That's the highest scoring waves of the other 3 competitors, but Jackson Baker got a 6.73 for that big air reverse 2 waves ago, and not even going in his top 2, so a great start here for him. As we're looking like as this tide drops out, there might be a couple more opportunities for the boys, and we've got coming up next the women's quarterfinals, which should be an absolute stacked draw.
Yeah, Sarah Baum will be taking on Amelie Burke, Georgia Lawrenson, and True Starling. So dare say that's going to be a good matchup as well. Amelie Youngrom from Newcastle will be taking on Bormy. Of course, they spend a little bit of time surfing together up there in the Newcastle area. True Starling, number 1 seed for the Australian Open Surf Series at the moment. She's looking to get another podium finish and maintain that little jump that she got on Cedar Lee Jones as well. So it's going to be a good start to the quarterfinals for the girls, Coops.
Yeah, True's been in some nice form in the comms team with us as well, and from North Narrabeen, where I'm from, really coming in, finding her stride this year. I feel like this Oz Open of Surf has been a really good learning experience for her. She's been putting down some big results, and yeah, it's good to see True finding a bit of form. Yeah,
and look at that swell starting to pulse through. That southerly change came through last night, I think around about 11 p.m, and we felt the cool change after such a hot day on the beach for the opening day, and we had 29 heats also run in total, so it was a nice cool change late into the night last night, and now we're seeing some really good swell rolling on through. It'd be good to see Otis finding himself some open space and a little bit of coping to work with. He's got an incredible creative air game under his belt, and we saw him yesterday with the post-heat interview after the win as well. He's enjoying, more so than the heat win, just having his family and his kids on the beach to congratulate him. It's not often that you get to see Big O, usually freelance or a free surfer and artist around this area of the coast. It's not often you get to see him in the Rashi except for some specialty events, so it was a pleasure to watch him take the competition jersey again yesterday, Coops.
Yeah, it's great to have Otis here. He's such a cultural icon, flying the Indigenous Aboriginal flag very high and being a great representation of Australian culture, and it's great to see him really trying to educate and inspire people around him to understand and educate themselves on our Australian culture, and it's so important. It's so great to be here. Coffs Harbour, we had an amazing welcome to country yesterday with Uncle Mark, and just learning that culture around Australia is so important. I think it's something that we all need to take a little bit more time to do.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, he's been that voice, and I think rightly so, calling out so many people within the industry where it was so wrongly represented for so long. I thought it just shows the deep or the depth in his value and his culture and the support he gets from his family and his community as well. And there was a quick little glimpse of Sarah Bourne coming up in that first quarterfinal for the women, and it's going to be a good, pretty heavily seeded quarterfinal matchup for the girls coming up as well for the mid-morning part of the action here on the Coffs Coast. And I think there's a little bit of a social media surfboard giveaway competition going on as well, Coops, at the same time. So if you are tuning in online on KO Sports or through Surfing New South Wales Facebook, do be sure to tag us on your socials at Oz Open of Surf and show us where you're tuning in from to go into the running to win an RMS model surfboard thanks to the team at ECS. So those guys are located on the Central Coast, and of course Rex Marshall, he's originally an Hawaiian surfboard shaper, and he moved down to the Central Coast and has been shaping for 30 plus years. So it's great to see those local businesses being able to support the Australian Open Surfing Series and give away a prize like that. So do be sure to tag us. There's a board to be given. And why wouldn't you want to get your hands on a free surfboard? Just a little social tag for tuning in on, what is it, Monday morning, 10 to 10.
Great time to be watching live surfing, sitting in the office, sitting at home, watching on TV, or just having a coffee on your phone, watching the event go down. As we're down to the last 4 minutes and 15 seconds of this heat, we've seen a little score come in for Dane Henry, a 4.7. That moved him up into second place. Pretty sleepy heat here. Kais King only the one wave. He's looking through it for a 3.15. I think he might have first priority sitting out there. In third place, we have Otis Carey needing a 4.41 to jump up into that second place and progress into the quarterfinals. Dane Henry, he's got himself out of combo, but he's looking for a 9.81 to move up into the lead. Look for him just to try and better that 2.77 and move himself a little bit further ahead of third and fourth and make the task a little bit more difficult for them with just over 3.5 minutes remaining. Hopefully we get a little set, a little flurry at the end here. See the guys have a bit of an opportunity to put their hat in the ring to get themselves into the quarterfinals. As I think it is going to be a fun little afternoon here as the swell's building from the south. See Dane Henry, just what the doctor ordered, trying to better that 3.77. Nice two-turn combo there. Actually, he's trying to better a 2.77. He's definitely done that, and he's going to make the requirements that little bit harder, turn the pressure up just a little bit more on Kais King and Otis Carey with just on 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and we had Michelle here from Surfing Australia, the resident athlete psychologist there. Cooper, have you had much of a chance to be working with her at all since she's joined the ranks there with the team?
Yeah, I have. She's not the psychologist. Our psychologist is Jason Patchell, great guy.
Yeah.
But Michelle's our careers advisor, I guess you'd call it. Athlete wellbeing and
yep.
athlete pathways, I think's her title. But yeah, I've actually worked really closely with Michelle. I've been lucky enough that building my own small business and stuff like that, she's been really good for guidance, and she just really supports the same vision that I have with the mental health and the industry that I'm trying to crack into. She understands the value of it, and she's been really trying to help me not transition out of surfing, but really trying to help me find ways that I can make it into a bit more of a career path and make it a bit of a dual career, because I feel like the work that I'm doing in the mental health industry can really benefit a lot of people, but I think it can also kind of rebound off my surf career, and I can use the profile and the partnerships that I can create through surfing to really share a bigger, wider audience through my network and through the amazing people I've met through my surf career. I can utilize that to give them a platform to share their mental health stories and share their mental health tips and inspire other people to be aware of and take care of their mental health.
Great. So she's working with like athletes like yourself, and is it just the Australian-born athletes that come through the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre that get the opportunity to work with the wellbeing coach, or she has maybe a clientele list on the side as well, perhaps? I felt like she was alluding to.
Not too sure. I know she used to be represent Australia for hockey, so she's a very well-connected lady and a very, very dedicated Australian sport representer. And yeah, I know she helped Dion Atkinson transition into a great career in the medical equipment industry straight after his surf career recently, and also she's really been helping Isabella Nichols, who's doing, I think, engineering, maybe.
Yeah,
so
I think you're right.
Yeah, so she's been great in that aspect to really let surfers know that after their surf career, there's a pathway and there's that support from Surfing Australia. As you see, Kais King left to do the final minute. He doesn't need much. He's got 3 nice little turns here. Dane Henry did better his score there. Dane Henry locked in. What did he lock in? He definitely bettered his score.
We're looking for the update here on liveheats.com. Kais only needed a pretty small score as well.
So Dane Henry bettered his score. He got a 5.07, best wave of the heat for him, leaving Caius King needing 5.45, and he's just locked in a 4.03. Not enough for Caius, so the grommet putting the pressure on Otis and Caius with just on 20 seconds remaining. It might be a little too late. So we see a little bit of a flurry here. It looks like Jackson Baker is going to sit out the back and control the end of this heat. Nice looking set wave with just 13 seconds. No takers on that one. Dane Henry off the end. Maybe a little progression victory lap. Sitting nice and comfortably in second here with just 3 seconds. We're going to count this one down. He looks over the back, little fist bump.
Yeah.
He knows he's made it. Look how stoked he is. That's why these events are so cool. Guys like Dane Henry get to surf against their heroes, Otis Carey, Caius King, 2 big names in the surf industry, and take down scalps like that. So, with that, that'll end round number 3 for the men's division. We'll be coming back right after this break with women's quarterfinal action. Stay with us as we pass to our sponsors.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot. Unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
My name's Rosie Smart, and my name is Carly Shanahan, and this is our Coffs Harbour.
Welcome. Sorry, Sonny's was stuck on my head underneath my headphones. Couldn't do anything. Okay, welcome back. Quarterfinal number 1 of the women's out there right now. And True Starling in the red. Georgia Lawrenson in the white. Emil Burke there. We just saw her in the first wave. In the yellow. And Sarah Baum. Boom, boom, boom. She's in the blue.
Boom, boom, boom. That's a good one. I haven't heard that one before.
Well, I think we'll throw it out. Well, she's been surfing like a boom, boom. That's for sure.
She has. She's been really on fire over the series, and she's looking for a couple more finals berths and podium finishes. I think she's really banking on this experience and the opportunity to test out the competition strategies that she's been working on, something that her surfing's really been she's had a lot of time invested into her actual surfing performance over the last few years, and now just trying to put some more advantages into her competition strategies and mode so that she can get into those final positions and then capitalize on it and be maybe a little bit more aggressive. From Boom Boom Boom. She's a pretty casual flyer.
Yeah, she's pretty cruisy.
Yeah, she's pretty cruisy. I know it's very important to her, obviously, each heat, but she's just a laid-back personality that I think she's, speaking about maybe becoming a bit more of a mongrel. Maybe take some notes out of Molly Picklam's book.
Yeah, well, she got second to Molly last week down in Kiama, I think, yeah. Surfed really well throughout that event, just sort of one wave short. And so, of course, during the layoff, she's sort of been doing a little bit of work, but managing to surf 3 times a day, she said during an interview last week. We had her in to do a heat, because we're short a commentator, I don't know how.
I know, we're a bit of a slack group sometimes, cruising around here. Well, I am anyway.
Well, good to see your voice is back and powering on. See, day 3, not even a sound of croakiness.
No. I've regained, I've learnt from my mistakes last week of too much coffee and not enough water. And
do you reckon what was it?
Oh, who knows?
Yeah.
Just too much talking even off the microphone. Elle was pretty happy for me to lose my voice, I think, for a week and have a nice week of quiet at home.
It would have been nice and peaceful, quiet for her.
So peaceful for her. But I'm back. So 16 and a half minutes, True Starling in the water. And she's been one of those athletes that's been balancing that transition both outside of her competition jersey and inside the jersey at the moment. Number 1 seed on the list for the Women's Australian Open Surfing. She was able to overtake Cedar Lee Jones, who had the back-to-back victories in the first stops here on the New South Wales coast, and Cedar had to pull out of the Kiama event, so True was able to take a leap forward and take the number 1 spot. And opening scores in Amelie Burke, just 1.4. The young lady from Newcastle as well. She's an incredible goofy footer, and be nice to see her open up on some big open faces. Georgia Lawrenson out there in the white, and Sarah Baum's first wave of 2.33. So improving conditions, Rico. I feel like the swell's building throughout the morning.
Yeah, just watching it from the beach, and there's definitely a good mix there. Some of those rights are offering a bit of potential now, as well as the lefts. Predominantly the lefts have been getting the high scores, but yeah, it is pretty good. Probably past dead high tide, I'd say. And this wind is going to stay this way direction all day, so nice protection from the southerly here at Diggers, and clean conditions. Bit of cross chop on the face, but not causing any problems at all. And just straight into this one, 15 minutes to go in the first 5 minutes. Just a couple of small waves ridden. Sarah Bourne with a 2.33. Looks like could be Georgia Lawrenson here. Nope, no takeoff.
No, so she won't lose the mutual priority between herself and True, because she hasn't opted to pull the trigger on the first wave yet. So those two ladies will share mutual priority position, and Amelie and Sarah will be in that 3rd and 4th position now, as we've seen the first few minutes tick on over. That second quarterfinal looking to be a good matchup as well. Philsey Anderson, Bonnie Hills, Rosie Smart and Sai Maniwa. Here goes Georgia. Nice opening carve on the backhand. Cracks it up into the lip for the second. 3rd off the bat. She's really winding up here. Maybe watching the performance of the boys as well, leading into this first heat of the girls, and those lefts being identified as the real scorers, and she's done just that. She's going to kick off her campaign well, Reggae.
Yeah, nice opening right there for Georgia Lawrenson, powerful surfer, doing some series of good top turns as we see True Starling now snapping it. Little section ahead of her, winds around that clean face, gets another little change of direction turning. Nothing too critical, quite a flat wave, and out behind her is Boom Boom Bourne. What she got? Boom Boom off the top as True Starling keeps going, and Sarah Bourne, can she get around this? Yep, nice little float to finish coming up. So neither one of those waves offering too many critical sections, but Sarah, nice bit of flair to finish with there, looking pretty sharp on that one. But yeah, both those waves didn't really stand up on the bank and offer a vertical face, but both True and Sarah did a good job with what was on offer. So 2 okay mid-range scores coming in, I'd say.
Yeah, I definitely think that might be right. Just over 13 minutes on the clock. We're going to cross down to Jacko Baker, my pick for the men's final. Jacko.
Ooh, wacko Jacko. What do you reckon of that?
There he goes. Took out last heat, Roddy. Congratulations.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Nah.
1 heat at a time. I seem to have a bit of a curse in these. I lose in the quarters. So still got to just get past the next one. That seems to be I think I've lost in the quarters every time, but nah.
Jeez. Well, you came out looking as sharp as you were yesterday as well. You just seemed to be able to combo the field in the first 5 minutes of the 20-minute heats. Is that the game plan, just to get those? Obviously, you want to get the best 2 rides kick off, but that's kind of your go-to A strategy?
Yeah, I kind of saw when I was sitting there, I was kind of sitting a little bit down south of the beach, and I could kind of see straight pretty much off the comp area and the tents and that. There was wider ones, and then the best sets were from there. So I was just like, I'm going to take the risk and sit wider, even though the boys were trying to hustle for priority, and I think it kind of paid off. I jagged that 7. Kind of felt like I only surfed it at 60% because it was first wave of the heat. If that was later in the heat, I probably would have got a bigger score. I probably would have pushed a bit harder, but yeah, when you start with a 7 and then you can kind of just ride that momentum, and pretty much every wave I got after that, they pretty much gave it to me, and then in the end, they were needing those waves, so I was just kind of sitting there talking to myself, and I was living the dream.
Was that kind of surprising, of course you had the Grommet, but they also had Otis and Kaius King there, 2 pretty experienced surfers. Were you surprised they didn't put the pressure on you a little bit more?
Yeah, I kind of felt like if I was in their position, I definitely would have got a bit busier, because at the start there was a whole lot of waves, and I did think from the heat before there was so many waves, ours had to go slow at some point, and it went flat for 15 minutes. So yeah, I think they were kind of seeing the waves from the heat before and thinking that there was going to be such good ones come through, but it kind of never really happened. The first 6 minutes was the best of it all.
Well, mate, I'm backing you. I know it's a big call, and you say, like, you've been saying heat by heat, but for the 2021 tour, I might have to get my own little shirts made up with your head on it saying Jacko for tour, because I can't wait to see your level of surfing being put into that championship tour level, because you've come back so well rounded. I mean, you always had that big wave game. Remember those years I saw you compete in Spain? It was freaking huge, and you were still riding an epoxy and making it look like 2 foot. It was literally 8 foot plus out there. Remember on those big beach breaks. So I'd love to see you on the championship tour and take your calibre of surfing and match it up against your mates as well, Callanan and Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely the goal, and especially seeing Morgs do it last year, it definitely motivates me a whole lot more, seeing like 2 of your best mates on tour, and I get to surf with them every day, and I definitely love pushing myself off them, and yeah, just winning heats and enjoying surfing for what it is. But that is definitely the end goal, and I guess this is a good warm-up for next year, and thanks to Surfing New South Wales and that for getting it going, and it's good just to be back in the Rashi and getting moving again.
Yeah, well, good on you, and it is ripping so well there. Anyway, Jess has put the pressure on. She's demanded you make the tour, so you've got no excuses now.
Oh, yeah, well, I think it was always a goal. I actually said I actually wanted to be on next year without this year kind of happening with COVID and that. I had a good start on the QS, so I guess I'll transition that and push it back to next year, to the following year. So definitely got that goal, and having to go into the workforce for a little bit definitely
motivated you.
I'm a bit more motivated now if I can do that, and I definitely don't want to have a job ever again and just live off surfing. But nah.
Ever again?
Nah, not ever again. I'll go into it after, but I definitely want to give surfing the best crack, and I guess just enjoy it for what it is as well, and just surf every day. And as soon as you start taking it too seriously and you don't enjoy just surfing every day, I think there's no point doing it. So I'm just enjoying surfing 1 foot waves, even not for a comp, and just taking it for what it is.
All right, well, that's a good attitude to have there, Jackson, and I think looking forward to seeing you in the quarterfinals, and I'm sure actually I won't put
hopefully in the semis.
Yeah, hopefully in the semis,
yeah,
let's go.
Maybe the final too. We'll see what happens.
Well, let's go all the way, mate, all the way.
All the way. That'd be nice.
All right, cool. Thank you, Jackson,
Thanks
and rest up. See you next round.
Hopefully chat to you later. Thank you very much.
There he is, Jacko Baker. Yeah, I'm gonna get shirts made up next season, Rego. I will. I've got a couple of old photos of him when he used to be a bigger boy. Jacko, and I'm going to get the double thumbs up photos on the shirt for tour, because I'd love to see that well-rounded competition surfing that Jacko has now on that world stage, like you said, with his best mates.
Yeah, and with the moustache, those T-shirts will even look that much better. So a few ways ridden. We got Georgia Lorenzen in the white, in the lead at the moment. We're going to be back 10 minutes of this heat. True Starling and Sarah Baum, Amelia Burke rounding out 2, 3 and 4th. We'll just check on get the breakdown of those wave scores.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see the updates from live heats wait to see the breakdown of the scores, like you said. Georgia Lorenzen had that really nice wave off the bat, that left-hander, where she was able to reel off quite a number of turns, and she posted a 6.67, 2.90 for the backup wave at the moment. So she's going to have to get rid of that one if she wants to keep the lead. 8 minutes on the clock. True has a 4.83 and a 3.27, looking for a 4.75. Boom 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 needs a 2.91, so sitting on just a 2.33 and a 5.20. Amelie Burke, a 1.4 and a 3.9 in the belt. Amelie, a 4.21. Here goes Bormy right now, just so silky, and kind of nursed that first turn, but able to smoothly transition into the rail on the second. Looking to set up this final manoeuvre as well, and nothing else on offer for her, so she wants to get rid of that. 2.33, I think she's going to do just that. And I have to say, I'm going to put her into second position after that wave. And True and Amelie are probably going to need just around the 4 or 5 range. We're going to see hopefully a pulse in the swell. And you can see the ever-increasing lines out there throughout the morning. And it's a pretty nice little protected spot here at Diggers Beach in the corner.
Yeah, it's nice with this southerly. So, and this wind swell still pushing in. Of course, we had the northeast wind swell yesterday. That southerly came through last night. Here's the replay. Nice little snap. Yeah, did nurse that turn a little bit. Gives that one a little bit more stick. But cruising through these turns, just making the most of this wave. The left running out of size, but still managing to get one last turn before she kicks out. So Sarah Baum just there.
Yeah, 5.83 for that last one, Reggae. So yeah, I think probably knowing that she needed to throw away that 2.33 caused her to hold back on that first section a little bit. She didn't want to overhook it and go down and then waste the opportunity with almost only 5 minutes left. And I think that's probably smart tactically just getting another score that she can hold on to, and then she's going to look under priority to get an increase as well. So Georgia's in second now. True looking for the 4.75. Amelie needs a 5.68. And it's good to see still a little bit of sunshine hanging around, not as hot as yesterday, and it's a beautiful Monday morning. Most people at work, so a very good morning. Welcome if you have tuned in on KO Sports or online on Surfing New South Wales, and we are very happy to be broadcasting live with Fresh Air Broadcast from Coffs Harbour. We are at Diggers Beach, literally across the road from the Big Banana. That's the turn-off, isn't it?
That's the turn-off, yep.
Cruise on towards the coastline from the Big Banana, and you'll find the competition set up here in the car park at Diggers Beach, and some of Australia's best surfers. Here we go, Georgia Lawrenson.
Wow, again, like 2 good solid turns. Wants to get another one in there. She gets around, nice little snap there as this wave gets a little bit dodgy on the inside, but still managing to get a couple of little horizontal changes of direction there and just kicking out. So 2 good solid turns on the outside there for Georgia. And prior to that, she didn't need that much. Only looking for 4.37.
Yeah, aggressive approach too to those first 2 sections.
Yeah, well, she got a 6.67 on the first wave, and so a 2.9 is the score she will replace with that wave. So there she goes into the lead with a 5.83 on that last. Oh, sorry, no, a 5.07 on that last wave for Georgia Lorenzen. So inside the 5 minutes, Georgia and Sarah Baum are the 2 people holding the spots for progression at the moment. True Starling needing a 6.21 to move from third to second, while Amelie Burke, she had a solid heat yesterday afternoon, but now she's needing a 7.14 and just trying to find that elusive wave. Hasn't caught one for a while. And I guess she may have priority, I'd say.
Yeah, surely she's holding down that first priority position. And Georgia, bit of a dark horse in this quarterfinals. She's from Noosa, and she's had a couple of victories in the Super Grom series. So we'll see if she can hold on to the lead at the moment. She's been aggressive, smart tactics, finding probably the best 2 ways that have come through and just attack those first 2 sections. And that's seen her take the lead over pretty much the top seeds in the water at the moment. So smart heat from the Queenslander, Georgia Lorenzen, and she'll be under priority now and dangerous for her too, because she's got the pressure off her shoulders, and now she's got some space in the lineup. She might be able to find herself even a better wave to replace that 5.07. She's got the highest wave in the heat so far, the 6.67. Sarah Baum sitting probably nervously in second, and you can see her maybe closing the gap in the lineup now, making her way over to True on the north side of the peak, because True is in third, needs a 6.21. So she's going to leave Amelie alone and probably hunt down True tactically in the lineup. This is what she's been speaking about that she wanted to work on as well.
Get a bit more mongrel.
Yeah, a bit more mongrel.
Well, there she is, right next to True Starling.
I wonder if they're talking out there, Reggae. I wonder if True just turned around and went, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, and Sarah just walked away, turned ahead. Okay, well, 3 minutes. True Starling, of course, she's leading the overall rankings, one of a better term, in the Australian Open Surfing. So, looking to get through this one to maintain her momentum. I suppose Georgia Lorenzen's the one who, on paper, you probably weren't expecting to.
Yeah.
But then again, it's a quarterfinal, so, it's a surfing event. Anyone can do it. So the consistency of Sarah Baum and True Starling throughout this series has been one of the main points of it. But Georgia looking solid out there now. She's had those 2 good waves, and as Jess said, she's picked off the 2 best waves of the heat and surfed them really well with a couple of good solid backhand turns on each wave. Just on 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And here goes Georgia again, the current heat leader. Nice swooping cut back. This little right-hander just running down the line, looking to build some speed for one last turn. There she throws it up for the connection re-entry, but not enough power in that wave. And that one will not factor into her top 2 and won't change the situation. So it's all about second and third at the moment. There you can see True Starling in the red. It needs a 6.21. Yeah, that's a solid score. So she needs a set wave.
Yeah, she does need a set. And I just think such a smart heat from Georgia. She's a bit younger as well. I feel like she might be a couple of years at least younger than True. So she's done well to put the girls on their toes here and keep them guessing. And for me, sitting in second, being caught behind pretty much that whole section. So she's just going to have to go for something a bit more dynamic, and she'll go down on the inside. So Georgia's got the team rattled at the moment, the top seeds.
Well, I'd say True Starling, she obviously has priority. She's just sitting out there and waiting. There's not much point. She knows she needs a 6.1 something. So, and she would have heard George's scores where she did get those sixes. So, True, knowing she needs one of those open face lefts with that good first section. We have 1 minute remaining. Oh, little swell lines coming through. We can see Sarah just paddling back out. But I don't know, this one doesn't look like there's much in it on the outside at all. So 50 seconds remaining. True Starling out the back, waiting for a wave. Amelia Burke, she had a solid heat yesterday, but just hasn't been able to find the waves during this quarter-final. And as we get down to the final 40 seconds, it looks like, well, there's Sarah looking wide. I can't see where True is. 30 seconds. Maybe she caught a wave.
Yeah, maybe she's found one of those right-handers on the north side of the contest.
Oh, here she goes.
She's up. Dangerous spot for Bormy now. True, getting to work.
Oh, no, she overcooked that last turn. Oh, and you could see it. She just raised her face to the sky. She knew she blew it.
Oh, lost connection with the fins there. Just overpowered them.
Ooh.
Here we go. 10 seconds almost. Amelie up and riding on the forehand. Bigger looking wave. Opens up with the first section. Has to put the work in now. She's chasing a fairly decent score. A 7.14. She needs to get at least a finishing manoeuvre. Nice closeout re-entry on the shore, on the buzzer.
Wow.
And we're going to have to wait to see those last few scores roll in. She was chasing a 7.14 to overtake for second position. It looks like Georgia Lawrenson at the end of that is going to unofficially go on through to the semi-finals. We're going to have to wait and see what that last score locks in for Amelie Burke. I think it's going to take a couple of minutes to log into the system. So while we wait for the official results, stick with us. We'll give you the official standings from quarterfinal number 1 of the women and live action from quarterfinal number 2 coming up right after this break at the Australian Open of Surfing.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing quarterfinal number 2 of the women's, coming to you live from Diggers Beach, just north of Coffs Harbour. And out there at the moment, we've got Rosie Smart, local surfer. She's in the yellow and she's locked in a 7. We've got Simanoa in the blue, Philippa Anderson in the red, and Bonnie Hills wearing the white. So pretty tough heat out there at the moment. And here's a replay. Big snap. Look at this little left just hooking into the top. And Rosie just making the most of that opening ride.
Yeah, it's a great opening ride there for Rosie Smart, local girl, throwing it down. Great positioning to begin her heat just there, locking in a 7-point ride to start. That's exactly how you want to start your heat. With just 2 minutes and 20 seconds gone in this one, sending a firing shot out to the other girls in this heat. She means business. As we see, Bonnie Hills coming tight off the bottom. The waves look like they're improving a lot right now. 2 nice backside turns. We see Philippa Anderson out the back behind her. Bonnie Hills getting a 3rd nice slash, a little bit caught up, managing to hold on, coming through the inside, and she'll flick out the back of that one as we catch up to Philippa Anderson, chasing this one down the line. It's got a little bit of a horseshoe wedge, it looks like. She's got one more nice turn here, and Crispy's going to be happy with that one, finishing off nicely. Good start for all 3 of the girls here, and Simon Ewer locking in a 5.03. So all of the girls are probably going to have something over the 5-point range in the first 2 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, that's
Very
outstanding.
well done.
So here you can see Philippa, just that quick snap there. This section, the wave starts to run away from a little bit, but she did a great job to get around here, maintain that trim to get and speed to get another little turn in to finish before this wave runs out. So completes that wave pretty nicely there, Cooper. And yeah, pretty busy. Like that's all 4 surfers locking in, good solid mid-range scores in the first few minutes of this heat.
Yeah, look at this. 7.6 coming in for Bonnie Hills. Great start for her. Philippa Anderson locking in a 4.33, and we're still waiting for her second wave, so she must have caught something at the start, and she's locked in a 7 of her own, so 3 7-point rides in the first 4 minutes of this heat. Absolute doozy of a start, and Simon Ewer wants to put her own 7-point plus ride down, getting aggressive with that.
She
turn.
might.
And the third one, she might be throwing one right up there too, as we see Rosie Smart hard off the bottom, really getting loose on that turn. I like the aggressive attack, losing a little bit of momentum there coming out of the maneuver, but finishes it off with a nice little carve and flicking out of that one. Aggressive first turn, but losing a little bit of control. She might get a little bit cruel by the judges, but very impressed by that wave of Simon Ewer. All 4 of the girls throwing down to start this heat. There's been 4 minutes and 20 seconds. This might have been the quickest start and biggest scores we've seen at the beginning of a heat. So the girls are really showing up here on finals day.
Yeah, for sure. They're taking advantage of this flurry of sets at the start of the heat. And it's great to see these waves coming through as we see here's Rosie on the replay. Just big snap. Kind of overcooked it. Needs to get around this section, and you'll see one solid turn and losing a little bit of momentum on the inside and just kicks out of that one. But she already has that 7.6, of course. Rosie, we saw her in the Australian Board Riders Battle the other day surfing for Coffs Harbour. And I remember one heat in particular, she went out there and just, bang, got a 7, came in 5 minutes. She just did the job really nicely.
Yeah, she's been competing really well the last couple months here in these Australian Open surfing events. We've seen a few scores drop in. Rosie Smart, that last one was just a 4.07, keeping her down in 3rd place right now, as we saw the last wave for Simon Ewer in the blue Rash Vest, our Japanese competitor. A 6.4 shoots her straight up into the lead, moves ahead of Philippa Anderson by 0.1. Rosie Smart right on their tails. She's just looking for a 4.34 to jump up. And Bonnie Hills with the 1 wave, the highest wave score of the heat. She's only looking for a 3.74 to accompany that 7.6. But with all of the girls with big scores, I think we're going to see a big showdown at the end of this heat. Maybe a couple more 6s and 7s to nudge out in front, because already 3 heat scores in the 11-point range, and Bonnie Hills was at 7.6. She's going to be looking to jump up over all 3 of the girls with her next wave, I think.
Yeah, no, she said not much in it, just leading at 3.74. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think this is the first heat where we've seen all 4 surfers lock in a high score this early in the heat. And, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Every other heat sort of had 1 or 2 surfers sort of break away with a wave in that 7+ range. But now we've got... all 3, well, we've got 3 servers with a 7, and of course, so with that high 6.5, I think it was. So yeah, looking pretty good out there. And the first 7 minutes of this heat was, yeah, full on. Of course, quarter-final number 2. Important heat for all these surfers looking to progress through to the final, where the cash prizes are. You've got $7,000 cash going across both divisions here today. $1,500 going to first place in both women's and men's. So good to see, and this whole series of 6 events over a 2-month period, and just after a long hiatus of competitive surfing, not just in Australia, around the world, but it's great to see Surfing New South Wales put this Australian Open series together, as we see Philippa Anderson slamming it off the top. Nice section ahead of it, just delays that turn, throws it up into the lip, critical turn and just kicks out. So 2 good solid turns there, Cooper.
Yeah, very experienced surfing there by Philippa. Our co-commentator Michael Crisp is down there coaching her today, doing the double duties. And I think he's going to be pretty happy with that one. 2 big turns out the back. It's kind of one of the things that most coaches will focus on, especially backside. If you can square up 2 big turns, it's been known to be scoring really big over the years. And as we see, the score dropping in for the last of Philippa Anderson. A 5.23. Nice backup score to accompany a 7. That moves her straight up into the lead. Nice first turn. The second one comes a little bit phony, drifting the fins and holding on nicely there. Didn't quite have that length of ride, which doesn't really matter, but it didn't have that real impactful turn like she had on a 7-point ride. As we see, the surfer in blue currently sitting in second place, coming hard off the bottom. Nice carving turn there. We haven't seen many rides, but this one looks nice. Little second turn. That one's just going to disappear into the channel there. So one nice turn. I don't think that's going to go into her top 2, but she'll be straight back out in that rip. Ready for more action with 12 minutes remaining in this heat. See Rosie Smart and Bonnie Hills just sitting patiently out there. They both have a 7.6 for Bonnie Hills. She's only looking for a 3.84 to jump up over Simon Newer. And Rosie only looking for a 4.44. Plenty of time remaining. We're used to saying they need those small scores at the end of the heat, but with a lot more time remaining in this heat, I think the girls are going to put down some more big scores, and the requirement's going to be pretty high at the end of this heat.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, that last 5 minutes could be a fairly tense end to this heat, but a long way to go, of course. Just still under 11 or over 11 minutes remaining, and Philippa Anderson just holding that lead. Bonnie Hills still waiting on her to lock in her second wave, and that will change the complexion of this heat when she does. And I think she's probably got priority out there, judging from the other waves ridden. Just that's a semi-educated guess, so don't hold me to it.
But we've seen it time and time again. Can backfire sometimes, the old priority and waiting. Jake Sharp had the 7.83 early in his heat just earlier this morning, and took him until the last 2 minutes to back that wave up, and it's not the sort of thing that you want to be doing. It's nice to build that house, have that backup score in nice and early, and then not be under the pressure cooker right at the end of the heat. But coming up a little bit later in heat number 3, in about 10 minutes time, we're going to see Holly Williams in the red, Aaliyah Smith in the white, Sasha Baker in the yellow, and Shayla Wendell in the blue. So stacked lineup here today in the women's division. Lots of great surfers, lots of local girls, lots of young talent, and a bit of experience thrown in there with Philippa Anderson, Freya Prum, and also Sarah Barm. As we see the local grommet, Rosie Smart, absolutely ripping this last couple months, really maturing and putting it to the older girls. Great first turn, weaving her way through the inside. She's looking to jump up into that progressing second position because she'd love a spot in the semi-finals here at her home break.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good there. And here's Bonnie Hills on her second wave. Nice section ahead of it. And one good turn on the outside. Backs it up with that one before that wave shuts down. And now that she has her second score locked in, it'll give us a clearer picture on the situation as we just enter the second half of this heat with 9.5 minutes remaining. So quarterfinal number 2, flying thick and fast with the action. It's been a great heat so far. All 4 surfers locking in good solid waves and taking advantage of the really little kick in the swell during this heat, Cooper. There's consistency's picked up for sure, and those lefts are in particular holding up nicely and giving the surfers plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, we definitely have some nice running waves now. This morning was a bit sleepy, but seems like that southerly swell's starting to come in underneath the wind. We saw that score just drop in for Bonnie Hills. She's jumped up into the lead. Rosie Smart's jumped up into second, so the two girls making the most of those last 2 waves. The priority game working really nicely for both of them. Last wave for Rosie Smart, a 5.73, has her up into second place now. And the last for Bonnie Hills, 5.33. 2 nice backhand turns, did what she needed to jump up into the lead.
Well, I think this is one of the first heats we've seen today where all 4 surfers have locked into double figures on the 2-wave total, especially with plenty of time to go. So I expect we'll see positions change over the next 8 minutes, but priority, of course, will be very important. Philippa Anderson and Simon are just out there would have priority 1 and 2, I expect. So Bonnie Hills did a great job there because she had that good solid opener and backed it up nicely, making the most of that with those 2 good solid turns. Rosie Smart, goofy foot on her forehand, just getting right into that last wave as well. So, yeah, there you go. It's going to be an interesting final 5 minutes as the surfers just try and get in a position to see Philippa just there cruising. And her plan would be obviously to lock in another good score on that next set wave.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a flurry at the start, and now seems to go a little bit sleepy. So look for another set to finish this heat, and the girls are going to really want to try and push it as hard as they can so they can get themselves in the semi-finals, which we'll see coming up later today. Action-packed day ahead. We'll give a bit of an update. So in the blue, Simon Newer, a couple of nice scores, 6.4 and a 5.03. She wants to move up to into an advancing position. She's looking for a 6.34, very achievable score with the sort of surfing she's been showcasing the last couple of days. Philippa Anderson in third in the red. She needs a 5.74 to move up over Rosie Smart. So very attainable scores for the girls. They've both had waves over the requirement. What they need right now is their best scoring waves. They just need to back it up with one similar.
You can see both of them sort of waiting for that set wave. Throughout this heat we've seen multi-wave sets as well, so I'm anticipating we'll see two surfers on the next set, which would be great because it's always exciting when things get mixed up at the end. But Bonnie Hills and Rosie Smart, the two younger surfers in this, doing a good job at the moment, and it's holding that lead. But yeah, not a lot in it, just 1.5 points separating first and fourth.
I think Rosie Smart's maybe my pick for the event.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jumping out there.
I reckon the local girl, she's ready for the fairy tale. I've been seeing her surf a lot on her backside really well. Today's kind of the first I've seen her on her forehand, and she's really impressing me. So, a bit of local knowledge, local crowd down here cheering her on. I know the Coffs board riders will all be down there. Stoked to see her do well. We saw Jake Sharp moving through the draw as well.
Yep.
He's going to be coming up soon in quarterfinals for the men. So, the local crew down here at Coffs Harbour, such a great community. We saw them have their specialty heat yesterday. They have their Rippers division in their Board Riders Club where
so cool.
once a month they have the disabled surfers from around the local area come down. They reckon they're the first down there every event. They take them out there for 2 heats during the day. It's not super competitive, but the smiles on their faces and just showing the younger guys in their Board Riders Club how important it is to give back and to share the stoke with not only people who are able-bodied, but people who have disabilities. They love it just as much, and getting to share that is such a big inspirational thing that Lee Winkler's done for the club here in Coffs Harbour.
Yeah, it's awesome to show that inclusiveness. And you can see down the beach there, beautiful part of the world where we are here at Diggers. A few free surfers grabbing some little peaks down the northern end.
Swells building.
It is. Pandanus palms on the headlands. With that full-on North Coast vibe up here, obviously, because, well, we're on the mid-North Coast, so you expect that. So just on 5 minutes remaining, Bonnie Hills in the lead, Rosie Smart second, Philippa Anderson currently third, and Simon Manawa. And here goes Rosie. Good little snap, but unfortunately just falls on that one, getting a offset there.
Yeah, sometimes when you've got two pretty good scores under your belt and you take a mediocre wave, you have to push it a little bit harder. And we like to call it manufacturing scores from a wave that might not be the quality to get what does she need to better? It might not be the quality wave to better a 5.73, but if you push really hard, get loose, bit of variety, then yeah, you can jump up and better that score. So falling off on that first turn, not a big loss there for Rosie. I think she was in fourth priority, so not going to change anything for her.
Yeah, she's holding down that 5.73 as her second score, which isn't a bad one. Ooh, looks like Philippa Anderson now.
The experience.
Here she goes. Nice jamming turn in the top. Good section here. Throws it up and lip, throwing plenty of spray and power there. And another third turn. He's got a nice section ahead of her. And she just completes that manoeuvre. Didn't give that last finishing turn too much stick, but she knows what she needs to do to get back into first or second, so she's in a position to progress. Good timing there. 3.5 minutes remaining. So we could see a bit of a change going on. Philippa looking for a 5.74 to move into second spot.
I think we might see the best wave of the heat. Look at this wave. That thing's bottoming out straight up into the lip. Second turn, great combo there. 3 back-to-back maneuvers. Last one a little bit late. Hangs on, toes gripping into the wax. She knows she's going to probably get the score there. That's probably one of the better waves I've seen today. But we'll wait and see what the judges lock in. And there it is, an 8.67.
Yeah, there you go, straight to the top. So experience coming to the fore there. Philippa knew what she needed to do. But like you said, Cooper, that wave just drew off that sandbar. You know, tide is starting to run out, but that was plenty of vertical face there for Philippa to work with, and 3 big solid turns. And before she finished with that smaller, softer one, but all the work was done on the outside there for Philippa Anderson, and now in the lead. So Rosie Smart pushed back to third spot, needing a 5.94 by Sai Manawa. She just needs a 6.54. So Bonnie Hill still hanging on to second place. And Rosie chasing with a 5.94. So a big turnaround there in the positions, with Philippa Anderson now holding, well, two good solid scores, a 7 and that 8. So just on a little over 2 minutes remaining. Quick paddle back out, of course. And I tell you, we had small waves for these events, like last week, you know, and the 3 day or 2 days here. We're fortunate with these sandbars because, you know, we've got perfect small beach break sandbars, like for these two maybe 3 foot waves at times. And yeah, we've been lucky because there's been over the last couple of weeks, the small waves have been offering a couple of good sections. So we've seen some great surfing and some high scores, even though the swell hasn't been pumping by any standard. But as you saw from that last wave, some fun little summer surf going on down here.
Yeah, like you said, we've had quite small waves for, I believe, all of the events. I know Port Macquarie was quite small 2 weeks ago. It looked quite small down at Kiama. Today, obviously, not the biggest conditions. But as we see, Rosie Smart trying to make the most of this little one. Pushing a little bit too hard on that wave. Minute 20 remaining. She's in desperation mode now.
Yeah.
She's going to be down in 4th priority with a minute 20, needing quite a large score considering conditions, but she's very capable. But yeah, like you said, small conditions. This is stop number 4 at Coffs Harbour. Next week we'll be heading down the far south coast to a place called Dalmeny, around Narooma, down the south coast. You know it quite well down there, don't you, Reggae?
Yeah, Dalmeny board riders surfed in the board riders battle at Kiama Jones Beach last week. So there's some good waves down there as we see Sai Manawa. Look at this, good section ahead of her, throwing it up into the lip, needing a 6.54 and again. So 2 good turns on the outside, a bit of opportunity coming here for her. Building a speed across this inside section, needs to get a bit more vertical, but those last 2 turns, not much in that. So all her score is going to come from those 2 solid turns on the outside. But once again, good looking wave there. And we've got 30 seconds to go. And here's the last throw of the dice for young Rosie Smart on a backhand. Nice cracking turn. This one runs away from her, and unfortunately, she just can't get it up there. So, you know, she only needs that 5.94. She's holding a 5.7 as her second scoring wave. So, not a lot in it, but finding the 5.9 at this late stage was proving very difficult for her. And as the heat gets counted down and wrapped up, still got that score for Sai to come in.
I just think it was a little too late. I think it might have been the wave to get the score, but she just unfortunately mistimed a couple of the sections. It was a bigger wave, so she's probably used to the smaller ones that have been coming through this whole heat, and went a little bit weird with that wind blowing into it. So we'll wait and see the score. There was definitely a bit of damage done. Looking for that 6.54. We'll wait and see, and as we wait, you see Philippa Anderson walking up the beach after a very convincing heat wing, a big 8.67 to finish there. We're going to pass it to a commercial break, and we'll bring you the results of that last heat right after this.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be
of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures, wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Welcome back to Coffs Harbour, where we are at Diggers Beach for quarterfinal number 3 of the women's here, the Australian Open of Surfing. And we've already seen a couple of waves have ridden. Ella Smith out there in the white. She's locked in a 5.83. Sasha Baker in the yellow with a 2.17. We're still waiting on Holly Williams in the red and Shay Lewendell in the blue to take off. And, well, it looks like Sasha got a 2.17 as well. So, once again, Cooper getting busy at the start of the heat, cupping Ella Smith, locking in a good solid 6-point ride in the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like the conditions are definitely starting to get pretty fun out there. The girls are getting a lot of opportunities. Hopefully as the day goes on, the tide's going to start running out. And maybe a little bit lower tide, break a little further out. Hopefully it doesn't lose too much energy, but these rip bowl lefts seem to be definitely offering a lot of scoring potential for the girls. In that last heat, we saw some massive scores by Philippa Anderson and all 3 of the girls. So, jumping into this heat right now, Ella Smith just with that 6 and a 1.33. Holly Williams 4.33 to open her account. Sasha Baker 2.17, and Shayla Wendell still looking to kick off her account. We've just gone through 4 minutes and 40 seconds of this heat, so plenty of time remaining. Hopefully some sets rolling on real soon.
Yeah, because quarterfinal of men's will be taking place after this, and with the semis and the finals obviously wrapping up the event here today. Mid-afternoon, so plenty of action continuing to come your way live from Diggers Beach here, the Australian Open of Surfing. And of course, this is the 4th event of the series. We've got 2 more to go with Narooma, Dalmini area, far south coast of New South Wales tomorrow. Then heading into Sydney, Northern Beaches at North Narrabeen for the final event around the 13th and 14th of December.
Iconic location.
Iconic location, yeah. Yeah, well, Cooper, you haven't, as you said yesterday, you haven't really surfed in events outside board riders much at your home beach. Do you think it puts added pressure onto you, or are you just going to be feeling good to have the opportunity?
Oh, I don't know. The hometown thing's always a funny one, I find. I feel like some guys love it and thrive in it, and some people find the extra pressure. But like I said, I haven't really competed there. I've had a couple of good results and a couple bad results at Manly, which I'd call my home event when it comes to big events. But yeah, I definitely find it sometimes difficult, but I think Narrabeen's a spot that I've surfed almost every day of my life growing up for 15 years. So really looking forward to getting the opportunity to chuck the rash vest on down there. Hopefully there's some waves, some banks. generally a pretty tricky time of the year, December. Hopefully get a little east groundswell or a bit of a northeast groundswell and have some running lefts, or even some alley rights would be nice. As we see a set approaching here. Swell's building. Surfer in the white. Ella Smith getting busy over on the wide bank. We'll see a nice little one behind here too. We'll see if the other girls are picking up with a right-hander off the end of it, or if that one's just going to go unridden and close out on the bank.
Yeah, well, Ella with a 6 on an opening ride and has a 1.33. Still waiting on Shay Lewendell to take off. Just a couple of small scores. Well, Holly Williams, 4.33. That's an average score. And Sasha with that throwaway 2.17. First 7 minutes of this heat has gone past. Not seeing the activity that we saw in the previous heat. That quarterfinal number 2 had a lot big solid start with all 4 surfers having good, decent scores in the first 5 to 8 minutes of the heat. But this one, Ella Smith holding the best of it at the moment with her first ride, which she caught very early in the heat, and at 6 points. So she's looking to capitalise on that and build from that base there, and at this stage just hasn't been able to find that second decent scoring wave.
Yeah, we can't really see Shayla Wendell on our screen out there. Hopefully she's out there maybe sitting in a little bit different position to the other girls, as we see Ella Smith keeping it very, very busy in this heat. Just the one turn there. She backed up her 6 with a 2.83 on that previous left. We'll wait and see how she goes with this last wave. Not going to be a huge score, but she's just going to keep chipping away, building a house and trying to increase that score as her backup every single time she takes off from now. She's got that 6-point ride. She has improved her score just slightly on that last one, 2.9. She'll be looking to get rid of that to finish the heat with just on 12 minutes remaining. Still waiting for that first wave for blue. Sasha Baker and Holly Williams sitting out the back trying to get that big score on the board so they can bring themselves through to the semi-finals.
You can see just Ella. Well, here goes Holly Williams putting herself in position for this wave. Looks like it could run away from it pretty quickly, but no, holding up. So throws it up in the lip, gets caught behind that white water. So a bit of a stumble there, but still gets one decent little turn in and backs that up. It's not going to be the high score she was hoping for. That wave had potential, just sort of blew the timing a bit at the start. And here we go. Here is Ella Smith. Again, these lefts starting to line up nicely. 2 good turns on the outside, and that one just runs away from her. I'm starting to think Surfing Blue's not out there.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too, but we saw Elliot Smith get a wave just recently, and maybe she's positioned herself a little bit different to the other girls, staying really busy. Sasha Baker missing out on that exchange. I saw her get a few really good ones this morning, Sasha Baker, so she's in really nice form, but just not on the right wave just yet in this heat, as we saw the last wave coming through for Elliot Smith. A 5.6, she's got that wave what she really wanted to back it up with. She was trying to stay busy, and it's paid off for her.
Yeah, so it's good, 2 good solid turns, being rewarded with a 5.6 from the judges. Actually, when Jackson Baker did his post-heat interview, and he said he saw these waves wide of the main break, so he went out there and got his 2 best scores, like one of his best scores in the first 6 minutes, and he was sitting nowhere near the other 3 surfers. So maybe that's what Elia is doing. She's sitting on that bank, which is just a little bit further to the south. But at the moment, things are pretty tight.
Yeah, and we've got the winner of that last heat, the one and only Philippa Anderson. Really put the pressure on you, those younger girls in that heat, but the experience paid through. That 8.67, an absolute bomb. How was it out there?
Yeah, thanks guys. It's really fun. Just pretty bowly left-handers. Yeah, I haven't really heard of the girls much, but obviously they've made it to the quarters, and yeah, we all kind of dropped 7s at the start, so I knew it wasn't going to be easy, and didn't get too flustered. I knew that I needed a 5 something, and I knew that I could easily get that. Made one mistake with priority, but then it kind of worked out. I got a wave at the end.
Oh, right. So with that high score at the end, you got that within the last 5 minutes. You're fairly confident that you're going to get that opportunity, because it was really fast and consistent at the start of the heat. Then it was a bit of a lull.
Yeah. I mean, been watching all morning, and I kind of moved in a bit because I went from first priority to 3rd or 4th. And yeah, I knew that there was a couple little insider ones that were a bit small. If you just did like one at least opening turn that offered, and then just keep surfing it, I'd get the 5. And yeah, it kind of had 2 or 3 that I hit. yeah, and I think I went a little bit too big on the last one. I probably was a bit fired up, and I almost didn't ride out of it.
With that, yeah, Super Coach, what was his, what were Crispy's words of wisdom before you paddle out?
Yeah, we were just focusing on the start of the wave. Yeah, I feel like the judges are rewarding kind of going big at the start and making sure we're in the right spot, because there's like a bit of a rip. So he just said, if you have priority, make sure you're sitting in the right spot and control the heat. And yeah, control from the start, which I didn't really do. But yeah, he gave some really good advice, and we just kind of working on like one or two things and kind of keeping it simple. I think sometimes I can try get a bit everything.
Yeah, right. So just trying to keep it like plain and simple. Now with that, we've got back in the vest now, and we've got these series here. Looking to 2021 with a regional qualifying series, and then going to the challenges. What's your plan for next year?
Yeah, I'm super stoked that we're gonna have the surfing back on. It's been a good and weird year for everyone. Really excited with the change of the format. We're gonna have more time at home now, which I think is gonna be not so much international traveling when the regional's on, so we can just train and get more time at home training, which is pretty important. So it's been nice we'll have a couple blocks at home, and then yeah, I really do want to make the primes the second half of the year. I feel like the last few years I've always kind of just finished off qualifying, so yeah, the passion and that's still there. I have a couple other things taking over life at the moment, but yeah, it's been good to get a balance, and I'm really excited to keep surfing.
Yeah, that's unreal. It's always exciting to watch you surf. And as you said, you've been knocking on the door, so all the best, not just this event, but also next year, and looking forward to seeing you progress even further.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, guys. You guys have done a great job having the Australian Open, so it's good. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, Philippa. Anytime.
On your Phils.
On your Phils. They're doing a great job there.
Great surfer. And yeah, she's just started the Philippa Anderson Surf School down there in the beautiful part of the world in Newcastle. If you're down there and you need to learn to surf, or you want to learn to surf, go check out Philippa Anderson Surf School. As we saw a couple waves in that interview just then, Sasha Baker locked in a 5.5 and Holly Williams a 4.73. So things are tightening up in this heat, and as we always see, that time limit just disappearing. Just 6 minutes remaining. Sasha Baker is in third, looking for a 3.57. Shayla Wendell, I think, is a no-show in this quarter-final matchup. Either an injury or maybe didn't hear the call. Is it Diggers? Unaware of that one, but just a three-man heat out in the water right now. Sasha Baker looking for a 3.57. Not a huge score, but with 6 minutes remaining, not easy. And Holly Williams out there in the second, looking for that 6.88 to jump up over Ellia Smith, who has a 6 and a 5.6. Two really nice scores out there. Really solid base heading into the last 5 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, we saw Sasha showed potential at what she can do in that last wave. It just sort of didn't give an opportunity inside. But here we go, Holly Williams having a look at this on her backhand. Little inside of there, slashing turn. Nice wall ahead of her, throws it up into the lip, keeping the speed running across this inside section nicely, and gets that third turn in. So Holly Williams there needs a 4.58 to move into... Oh, hang on, mine hasn't updated yet.
She's in second right now. She's looking to better a 4.33. I think she's going to do that. That might be her best wave of the heat.
Yeah.
I feel like she kind of connected a little bit better with that one. Maybe a bit more of a double up in on the bank. The thing doubled up and bottomed out a little bit better for her here. We're going to catch the replay. Takes off underneath the other girls. Opens up the shoulders. Nice first snap, bringing the nose all the way around, straight off the bottom. Big second snap, and just putting the finishing touches on, making sure of it. Yeah, that's going to be a nice score there, and distance herself a little bit more from Sasha Baker, which is just what she wanted to do under priority just then on the smaller wave. And there it is, last wave, 5.47, just edging further out ahead of third place right now. Sasha Baker in the yellow. She now needs a 4.71, and with just 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, it's anyone's game here going into the final stage of this one.
Yeah, another really tight heat coming up. These waves offering a good scoring potential, so surfers taking advantage of that, and things are tightening up. And as you can see, Sasha Baker not needing a lot in these final 4 minutes, as she's on screen sitting right next to the heat leader, Ellia Smith. And Sasha's goopy footer, wanting one of these lefts to give her that opportunity. So pretty tight. Holly Williams still with 2 decent scores there.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here today without our presenting sponsor, No Tex, No Rex. Transport New South Wales has proudly teamed up with Surfing New South Wales to bring you No Tex, No Rex, which aims to educate young drivers on the dangers of inattention on the road. So chuck your phone down, focus on the roads, and if you are not driving, pick up your phone and tune in to our awesome event here at Coffs Harbour. The event's stacked. We're heading down to the pointy end of the event. Quarterfinal 4 for the women's coming up right after this. We're going to see in the red Carly Shanahan, in the white Cedar Lee Jones, been in really good form, winning back-to-back events. Freya Prum in the yellow and Raya Campbell in the blue. So
wow, solid heat.
Yeah, great heat to bring out the end of the women's quarterfinals. And after that, we'll be jumping straight back into the men's quarterfinals. So don't go anywhere. With just 3 minutes remaining in this heat, it is all happening.
Yeah, plenty of action coming to you for the rest of the day. From Diggers here for the Australian Open of Surfing. Powers on through our final day. And it looks like Surfing Yellow, no, that wave just not standing up. Just on 2.5 minutes remaining. Sasha Baker looking for that score she needs in these final few minutes. Holly Williams just holding on to second spot at the moment. And here goes Holly now, looking to maybe get a bit of distance between her and Sasha. I didn't see the start of that last turn, so it depends what she can, what she pulled off on the inside. But at this stage, you can just see Holly Williams prowling the lineup. I'm not sure who has priority.
Yeah, really getting aggressive with that last turn. We're talking about it a little bit in the last heat with catching those maybe under priority waves that aren't quite the same quality. You really need to push a bit harder to sort of manufacture the score. And wait and see what score comes in there for Holly Williams. She's looking to better a 4.73. We'll wait and see with just under 2 minutes remaining now. The pressure really turning on Sasha Baker. I think Elliot Smith might even be sitting out there with priority, sitting right next to her, nice and cozy, trying to keep that pressure on. As we saw the last score for Holly Williams, just a 3.73. Not going to go into her top 2, but she's back out the back, sitting in third priority. She's going to have to sit and wait and see what the girls get up to finish off this heat.
Yeah, well, Sasha Baker, she's only got 2 waves. Of course, that 2.17 she caught very early in the heat. Then she's had that 5.5. She needs to replace that 2.17 with a 4.71, and she's only got 1 minute and 12 seconds to do it. So it's not a huge score if she gets the opportunity, but still, you know, holding. She would not be happy still having that low score, at 2.17 as one of her counting waves. And just you see 1 minute remaining. Surfers sort of jockeying for position out there now, making a move. Little offset standing up. Is it going to offer anything? Doesn't look like it. And 48 seconds remaining. So Holly Williams holding on to second spot. Elliot Smith is in first. Surfer in yellow. There you go. Sasha Baker not needing a big score. Just trying to find a wave that allows her to get that 4.71. Here's standing up. No, a little bit too wide. It looks like Holly. Here we go. She's currently in second. Can she extend the gap? A little snap there. That one shuts down. 24 seconds remaining on the outside. Sasha Baker looks like a little swell line coming through. This could be a small offset. I don't know, 15 seconds. It doesn't look like it's going to arrive in time. So, yeah, Sasha Baker there. Yeah, the 5.5 on her last wave was all right, but she's still got that 2.17, which is going to prove to be the death of her progression. As we see, there you go. The heat winner there just finishing off. So, Elliot Smith and Holly Williams moving through to the semi-finals. We've got one more quarter-final to go in the women's, and we'll be back with live action from Diggers Beach as the Australian Open of Surfing continues right after this.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
that love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
All right, and welcome back. It is finals day here at the Australian Open of Surfing. We're at Diggers Beach here in the beautiful Coffs Harbour for the New South Wales Open. We're in quarterfinal number 4 for the women's, as we see. First wave there for Cedar Lee Jones, who has been in great form in this season of the Australian Open of Surfing. Great initiative by Surfing New South Wales, Surfing Australia and all the state surfing representations putting together an awesome run of events here on the Australian East Coast to get us back competing, surfing some fun waves, and just checking out the whole New South Wales coast presented by Visit New South Wales.
Yeah, definitely there, Coops. Great to be back, and great to be back contest singlet for yourself, and also for the Masters. We have the State Masters, we have the Junior Masters, and even the Junior Yeti Australian titles is in the final campaign. So good luck to all the states. You'll be saying go New South Wales like myself, but go surfing. It's great to see surfing really take the cake. But we are down with last heat's winner, and well done, Aaliyah Smith. Congratulations on your win through to the semi-final.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk to us about where you're from and who are some of your favourite surfers, Aaliyah.
I'm from Coolum Beach on the Sunshine Coast, and some of my favourite surfers are probably Isabella Nichols and Stephanie Gilmore.
Oh my gosh, 2 titans of the sport. One who took out the QS last year and on tour and over at Hawaii, and the other, she is the most influential surfer, 7 times world champion, looking for 8, Steph Gilmore. Well, they're great role models. So what do you love about them?
I definitely love both of their personalities and outlook on surfing, and I think Isabella Nichols growing up in Coolum has been a great role model, and I love Steph's style in the water.
Well, you are shining bright just like your heroes. And you know, what does a normal week look like for you? A bit of school, a bit of training?
Yeah, I just finished school, so I've been surfing heaps, and yeah, it's been heaps of fun. And yeah, I usually train with my coach Bradley. Most mornings, yeah.
Good on you, Brad. And great to see you've come down with a few. Did you come down with Holly Williams and a few of the crew from Sunshine Coast?
Yeah, I came down with my friends Gia and Maddie. They were in the comp, and another friend. She doesn't surf, but she likes to watch.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Put a camera under her hand and maybe a water bottle, and there you go. Cooper Chapman.
Great heat there. I got to commentate that one. Tough heat. One of the girls didn't show up. 3 of you out there. Does that change your game plan at all?
No, it didn't really bother me. I just kind of stuck to my game plan, and yeah, my plan was to just stay busy at the start and then keep building the house.
Well, it seemed to work for you very well out there. We're going to see you coming up in the semi-finals in just over an hour and a half after the men's quarterfinals. So go get some water into you, rest up, watch the conditions, and we're looking forward to seeing you come out blistering in the semi-finals.
Thank you.
No worries. All right. That was Aaliyah Smith, winner of heat number 3, or quarterfinal number 3, should I say.
Yeah, look at this. So first quarter gone, first 5 minutes. Carly Shanahan, so from Coffs Harbour, Woolamai Beach, and opening up with a 5.33. Real, Carly made the QS at Maroubra, in February, made it to the finals against Sarah Bormy, who's also through already to the semi-final with Philippa. Cedar Lee Jones, former winner of stop number 2 and finalist in stop 1, and Ray Campbell, the goofy footer from the beautiful Gold Coast, and Sean O'Campbell and all the crew listening and watching. Shout out to you. And well, Ulladulla Marimbula's own now lives at the Gold Coast, up and riding. The seasoned veteran. This is Freya Prum. Always exciting, Freya, looking to boost. Great skateboarder as well, with bringing those transfers from different body movements, and with a strength and conditioning boyfriend, Paddy. She has all well-round support.
Yeah, it's always cool watching Freya surf. She brings a bit of variety to women's surfing, which sometimes it's quite interesting. I've seen her throw in 360s, something that you don't see the girls do very often. And like you said, she's starting to throw some airs too. So looking forward to watching Freya in this heat. Hopefully progress through and throw down some big moves for the finals. But she's going to have to get through Cedar Lee Jones, who won the first and second event.
Yeah, first and second. Sorry, doubles.
Yeah, as we see Carly Shanahan looking to back up that 5.33. Nice little turn in the pocket, a little bit caught up, coming from deep. I love that bottom turn, top turn combination. Coming around the section, trying to just polish off this one. 2 nice turns to start off. Smaller wave, but it's going to back up that 5.33. Just 6.5 minutes gone in this heat. Perfect start.
Yeah, we talk about rhythm, we talk about in your game plan, quick start. Packed on some points building the house with a nice 5.33 out of 10, and then gets one under priority, really gets the juices flowing. So again, really puts that good rhythm. You feel good, therefore you do good when you get a good wave again for a backup. It's the top 2 that'll move on through, and keep it simple. 2 turns on 2 waves can only take you one place when they're vertical, and that is 2 progression.
That's it. And talking about progression, last heat, or 2 heats ago, heat winner Philippa Anderson.
Yeah.
You were down there coaching her. What's the coach's debrief after that heat? Because she seemed very tough heat. Bunch of 7-point rides early in the heat.
Yeah, she had the local girls. Yeah.
It can throw a bit of a spanner in the works for the game plan with Rosie Smart, the local girl who I picked in that heat as a hot favourite to win the event.
Yeah.
Bowing out, but Philippa, too classy, that 8.67.
Under third priority, I might want to add.
Was that under third priority? Maybe some mistakes by the other girls. We don't get the priority in the booth here, so I saw that. I thought it was a first priority wave. If I've ever seen one, that was maybe the best wave I've seen come through today.
Yeah, so I think it's a simple thing. You fail to plan, you plan to fail. She had a plan, and I just listen, we watch, we count waves, and, you know, she's training hard. She's doing all the right things, again, the 1%ers, but just really adapting to the changes. We saw a lot of water movement where it was taking people off the peak. So I was watching those waves and making good choices for waves and turns. She had a couple of mistakes where she took a wave and, you know, it was focusing on what she did well. What does she do well? She gets a good wave, does a good turn, stick it, do that twice, and it's going to be good.
Yeah, if she continues to do that, she's going to be very tough to beat out there. But anybody's game right now.
Yeah.
Conditions are tricky. There's generally just 2 or 3 really good waves in each heat, so whoever's on those are going to be the ones progressing and the ones holding the trophy up at the end of today. We are here at Coffs Harbour for stop number 4 of the Australian Open of Surfing. Next week we're going to be heading down to Narooma, far south coast of New South Wales, December 5th and 6th for the 5th stop, and finishing up on the iconic northern beaches of New South Wales, December 13 and 14. Just a little bit before Christmas, finishing off down in Sydney for the awesome Australian Open of Surf. As we see, the surfer in white up and riding, just trying to milk all of she could out of that one. Not the greatest wave though.
Yeah, just one turn there for Cedar Lee Jones. So she's got pretty good points on the leaderboard. Again, that great trip courtesy of Destination New South Wales and all the great sponsors, VW and surfingnewsouthwales.com.au. Check out the website, events, coaching, judging, information and wrap up. And use the image. Don't forget to give photo credit as we see Planko keeping the eyes on the water and safety of athletes. He is a legend, Planko and Marco. And Planko doesn't mind towing people into a big wave as well. Look at that leaderboard, Australian Open of Surfing.
Yeah, that's what I've just picked up. The little leaderboard for the women's division of the Australian Open of Surfing. True Starling, our co-commentator, leading, but she just was eliminated in quarterfinal number 1. As we see, Blue, Raya Campbell, nice first snap. Big snap in the pocket, second one. Moving down the line, polishing that one off. We'll wait and see what that score is. But the big news, True Starling bowed out.
Yep.
Heat 1.
She was so close.
Number 1, super close.
I watched that one, and yeah, she just come on to Stark. She needed a good score, and talking about good scores, this is yellow. So Carly Shanahan leading the charge. Freya Prum live action, and getting it done on this one. There's Freya really choosing a great wave, and a couple of good turns there, and then just didn't get that ending coping. So again, wave selection, the key component of starting a good score to roll in for these athletes in the women's division, Heat 4.
Yeah, and I might add what I was alluding to before, Freya Prum, 4th on the women's standing, so 2nd and 4th right now. They both know that True's lost. Time to make up a bit of ground maybe for these two girls. Cedar Lee having a look there, the wind just holding her back on that one a little bit, but
like I said before, Cedar and Freya, big opportunity here to pull back some ground on True Starling. I think it was a very narrow lead over Cedar, so progression here is probably going to see her jump back over. So very important heat here for the girls as we head under the 10-minute mark now. Time just evaporating. Out in the lead, we have Carly Shanahan, who's up and riding, just getting a little bit caught behind that section there.
Yeah, I feel that with the low tide, we had a lot of water change, and that's what we're focusing on too back on Philippa. Just the changing of the tides and just watching how it changes the rake. You got a different direction from yesterday, northeast, and you've got the new southerly swell coming, and doing a lot of time here over the years at the juniors and pro juniors and all the great events here, Surfing New South Wales bring. It changes. There's closeout sets that we saw. You've got these inside runners, and then you've got the wide, fast ones. You've just got to be adaptable when you're out there to change and pack on some good turns.
Yeah, and we see a couple good turns on that last wave by Freya Prum. She's locked in a 6.1. That puts her up into second place and not chasing much to jump up into the lead. So we'll do a bit of a heat breakdown here. Cedar Lee's in fourth place, just with a 3.5 and a 2.87. Nothing too big yet for her. She's looking for a 3.68, but look for that requirement to jump up a little bit higher when Freya drops that 1.07. Here she goes, trying to get rid of the 1.07. That's not going to be the wave to do it, but she'll be straight back out there. In third place right now, we have Raya Campbell. Last wave, 5.5, so good score there for her, putting herself right in the mix with a backup of a 1.5. She only needs a 1.68, but she's going to be looking to maybe get something around that 4 to 5 range to jump above Carly Shanahan, because with Freya Prum with the 6.1 top score in the heat, it's going to make it very tight at the end of this heat. But my little prediction is Cedar Lee Jones has got something to say about that.
Yeah, definitely. She's a savvy competitor. She knows what it takes to get through, and she will fight to the bell at the end. And you see Ray Campbell doesn't go left much, because guess where she lives? She lives at the Superbank. And unless Froggies is going left at D-Bar or over the rock wall to TOS, he rarely gets lefts. But it's great to see her forehand, because Goofies love to go left, but she is so dangerous if a right comes through. One of those random rights that we saw a few of the girls and the boys get this morning, even though yourself, you got knocked out. You got a couple of good scores there, so you need that 3 or 4 to move on through and progress to the semis. A right could be the option if you play that card, either with priority or under priority if it comes.
Yeah, we've definitely seen the lefts majority of the big scores today, but we saw Jake Sharp come in at the end of his heat, only needing that low 3, picking up a 4.7 and moving on through the draw. We're going to see him coming up in quarterfinal number 3, the local boy Jakey Sharp, putting himself back in the draw. We've also got Sean Cansdell still running through. Just looking at some of these men's quarterfinals.
Yeah. Yeah, how many your pick? I've got Mikey Madonna still in the top 4. You got Solly. You had Solly. I had Jake Sharp. I've got 3 to go. And I've actually got, there it is, Sean Cansdell. So there's 4.
Who did I lose? I lost Cal Robson, and then I lost Caius as well. So
how was that one?
The best predictor.
Do you know what? One that is the dark horse, who no one had in their fantasy team for the final, and that was Dane Henry, the Australian champion under 14s, the Grommet from Kingscliff, in the winning, the finalist team with Mitty James and Minnie Margot. He has been laying scalps and bowing out some big names.
Yeah, it's been some big names fall out of the draw in the men's division, and there's a couple names that are shining on through. We're going to see in the next heat, first heat for the men's quarterfinal, Nathan Kawani, Brazilian competitor, turning heads this year and this season. Really impressed with his surfing.
Well, he had to go to Amco Chemist, so at Coffs Harbour. They've got all the shops here, so check it out. So inject into the local economy, and he had a sore leg from soccer. So he told us before in his win, he was actually a bit wounded. The wounded seagull, no, it's not MR, it's Kawana with a leg injury, but he's head on getting some therapy.
Didn't seem to phase him when he waxed me in heat 1 of the day, as we see. Surfer in blue getting a nice runner here, trying to back up that nice score that she's already got. That one's going to definitely better a 1-point ride. So yeah, smart surfing here in the middle of the heat for the surfer in blue, Raya Campbell.
Yeah, just making the most of that under priority. I think she had priority 2 on that one. So Carly Shanahan holding fort in the lead. Freya Prum holding second, but that may tip the scales. That last one of Raya Campbell, the goofy footer from the Gold Coast, she will either take the 2-step into the lead or hold second position. There it is. Scores are in. 5.9, so great surfing, courtesy of the judges in that last one. And here is Carly Shanahan. Coops.
Yeah, she heard that score and she wants to lead back. Nice first turn. Bit of connecting work in the middle and finishing strong. So great wave there. That's going to better her score, I believe. And she's going to put herself in a nice little spot with just 4 minutes remaining. Time starting to disappear for Freya and Cedar. Both very capable of getting their scores, though. Not huge scores required. Cedar's looking for a 5.34, or 6.34, sorry, and Freya a 3.74. So Freya's still in a nice position here. She's got the highest score of the heat, but she needs that very important backup. As we see the last wave coming through for Carly Shanahan. Judges loving the first and last turn combo. 6.3, new best wave of the heat, as we see Cedar Lee Jones on what looks like a great wave. Nice first turn. This thing's standing up nicely. Big second turn there. That's an aggressive attacking turn. That's exactly what the judges are looking for. As we see Blue out the back. Found that wide bank by herself here. Freya's left out the back. Not quite picking one up. Big section. Throws it up there and holds on.
Wow.
Really critical surfing. So
That was second and third, yeah. And Cedar Lee Jones. So Freya's out there with priority, but scores dropping in. Wow, Cooper. There is a changing of the guard of this heat. Opens quarterfinal 4.
Yeah, we're going to pick up a replay here. Cedar, nice first turn, trying to get up near the foam. This second turn, maybe the best turn of the heat. She's going to be throwing a big score down here. With just 3 minutes remaining, though, she's got to race back out and try back it up because Raya Campbell probably going to throw down a nice score here too. Big closeout Rio, holding on for all hope, and yeah, very critical section.
I feel she really zeroed in. She executed it and just brought it out, but I feel, Cedar Lee Jones would go a bit higher in that score because it would be the strength of the backup, and I think Ray is going to hold second, and Carly Shanahan, that last wave is 6.3, so consistent surfing and priority use from Carly Shanahan has her in the lead.
And there we see it. Scores coming for Cedar Lee Jones just to 5.9. I thought maybe a little bit higher with that aggressive second turn, but look at her. She's found another one. Back-to-back waves. She doesn't need that much now. Nice first turn. This thing's standing up for a little bit. 2 turns. Gets the third one up there. Not super critical. Raya Campbell's last wave has just dropped in, and she's moved back up in the lead, making the requirement a little bit more for the other girls. So last wave of Raya Campbell, 5.93, almost identical to her 5.9 on her wave prior. So back-to-back 5.9s for Raya Campbell. Sees her in the lead now, just edging ahead of Carly Shanahan. Cedar Lee Jones on her last wave was looking for a 5.74. I don't think it was quite enough. It needs to be better than it needs to be close to a 5.9, and I think it was just a little bit more aggressive turns on the 5.9.
Yeah.
But don't count Freya Prum out. She's been sitting out there a bit quiet, maybe a little bit out of position then, a little bit deep for that set where all the other girls picked up some nice scores. She's not looking for too much, just a 5.54, but 1 minute 15 remaining, and here she goes. She's having a look.
Yeah, and there's Carly Shanahan just making sure she takes it, and there she's committed to it. This is Freya Prum with priority and first turn, looking for a good score and already setting the pace. And look at that back foot power, and that's what happens
my goodness
when thrown in the pressure cooker. We talked about vulnerability, and then in the water, just that urgency in the turns. You know you need the score, the yellow flag, and the pressure. You're hearing it from the commentator on the beach, and that is when you got to stabilise. But she fell off, so I don't think that's a score. Opportunity gone down there, Coops.
Yeah, Carly Shanahan, buy yourself a lottery ticket because you don't see Freya make mistakes like that very often. Very experienced competitor. But here we go, Cedar Lee Jones, last-ditch effort inside the final 30 seconds. One nice little backhand turn, a little bit smaller wave. She's going to have to really attack this last section. Gets it up there. Incomplete. So dodging bullets left, right, and centre. Carly Shanahan and Raya Campbell are going to be moving on into the semi-finals, I believe. We'll just wait for some more scores to come in as we count this final one out. The last 1, 2 seconds. Freya Prum's last score coming in 4.27. Got to think if she didn't fall on that wave, she was well and truly on her way to progressing.
Totally.
Cedar Lee Jones just not getting the waves at the end of that heat or really through that whole heat to showcase what she's capable of. But Raya Campbell, Carly Shanahan, you're going to see them coming up in semi-final number 2 just after the men's quarterfinals, which will be coming up right after this commercial break.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
My name's Rosie Smart, and my name is Carly Shanahan, and this is our Coffs Harbour.
Yeah, Coops. Alright, welcome back to finals day. The Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour. My name's Crispy, and I'm joined with me Jess Grimwood, former QS surfer, now just on the bench in the booth because she's got a leg injury, and can't wait for you to see you back in a jersey 2021.
I don't know if that's going to happen, Christy. No, I think I've benched myself permanently into retirement.
No way.
Yeah, I'm on the 20s.
B did it. You can do it.
Oh.
Hedgie's coming back 2021, Nathan Hedge. And talking about the men, they are on right now, quarterfinal heat number 1, powered by New South Wales Government. Here's a replay, and it's our favourite. It's sponsored by Amco Chemist. It's called, it's the Koana Kid, and he is straight out of the gate. And look at him just exploding and reaching for the apples on the tree, throwing the arms and, well, jamming that tail right in the pocket.
It doesn't look like he's
energy.
Nursing a energy. Doesn't look like he's nursing a knee injury whatsoever. I can't see a hindrance.
Could that be like Cooper Chapman went, geez, he even beat me with a knee injury, and could that be a furphy? That could be a furphy. Did say a furphy. You know what a furphy is?
Like a red herring.
That's right. We're running it out there. But Nathan Koana in the lead. Quick start. Taking on Northern Beaches' Kobe Clements in white. Hanada Izawa from Burleigh. And Eddie Hamady in blue. And there it is. Talking about blue, I'm with last heat's winner, Raya Campbell. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
That was probably the best outcome I could have thought of, but yeah, stoked to make the semi-finals.
Yeah, congratulations. Now, Ray, you've been in a few contests the last few months. What have you been focused on with Father Sean and your mum? What have you been focused on in time off, with no events since March, etc.?
I don't know, I've just been focused on bettering my surfing and just trying to surf my best through every heat and trying to go from there sort of thing. Yeah. I've just been cruising pretty much this year.
Hey, talk to us about, just the thoughts. When you banked that first wave and you paddled out and you got that wide one, just go through when you feel that and hear that score and you feel it as you stomp that wave.
Yeah.
You know what it's worth. What are you thinking and feeling?
So basically, I knew I needed a score, and just getting those under my belt and just waiting for the score, it's scary, but it's just kind of a relief. I've got those waves down pack and I can build from there sort of thing. So it's just 50-50 feelings and nervous and kind of relieved.
And now talk us through, you did that carve on that wide set, did you? And then you zeroed in. What are you feeling just before you hit that so you land it? Because you just hung on with toenails, and I'm glad you waxed your board.
Yeah. Well, I was like, I got to make it, because actually one of the things I have been working on is landing all my waves, especially with Australian due to web titles.
Yeah.
And just trying to think, compress, and I was like, but I have to do a big turn, so just one thing at a time and make sure I can press out of everything, sort of thing. But
well, you did that, and you got the 593, and you took the heat. So congratulations on your semi-berth, Jess Grimwood.
Raya, are you still travelling with the group of your fellow competitors, the other girls?
Yeah.
All right. So how are we going for the posse there? Who's coming through still for the girls, or are you flying the flag?
I think Holly's still in. Unfortunately, Sasha, I think, bummed out the heat before me, and they were both in the same heat, so Holly and her. But yeah, I think it's me and Holly through the semis now. But everyone's so supportive and happy for each other.
Yeah, so the girls are on the beach down there.
They were just behind the camera going, whoop. But yeah, it's a good feeling.
So trying to distract you whilst you're doing your post-heat interviews?
Yeah, I was like, oh no.
Well, it's good to see you through. Yeah, I'm really, really excited to see you surf in the semi-finals. Good luck going into that, and we'll
Thank
no doubt
you.
see you in another post-heat interview, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah,
Thank
right.
you.
Anyone to shout out to just quickly, Rao?
Oh, Mum and Dad at home.
M&D.
M&D, yep.
Good
and everyone
stuff.
for supporting. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome and well done. Well, that is Raya Campbell, our last heats winner, through to the semi-final, and that is stacked and packed. And let's just have a look. Let's look what's going on, because Eddie Hamady, well, he was firing up down the beach with venue analysis, and there it is. You want to know where the waves are breaking, and then you do your thing in your heat. 7.33, first of Eddie Hamady while doing that post-heat interview, and there is Kobe Clements again. He's got a first wave just dropped in. Nathan Kawani opens with a 6. This is the youngster, high-flying, working on his aerial game, and under the lip. He's pretty electrifying, taking down some big former tour surfers and QS veterans. They're just Grimwood.
Yeah, he's got a first score to come to. Like you said, whilst we were watching that last post-heat interview, he got a really nice left-hander. And there we see that's Hinata Azawa up and riding on his backhand. But yeah, Kobe had that opening ride. I think it's going to be a nice score for him. Here's Nathan flying down the line, unhindered, seemingly looking for the launch pad. Goes to the air. Nice tail lift. Easily rides out of the rotation. He likes the feel of that one. So he'll do a subtle little fist pump. And at the moment, he's sitting on a 4.50. So Eddie, really nice opening score for him. Like he said, we've seen him down on the beach psyching up. First wave for Kobe Clements was a 7.40. Second wave for Eddie Hamity of 4.83. Score to come for last of Kobe and last of Hinata and Nathan. So a big exchange there, and plenty of waves now seen. While we're sitting on the beach there for those girls' quarterfinals, there's been a bit of a lull in action. A nice big over the lip grab, and he loses connection with the board right at the last second. So unfortunately goes down. That was Hinata Azawa. Yeah, you can see on the beach there's definitely big patches of time in the heats that are 10, 12 minutes where the waves just seem to stop. And here's the replay, so close to landing it. Just gets a little bit disconnected there with the toes and goes down on the end of that. He almost rotated, maybe a little late through the body rotation in the third quarter of that maneuver, perhaps. But yeah, just 12 minutes on the clock. Kobe Clements takes the lead. Second score for him, a 5.50. Eddie Hamity's in second, needs 5.58. Nathan Kawani now in third, looking for a 6. His last wave, a 6.17 for that front side rotation. And Hinata, just a 4.27 and a 133. 7.90 needed to push him into progression. It is the quarterfinal number 1 of the men. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 2 will be Nathan Cookie Cook, Solly Bailey, Mikey Clayton Brown and Mikey McDonough. It's going to be a nice hit up between those guys, and we see this ever increasing swell with the new southerly change came through at about 11 o'clock last night.
Yep.
Crispy. So hopefully I can see up towards the other point on the north end that's just building and building. And here we go, Kobe Clements.
Yeah, no, the junior surfer well tagging and bagging that first one, really risking everything on that first turn and then getting the connection, looking for some coping at the end. Look at the urgency in this grommet, and he will squeeze everything out of this one. One major turn, got the connection, got the finish, and then a little bit of cherry on the pie at the end. So he will maintain the lead and will even extend it with his scores. So Eddie Hamady.
Yeah, I think that might go through better than that 5.5. That was a really critical first turn for
bigger wave
Kobe.
too. And they're those rides. We talked about them. And talking about your backup plans and your plan C and maybe even D without confusing. Having been open to change, like we've said, there's right-handers out there banking, and the current heat leader on the back of that last right, he is in the lead on a 12.9. Eddie Hamady second. Nathan Kawani, electrifying nice air rev for him, and Hinata Azawa sitting with a 5.6. He is looking now for a 7-point ride. So above average surfing for him. Nathan Kawani needs a 6. He can get that with 2 broken legs. And then we've got Eddie Hamady, a 6.18 to take the lead, because Kobe Clements, he's in the driver's seat without the license here in the ocean.
Yeah, he just posted a 6.10 for that right-hander, so goes into his top 2. has the highest wave so far, the 7.40, and it is a very nice quarterfinal number one matchup. I think Eddie Hamity and Nathan Kawani probably somewhat of the underdogs coming through and sneaking through. And we saw Eddie, he's been in fine form as well, and just kind of learning from those first few installments of the series. We heard him in a post-heat interview. He made a couple of little mistakes in those first few events earlier on at the start of the month, and he's been able to go back to the drawing board, and he said he has, you know, the ability to have a lot of self-awareness and reassess where he went wrong in the heats, and he's come back firing, and he's looking really, really in good form and very focused, and, you know, happy to be back into action on the Australian Open Surfing.
Yeah, I definitely love, Surfing New South Wales really injecting, it was starting with 4 series, but as restrictions and, working close with the safety plans with the New South Wales government and the other governing bodies, and with Surfing Australia, Surfing New South Wales have delivered just greatness to the Australian Open of Surfing, men and women. Don't forget, stop number 5 next week is at Merimbula. And then the 12th of December, a very special day for ocean dwellers, for the surf community. It will be at North Narrabeen, the ABB, and then the final instalment, stop 6 at Narrabeen. We may see Cooper Chapman. He'll be looking for a finals berth in his hometown.
Yeah, he'll be looking for redemption, I think. He was a little bit...
Yes, he was. He's been debriefing, not too much. He's back on the lens, and with his real paying job, it's great to see him there. So he's been grinding out the heats, and the gratitude's great. He's got us all coffees. Don't think he's bought a coffee for the judges. That can't happen. They get their own coffee.
Yeah, true. They're completely separate from our little mix of work crew here, aren't they?
To say, and the work crew, the COVID safe plan, and also the COVID measures. Rowan, our manager of the work crew, doing a great job in the morning, just making things spaceful, making it safe, and even sanitising with the rashies, grabbing them and returning them, and just keeping it safe, and just beating and adapting to what the changes are in surfing in 2020, leading on to it's December tomorrow, 26 days to Christmas. Jess Grimwood.
Yeah,
I'll just take gift vouchers this year.
The end of this year, you could probably take tattoo vouchers.
Adding
to the collection, aren't you, all the time? You're looking like the illustrated man or the warrior, Uncle Mark.
The warrior, Uncle Mark, he picked it. He knew the Johnny Gannon training's coming to play.
Yeah, so just over 7 minutes on the clock, and Kobe Clements out in the lead. Nice little heat total for him going on. So Nathan Kawani and Hinata Azawa need to get going on the next set that comes on through. Hopefully we're going to see a flurry of action in the last quarter of this heat. Like I said, we've seen through those last quarters, I was able to sit down on for the girls' quarters on the beach, and they were just going through those big lulls kind of right in the middle, and the surfers that were able to get that quick start right at the start were able to just keep the momentum rolling. Here goes Eddie, just a little bit behind that takeoff, late drop from the lip, and he gets stuck behind. He's going to opt out of that one. There's nothing much on.
And time on the clock, 6.5 minutes. Really good choice. He gave himself the opportunity, didn't take it. Exit stage left, Pink Panther. Hey, Kobe Clements in the lead, a 7.4 and a 6.1. Eddie Hamity just needing to drop, improve on a 4.83. And there is our super. He just loves it. He froths Planko. He rides literally toes in 20-foot waves around the East Coast. Back to the action. Nathan Kawano requires a 6-point ride in red. Hinata Azawa a 7.9, a bit more work to do. Capable for either one of those surfers to steal a spot into the semi-final. The women's semi-final has been made up. I'll just go to liveheats.com, check it out. That is so easy to just follow your friends, follow your families, and follow the athletes while watching the live broadcast and talking about... that was projection, that was cork tail and rotation, and I just think that it didn't ride out with control. Judges won't crucify it, but they won't reward it with the higher scores.
Yeah, he might be pipped at the end for just kind of losing control right at the very last millisecond. I think Eddie Hamilton might have been able to throw something down on his backhand as well. We saw him just regaining his feet after the whitewash there. So just over 5 minutes on the clock.
All right, let's go to this wave replay. Thank you. The New South Wales government hits the lip, just one coping, and can be dangerous. These Brazilian, now half Aussie surfers. Hey, look at Georgia Lauritsen for the semi-final of the girls is up the mix. Sarah Baum in 4 heats time. Philippa Anderson, Bonnie Hills, the local surfer, getting on through. Heat 2, Elias Smith, Holly Williams from the Sunshine Coast, Ray Campbell from Gold Coast, and Coffs Harbour's own Carly Shanahan, Sean Kensdale's Little Prodigy, one of the female prodigies, and some great girls, Bonnie Hills and Carly representing in the female. Great feat for them in the top 8.
Yeah, it's nice to see some fresh names come through that last bit of the draw as well, and we'll see some different approaches to performance and strategy. And I was really impressed with the way Georgia Lawrenson attacked her heat. I think she had a similar approach to what we've seen some of the guys that have been able to enjoy the progression this morning. Just got busy right from the start, attacked the first few sections, and just got herself into wave after wave and just chipped away and increased that scoreline.
All right, there it is, Eddie Hamady, and back out the back, and this is looking better for him. Bangs out one and then blows the tail on that one, and again, 2-for-1 deal starring Eddie Hamady. Currently in second. Here we go for Koana, looking for speed. He's going to go to the air and goes the under the lip hit, and then racing down. I reckon he'll hit for the air rev, lifts it, corks it, doesn't complete it, and that, I reckon, that is, he said about his leg injury, I reckon he's getting a bit of fatigue here now. He's just got to have to soak it up. And wave replay. Here's Eddie Hamady, currently second, looking to drop a 4.93. I dare say he will replace it with, I reckon, in the 5.56 range. Judges love completion. They love vertical attack, as well as the aerial attack of Vaughnie show.
Yeah, and I think that hook under the lip there for Eddie was pretty powerful as well. He's only looking for a 6.18 if he wants to take the lead.
Well, there he is next heat. There is the man in white, Solly Bailey, in the top 16. Mikey Clayton Brown, MCB in yellow. Nathan Cook from the Northern Beaches in red versus Lennox Head Mikey in my fantasy pick. Mikey Madonna in the blue, the youngster. Remember he wild card went in Bells Beach a couple of years back, and he is a rising star. Pro junior, now growing a moustache and representing Lee Bar. He was the hero the other day, taking the win at the ABB. Mikey Madonna up next.
Oh, Kobe just kind of flicking that board, maybe doing a little bit of a kickflip by accident under him, losing connection. Here's Hinata, finding himself a bit more open face, a bit late to the party there, but recovers.
Wow, the compression, the Raya Campbell compression and projection under that one for Hinata Izawa. So array of waves and scores to come through, but a couple of no game changes apart from Eddie Hamady has extended second, and there it is, 5.7 on the good range. So he will maintain second and add some salt to the wound for red and yellow. Red now needs a 6.87. Hit the high notes for Hinata Azara 8.77, and that was the desperation in those turns for Hinata. He just hasn't found his rhythm as he had, but he did stick that one and pulled it. I dare say he did pick it, he stomped it, but he did come out of it a little, got a bit hung up. I reckon that's going to set him around the 5, so he's chipping away at the score required there, Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, he's going to replace that 133 for sure. Like you said, just reduce the requirements. So just over 1 minute now. Kobe Clements out in the lead, close behind in second. Eddie Hamady still needs a 6.18 to take the lead back. Nathan Kawani, a 6.87 required for him. Last wave to lock on in for Hinata still to come. So 1 minute on the clock, and it's really going to be shaping up to be nice conditions for the finals. I think it's been a great call to move on over to Diggers, and it was a little bit tricky. I thought it was quite small when we rocked up first thing this morning, but it's been building throughout every heat, and it's becoming more and more consistent. So we see that swell just kind of wrapping around the southern headland here. It's a beautiful
Well, I must say, with the best surf reporters in the world, as we see live action. This is Nathan Kawana looking for something good. Well, there's what he's got him to each heat. He is so dangerous, but the wave needs to comply on a bit of an end section, and that runs out of juice. Is that going to be the score?
Last for Hinata just came in for the two-turn combo on the backhand, a 7.20.
They loved the chunkiness of those rights. Big closeout section. I don't think we can get that yellow replay. We'll try to dig that out. Thank you, Fresh Air Broadcast. Sammy, Nish, and all the crew doing a wonderful job. And here it is, powered by New South Wales Government. There's the first tag, 7.2. How he brought that out, projected out. And I guess they love the commitment and the control and finish.
Yeah, he's still chasing 5.84, so the buzzer's gone. It looks like he's found himself an opportunity and one last roll of the dice after or just before the hooter, but maybe not enough. We see Kobe Clements with a bit of a shove-it celebration out the back, and Eddie Hamilton are looking like they're going to be unofficially moving on through quarterfinal number 1 and found themselves a berth into the semis. Commiserations, Hinata Azawa and Nathan Kawani, standout performers throughout the last round of the event. So stick with us. We have live action from quarterfinal number 2 coming up in the Australian Open of Surfing at Coffs Harbour, and we'll be back with plenty more action right after this break.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome on back.
Yes.
Good morning, Christy.
Hello.
We are 20 minutes to midday here. The Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour. Quarterfinal number 2 in the water. And Nathan Cook, here we go, kicking things off for himself here. He's been looking great. Nice little release through the tail, and he can't hold on to the wobble. So he'll go down, opening a few scores rolling on in for the guys. Sully Bailey, looks like a 2-3-3. Mikey Clayton-Brown, a 3-6-7. And Cookie just 0.67 previous to that wave. So Michael Madonna looking like he'll be holding priority out the back.
Yeah, definitely. So MCB up and riding from Port Stephens, and Mikey Madonna from Lennox. Sully Bailey, Byron Bay, Nathan Cook, hand in the cookie jar already, a 3-3-4. Quick shout out to John Mossop and Will Hayden Smith, WSL and Mr. Vissler. Great job there. Don't forget, 1 o'clock tomorrow. Celebration of Life, John Shamuka, 1212 Shmoo. Log on to the website www.shmoo1212. And they're setting up Snapper, the live Zoom. And talking about setup, it's the Whiz Kid, and a very good morning, good afternoon. You found some gold out there at Diggers, and Kobe Clements, congratulations on a win.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Hey, talk us through, mate. What's been happening? Backflipping around all town in the ocean and on land with Chloe?
I've been trying them a few times, and yeah, I got lucky. I got one on camera on that trip to the TRD graduation camp thing.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. Was that at Kingscliff, or where were you surfing
no,
with Jarvis?
That was like a 5-foot slab reef.
Yeah.
I think it was like Coogin Reef.
Don't say. Oh, you said.
Sorry.
Oh, I knew it was. Okay, sorry to the locals. So
Sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. Micah Margus and Amity, they'll just take away from you next time you're up. But congratulations. Do you find that all that practice comes into play when you're thinking about packing on a good score to make it through to the semis?
Oh yeah,
and
100%.
final?
I was trying to look for a section out there in the last couple of minutes, but yeah.
No, that's good. Anyone to thank at home? You know, your dad's been filming you for literally 15 years, your whole life.
I'd like to thank my mum for taking me and all the boys and girls back home, and yeah.
Yeah, nice. Hey, what's the normal preparation? Who are you staying with up here, and have you been here before in junior series days?
Yeah, I used to do comps around here all the time, like doing the junior series, and yeah, I was staying with mum, and like I was versing Lee Winkler in the heat before, and I was trying to copy where because he's probably like knows the best spots around here, so.
Oh, nice. So, yeah, wow. Well,
Yeah.
you did take down one of the best surfers out of Coffs Harbour, like with Jake Sharp just sneaking through. So, well, any other thoughts taken into the semi-final? What's your game plan?
Probably stick to my game plan. Just, go with the flow and, get good waves and hit them.
Well, all the best, Kobe. Keep on shredding, buddy, and thanks for representing and the Australian Open of Surfing. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Get some rest, drink some water.
Yeah.
Smash it up out there.
All right, thanks, guys.
Cheers, that's Kobe Clements, and he's such a bubbly dude, isn't he? Every time he jumps on those post-heat interviews. Here's Mikey Clayton Brown. Had a little bit of action during the interview. He posted previous ride of 5.67 in the lead with a second wave score, 3.67. Nathan Cook, 2.67 in the belt, and Solly Bailey, just a 2.33. We saw Mikey Madonna up and riding during the interview as well, Crispy. So
yeah,
a few scores to lock on in, 14 minutes on the clock. There's been a little bit more action during this quarterfinal. And coming up next, of course, quarterfinal number 3 for the Open Men's. Jake Sharp, Joel Vaughan, Brett Bircher, and the Super Grom 14-year-old Dane Henry, ready to take some more big names onto his skateboard. He has already taken down some, I guess, big guys that he would have been growing up watching and still looks up to, and he's so psyched and so ready to bring his A game into this.
Well, Jacko Baker, when he come in, he was like, man, I'm glad I got that 7 at the start because nothing else came, and that young kid, Dane Henry, was all over it. And, yeah, with Otis Carey going down, getting, like a wave just after the bell as it comes, and Caius King being eliminated, that was one of the biggest heats and upsets of our big-name surfers. And that's the quality of surfing in Australia, surfing in New South Wales, and in this region of Coffs Harbour. So right now we have quarterfinal 2 in the water. Mikey Clayton Brown leading the charge from Port Stephens. A 9-3-4 combination on the back of his best wave of 5.67. Mikey Madonna, great little, he's captain consistent for the White Lightning Junior, and that is Mikey Madonna. Now up to the Pro Junior QS level, a 5.57 kickstart. For him, he'll look for a 3.78 to grab the lead. He was dropping 8s. He'll drop 8s and 9s all day. And Nathan Cook, also a very precise surfer and very sharp. A 2.91 for him to grab second. But hold the phone. We haven't even talked about him. He's walked down there. That is Solly Bailey. He only needs 2 waves and even 1 turn to move on through. He is former CT surfer and one of the great value add and indigenous surfers for the World Tour and on the QS level of the Australian Open here at Coffs Harbour in the water in white.
Yeah, he literally needs a 3.25, so that's 1 turn really for Solly. Even half of 1 turn we've seen. He's just been looking a class above when he gets the opportunity to open up. He's very smooth in his transitions, his bottom turns, his technique. Everything's super dialed in now. I think he's probably going to look towards this kind of warm-up start like we've been saying throughout the whole of the series. It's incredible to have Surfing Australia and Surfing New South Wales backing this event along with the New South Wales Sporting Department of the government. Here's Mikey Madonna as well. 3.78 will get him into the lead. He winds up the backhand. Another classy performance technique-wise as well. You can tell how much work goes in behind the scenes for these young competitors, working, I guess, being able to unpick their surfing technique and their biomechanics that go into the performance in the COVID area. Period. I know, Crispy, you probably worked a lot with your athletes as well. Having the time, which has never before happened, I guess, in anybody's careers, we have more than 6 months to completely unpick everybody surfing and start from scratch. Well, not scratch, but start from...
Just go back, go back to foundations, go back to why you surf, really the values of surf, and then it's like building loading. So basically we've got Glenn Workman here from Surfing Australia, and with ASCA and strength and conditioning, they look to build loading. There's different biorhythms that with your body and also building. Once you build that loading, you build those 1% from there. Flexibility, strength and power. They are the key elements of really the biomechanics.
Surely it's never happened before in anybody's surfing career unless they've taken
well,
a
Kelly,
personal
yeah,
choice.
they do it. Yeah, like Kelly,
they do
we
it,
saw
yeah.
Kelly Slater do it between 2004 and 2006. He come back better than ever,
Yeah.
and also gave others the opportunity to take some world titles, and they took them rightly so. Andy Irons smashed him out of the park, and I think everyone they say to do any job. Richard Branson does recommend it. 4 to 5 years, take a year off, and then you find out what your true passions are, and it builds your capabilities either back in that job or a different career, building your career step by step.
It's kind of what Jacko said too, didn't he? Jackson Baker.
Yep.
How he's pretty much been at the QS full time for the last, I would have to say, 5 years, maybe even longer, 3 to 5 years, and he's had a forced year off, like he said. Had to be thrown into full-time workforce, and then he's realised that real true passion, and like you said, Crispy, the values come rising to the top, and then he just has a whole nother level of motivation to be pushing and to capitalise on his performance. And
look at
wave
that.
for Mikey.
There it is. So, well, the fantasy pick, and rightly so. You get to see him all around Lennox to Ballina Coast, a 5.9 and a 5.57. Mikey Madonna takes the lead. So again, the Madonna family watching live, and also down here, Tony on the beach. Mikey Clayton Brown, second, the junior, and one to watch as well. Australian champ, New South Wales champ, represented Australia, and here he is up again. Mikey live on screen. Look how precise. He just gets the power pocket, drives off the rail with so much critical turning, and he actually said, talking before, used this morning a fishboard, which was a great adaptation to smaller waves this morning. Everyone was nervous at 5. It's not that big. We come the diggers. We knew the forecasters, Terry McKenna and Reggae Ellis, both said 2 metres south swell. All the doubters were chucked out because we are graced with 2 to 3 foot south swell on the rise, and even change of equipment for Mikey Madonna. Gone sharper, gone back to the high performance board. The fishkits are out the window.
Yeah, and he's posted a 7.83 on that last 3-turn combo on the backhand, so extends his lead. Mikey Clayton Brown now needs an 8.07. Nathan Cook a 7.94 to move into second. And Solly Bailey now chasing an 8.28. Only has that one wave under his toes there, so just a small little start. A bit slow for Solly.
And back on occupation, Solly was saying he's been doing a lot of boxing, so he's on the ropes. Needs to start punching and bring a good combo in. Again, some of the girls have been working at pizza shops, as you said, some tradesmen like Jakey Sharp. So it's been a good foundation and baseline that they've been building, and then realising that passion of surfing competition. Don't forget a share of $42,000 injected by Surfing New South Wales, and all our great sponsors, VW, Destination New South Wales, and the list goes on, the local councils here at Coffs Harbour.
Yeah, it's also just that reminder too of sometimes I think if you're just going year after year following around, you go from the juniors to the QS to maybe some specialty events and team events. Some of the competitors, I guess, you have the potential to become complacent, and you kind of lose that gratitude for the experiences. And here we see Nathan Cook just wobbles the rail a little on the bottom turn, has to pull out of that. Mikey Clayton Brown from Port Stephens area, up and riding now, goes to the air, easily kind of whips the tail tweak reverse on the backhand. He's sitting in second position at the moment, needs an 8.07. He wants to replace the 4.93 if he wants to increase that lead over Cookie and Solly Bailey. We'll wait to see what that score locks in as. It wasn't a major manoeuvre. I think it's probably going to come close to replacing that, but only that one turn on offer, so just over 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, backside air rev. We might try and get it on the replay, but difference is now that there's so many more, like with Glenn Elliott, the Olympic judge, talking about, it's like they got a chapter on aerialists where they work with Josh Kerr and other experienced surfers who have banked many airs, and people like Chipper Wilson, really critiquing how corked, how hard, the grabs we've seen, not just the shove it we saw from Kobe Clements on the way in, but live action. Back to Solly Bailey. That is him. He's starting to fire up. He can either do the two-step back to second position, pair of fives, or do it with one wave around the 8 range. And that is a great screen of one Beach Burrito here at Surfing New South Wales, one of our great partners, and that is our little cameraman, junior cameraman under Ethan Smith, taking on some great clips here for Surfing New South Wales.
Yeah, it's one of those pathways, I think, and part of the programs.
Yep.
Surfing New South Wales launched that Creative Kids program, and Joshy Brown was able to step up under the mentorship of Ethan Smith. Ethan's been a journalist by trade and in the surfing industry for decades now, and head of the media stuff, so having him under his belt. Here's Mikey Clayton Brown looking for a similar launch pad, bigger air, smoother reverse.
Yeah. So how's that feeling again? Got that first one done, complete, but that one's a bit more corked. So his last score comes in, Mike Clayton Brown, 3.871 manoeuvre. That one, I dare say, will go a bit higher. Will it replace his second one? Potentially could replace his 4.93, a bit bigger, a bit more corked and smoother right out. And here is Solly Bailey saying he can do it too. Nice little blowtail reverse. And looks like someone's just hit the let's go to the air button. And courtesy of Diggers Beach here at the Oz Open, Coffs Harbour, presented by No Tex, No Rex.
Yeah, previous ride for Solly Bailey, that last 3-turn combo we saw in the backhand was a 4.57. So wait for that last score to come in for the blowtail reverse. Last wave for Mikey Clayton Brown, just under his second wave score at the moment, so a 4.20 for his backhand reverse. And at the moment it is Mikey Madonna looking solid out in the lead, just over 3.5 minutes on the clock. Mikey Clayton Brown needs an 8.07 to take the lead. Solly Bailey, a 6.04 required. His last wave, a 3.4. And Cookie needs a 7.94 now. And I heard some of the girls speaking about the fact that the wind's actually a lot stronger on the face of those lefts than what it looks like from on the shore. And there you see Jolie Vaughan making his way out.
So would you change your epoxy to PU?
Yeah, 100%. I'm completely off epoxies these days. I like the
I've been off them since 2004 when the fibre flexes snapped. Done.
Over it. Yeah, I love this feeling of PUs. I think you just can't go past it. But also I'm not competing at this top level anymore, so when it does get a little bit smaller I tend to bring out a foamy.
Well, I had a run from 2000 all the way to 2008. I snapped 70 boards out the Cronulla Reefs. So epoxies, they cost twice as much.
In 8 years?
In 8 years. Average 6 to 10 a year.
Jeez, that's a big turnover rate. That's almost up there with the CT turnover of boards, isn't it?
It's worth every barrel. Voodoo, the island.
Yeah, heavy waves down there. Like we were saying
like
at that
Newcastle.
The Cronulla stop where you took out some girls to the island.
Nixie, Freya Prum's been out there. Talia Redguard. So, yeah, there's been some great people. Even Slater. I've seen Puncho Sullivan, Slater, Sonny Garcia. Mike Stewart was a frequent. So it's a bodyboard place with just a few short boarders that love to get
charges like yourself.
Nah, good old. It's always good to just share the wave, share the stoke.
Here goes Cookie, trying to work his way back into the mix now with just over 2 minutes. He gets a nice combo in on the forehand, but he's looking for something really spectacular, really. A 7.94. He's needing to find an 8 or above. Here goes Solly Bailey, crumbly looking first section. This thing starts to stand up, blows the tail out, twists back over the lip, and able to just push out in front of the wash. So 2-turn combo. Solly looking for a 6.04. 1 minute, 35 seconds on the clock, and
yeah, we might see, Mike Clayton Brown, so captain consistent, could be taking down Solly Bailey, Nathan Cook, former and current QS surfer. Here we go, Mike Clayton Brown doing everything right, but re-establishing priority, knowing where he is on the scale. Look at Mikey Madonna. He is solid, sitting out there holding priority. He won't move unless a wave that'll really build his total. Here we go as he paddles, and well, a rising in the low tide and the wave size. Here we go, Mikey Madonna, heat leader, up and riding. And taking this one with priority, he'll kick out, just stopping the others from climbing back to the leader spot where he sits.
Yeah, so maybe a defensive manoeuvre for Mikey. Smart one for him. 45 seconds on the clock. Last score for Solly, a 4.73. Requirement now 5.88 to move into second. Last score for Nathan Cook, 4.83. Cookie looking for a 5.78, but 30 seconds on the clock, and I think they'd be shuffled down into second and third priority, I believe. Mikey Clayton Brown will maintain that first priority position and now try to play defense against those two guys. He's sitting in second position, so he has that edge of vulnerability that you were speaking about earlier this morning with Michelle, and he's got to use that to his advantage, play defense correctly in these last 10 seconds, and it looks like he's going to be able to keep the hold on second position.
Wow.
That wave a little late.
Yep. And that's what happened to Otis Carey before. You cannot rely on the sets to come in the last few minutes. So it's about what you do at the start, everything in between, and the finish, both with heat strategy. And that is surfing. That is competition. So that is a wrap for our finals quarterfinal number 2. Be sure to join us, grab a short break, and we'll pay the bills with some of our great partners and sponsors. The Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour. We'll be back after the short break. Quarterfinal 3, Jake Sharp, Joel Vaughan, Brett Bircher, and Dane Henry up next. See you on the back end of the sponsors.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Like 4 to 6 foot wedges up the other end. I'm just like,
Keenan's in the barrel.
I'm like,
He runs up.
losing its like ankle high, like groveling for twos, and now it's like kind of fun.
You do one.
What's happening here?
I got 3.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be
And mic on.
Oh, welcome on back to the Australian Open of Surfing. And it is the Coffs Harbour Open. We are into quarterfinal number 3. Brett Bircher, Dane Henry, Jake Sharp, and Jolie Vaughan in the water. So Brett Bircher, the teacher from Mollymook, opens up with a 4.83. Dane Henry sitting in second position. His first score, a 2-point ride and a 1.17. And we welcome him back, of course, Cooper Chapman to the booth. Very good afternoon now, Coops.
Great
Welcome
to be back in here. Men's quarterfinals. That last heat was a good one to watch, and really excited to watch these couple. Jake Sharp, local boy, big time surfer in the junior series back in the day. I think he won the junior series. Amazing surfer, and it's good to see him back competing here with the likes of Joel Vaughan, that Central Coast surfer. Great ripper from down there. Looking forward to his future.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see him at the OzTag game tonight. He plays in our OzTag team down on the Central Coast, but hopefully he makes it all the way through the final, and he's going to be late for the turn-up because, yeah, he's our secret weapon, but I'm happy to give him up to see him progress through to the finals and be a bit of an upset.
Yeah, and then we've got Brett Bircher in the yellow, the primary school teacher from down the south coast of New South Wales. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to the last event next week. I mean, the 5th event, sorry, next weekend. Down at Narooma, the far south coast event, stop number 5 for the Australian Open of Surfing. Heading down there and then back up to the Northern Beaches to finish off the tour for this year and the last event for the year for all of us surfers who have been lucky enough to be competing with these fun events for Surfing New South Wales along the east coast and checking out the whole beautiful coastline as we see Jake Sharp looking very sharp.
Yeah, he is. He's looking so dialed into the conditions. He's got his support crew. He's at home. Looking to finish off this wave, super silky on that rail as well. He's fit in, that's probably about his 7th turn already on the right-hander there. So opening score to come in for Jake and looking, yeah, really nice. He's even had his dog, super support crew down there, Hank, supporting him throughout the event so far. And I know he's one of the top-notch builders from around town as well. I saw him putting the cladding on last week on one of the houses next to my mates. Watched him command the apprentices, so it's good to see him back into competition mode. Like he said, he was one of those top junior guys, and he was one of the guys I used to watch in all the Rusty movies. He surfed in with James Caddo and Jay Davies and all those solid original Team Rusty dudes from back in the early 2000s, so it's great to see him donning the Rashi once again and opening score 617.
Yeah, kicking off right where he started. The 3 heats he surfed, that was actually his second wave. We've got a 6.5 has just come in as well for Sharpie. So last heat, he waited till the last 3 minutes to get his back up. He had a 7.83 early in heat number 2. Heat number 1, he had an 8.33 early in the heat. So Jake Sharp looking very in form in the early stages of this heat and not leaving it to the last minute this time.
Yeah, Jolie Vaughan now sitting with priority. Has to find himself an opportunity. It's great to see the building swell rolling around the southern part of the headland here. And like we said, just the surf report this morning was looking a little doubted. Luckily for Regain Tezza, it's come through, and that pulse in the southerly swell has filled in the competition bank, and we've seen pretty good conditions unroll over the last, I guess, probably 2 hours, really, it's been building. And like you said, Cooper, you looked up the beach, and it's pretty much pumping.
I know, I'm very disappointed in myself that I lost in the heat, my heat this morning, but it's great to be sitting in here watching the action because it's definitely heating up here. We're coming into the pointy end of the competition. Look at this next heat we've got. I just had a look at the heat draw. Chris Zaffers, Sean Cansdell, Jackson Baker, and Coda Killon. That, I believe, heat of the round. So that'll be coming up right after this in just about 12 minutes. But right now we have Jake Sharp out in the lead, looking very strong to start this one off. Man, how good would it be if we had Jake Sharp and Sean Cansdell in the final together?
Yeah, it's like a resurgence and like a what do they call it on the championship tour where they have those specialty heats and they bring back
heritage heats.
Heritage heats, yeah, we'll have a heritage heat almost in the Australian Open. But these guys are just such top-notch surfers, and it's crazy to think that they've been away for competition for so long. Like Lee Winkler, he would have been away for 20 plus, 25 plus years, and they can just look so sharp still in the water. They must spend a lot of time on board and just putting in the surfing hours still.
Do you reckon if Jake or Sean won, they'd have a little thought about the 2021 QS campaign?
Oh, you'd have to. As you see, Brett Bircher getting to work on the back end, you'd have to know that this is the group of pretty much some of Australia's best male surfers here. in the quarterfinals, if you're to see yourself through to the final, especially in this part of the coast too, I think we're really stacked in this mid to far north coast region. Of course, we've got all the other guys travelling up from all the other spots as well, but you'd have to have a think about making a resurgence into competition.
Yeah, for sure. It's a funny one after surf careers when somebody has a big result. I've seen it a few times. Guys have been calling like, I'm probably going to give it up soon, get a big result, and then they cling on for a little bit longer. But you see Jolie Vaughan getting underway, the Oz tag animal. 5 backside snaps and polishing that one off. Bit of a sleepy start for him, taking 9 minutes to get off the mark, but it's probably going to be right around that kind of score that Jake Sharp's got. A couple of those sixes, maybe just below, not the huge turns. But I think it's going to probably be eclipse Brett Bircher with his pair of 4.83s. And the winner of the last heat, Mikey McDonough, you are Crispy's number 1 pick, mate. How was it out there?
It was alright, Coops. It was pretty slow, but I just stuck to the same game plan as I have been. Just try and get busy and move around a bit, and I feel like that's kind of been working out for me. So yeah,
getting busy definitely seems like the play right now. I saw you snuck under and got that 7.83. I was sitting in the commentary booth up next to the judges and really liking that aggressive first turn. But what I'm liking about your surfing right now, that DHD looks like it's flowing between turns really nicely. How's that board feeling?
It feels so amazing under my feet. That's a new batch I've just been riding, and I actually rode my grovel this morning, a 5.6, just because it was so small, and I came back about an hour before my heat, and I see how much it picked up, so it was back perfect for my 5.10, and yeah, that board just it's working for me. It's magic. Yeah,
so a bit of equipment change sometimes is what's necessary when the waves pick up like this. This morning was tiny, but looks like we're going to get building waves, so looking forward to seeing you coming up in the semi-finals. Any game plan changes for the semis, or just same thing, keep busy?
Just keep it the same, Coops. Every heat's a little bit harder from here, so just focus on myself, stick to the game plan, and have fun. I feel like that's why I've been kind of doing well. It's just I'm loving competing again, and yeah, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you out there ripping, and looking forward to seeing you smash your semi-final coming up just a little bit later. So
Thanks,
go
Coops.
get some water in you, and see you real soon.
Cheers, Coops.
See you, Mike.
Bye.
Yeah, he's Crispy's pick, isn't he, Cooper? He's number 1, I guess, our own little fantasy league going on across, like most other people. When you look at a draw, when you're getting down towards these quarterfinals, you're like, okay, who do you reckon is going to end up in the final? And that's been Crispy's pick from the start. And there we go, first few scores for Jolie Vaughan, a 5.77 and a 4.9, straight into second position. Brett Bircher, a 4.83 combo, so 2 4.83s in the belt in third, needs a 5.85. And Dane Henry, the Super Grom, 14-year-old from Kingscliff, needs a 7.45. So he's got a little bit of work to do, but he's been so strategically sharp throughout the last few days of competing for the board riders, and also at the start of this Australian Open. I did hear his father had to go back to work and get back into the mix, so he luckily got the opportunity to be left with the older guys, so Mitty James and the crew from his board riders club, and they're looking after him. That's I think it's got to be one of the best things as a Grom, being left in care of older guys that you kind of look up to and left on your own terms. Is that something that you got to experience with the older fellas that you were travelling around with?
Yeah, for sure. I got the opportunity to travel quite a bit without parents from a young age. I remember I went to Bali when I think I was 13 with Rip Curl, and it was me, Stewie Kennedy, Thomas Woods, Ricardo Christie, and another New Zealand surfer that kind of disappeared off the scene. But yeah, I was 13 and just did 2 weeks over there with the Rip Curl team manager and the boys, and I had a ball. I think it's such a great way to grow up, being out of that comfortable environment of your parents and having to learn, for one, how to have conversations and communicate with adults, but how kind of the world works without that backboard of your parents there when you need it. And so many people so unfortunate and don't have that supportive family. So yeah, it's good to see Dane getting to step up, enjoy some time with the big boys, and yeah, step up and surf against some of the big boys too.
Yeah, that's so well put. And there's Chris Safis coming up for his next quarterfinal, number 4. Like you said, it's going to be probably the heat of the round. That matchup between those 4 guys is going to be real intense. And there's Jake Sharp. Ooh, has a little bit of a stumble and a bit of a slip, and he'll go down, but he's out in the lead already through almost the first 3 quarters of this heat. Just over 6.5 minutes left. Jake Sharp with that 12.9 6'7", so a 6'17" and 6'5" in the belt. Jolie Vaughan sitting in second, needs a 6'9". Brett Bircher and Dane Henry has the work to do. And yeah, like you said, coming in as a Grom with the opportunity to, I guess, be unwrapped from the cotton wool of your parents, and you have to start making decisions for yourself. And there's no one there on your back saying, hey, you're going to brush your teeth? Hey, are you going to eat your dinner? Like, you're literally left on your own. I remember the first few trips as well for me, I made the decision that being independent at such a young age, I was able to just drink Ice Magic for dinner. I put the veggies away.
I was just about to say that. I wonder if the boys have let him head down to the servo and fill up his pockets with lollies or not.
Yeah, it's one of the beauties of not having your parents around. You're allowed to make your own choices for dinner, maybe to the detriment of your performance, but it feels pretty good at the time.
Sure does.
So,
yeah, coming down, getting close to that 5-minute mark. These heats disappearing very quickly. We'll have to wait and see if they're going to bump up the heat time to 25 minutes for the finals, or if we're going to stay like this. As we see White up and running, just not quite getting any opportunity on that wave. Bit of a straight closeout. As we see the boys in blue and yellow really trying to fight their way back into this heat. As we see Dane Henry having a paddle. Let's see what the Grom can get up to here. Coming around the section. Nice first little turn, but just coming unstuck that wave. Maybe not quite what he was looking for to fight back into this heat. Wants to put something up in that 5 range so he's a bit more contestable at the end. Brett Bircher, the school teacher from down south. Nice little combo there. That board is flowing so nicely through these dead sections. Bigger guy, but making it look real easy.
Yeah, he looks so smooth on his backhand. He was speaking earlier too about his pre-competition day routine and waking up a little earlier. Here goes Jake Sharp. Nice bigger looking wave up and over the roof. Nice second turn too. Sharp as attacks. Just absolutely whips that thing on quite a tricky section and into the wind. So going to be a good looking score. Grom up on his forehand. Nothing on offer for him. So strategically, again, another nice move. He pulls out early. He wants to regain one of those top positions in priority with the other guys still making their way back out. Here's the replay.
Jolie Vaughan picked up a little right, which we didn't see. Nice first little carve. Geez, he's looking sharp.
Yeah.
That was very tidy. Tough wave. Surfed to pinpoint perfection. Some visions of Matt Banting right there. That little jab in the pocket. Perfect timing. Big fan of spray. Comes out with speed. Comes out compressed. Very well done.
Yeah, he's looking to replace the 4.90, so we wait to see what the last score locks in as, and he's on that. Well, borrowed, but now I guess he's assumed ownership of that radius model from Pizel. He's took it off his oldest brother, Zachy, out of the quiver for him, and into Joel's, I guess, magic board for this event so far, because he's been able to post excellent scores pretty much every heat. So hopefully he's going to be able to claim that thing under ownership. Last wave for Brett, a 5.17. Still looking for a 5.51 at the point, and Dane Henry, just a few throwaways for him. Needs a 7.45. There's the guys getting themselves ready for the next heat. Sean Cansdell there in the white, and Chris Saffer's going to be in the red. We're waiting for that last score for Joel Vaughan with just over 3 minutes on the clock now, and it's become way more consistent. There's Marubra's Coda Cologne making his way out, and here goes Jake Sharp, and losing priority there, Cooper.
Opening the door up just a little bit for the boys in third and fourth. A long way home for Dane Henry here, but Brett Bircher hot on the tail of Joel Vaughan and Jake Sharp, and still waiting on that last score to come through for Joel Vaughan. We'll give it to you as soon as we know, but I liked what you were alluding to before about Brett Bircher. He's talking about his prep this morning. Wakes up a little bit earlier, meditation, mindfulness, some things that I talk about quite a lot with my mental health business, a good human factory, and it's so important to get in that present state. And when you're going out there to compete, you don't want to be thinking about anything else other than the job at hand, and it's a really good way to bring yourself to the present moment, be mindful, know what's going on around you in your environment, and just be completely focused on the task at hand.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Jackson Baker on screen right now was also alluding to in his post-heat interviews, just staying heat by heat. Here's the Grom, Dane Henry. Nice first connection with the wave. Not too much spray being thrown out the back there, but he's done well to time. The second turn, two-stage wrap for the rail. Goes to the third, but he'll go down as we see Joel Vaughan picking off another right-hander. Perhaps a few turns done on the outside, looking for the inside connection, maybe the launch pad as well, as he projects out into the flats and rides out pretty easily. So perhaps a little bit tricky too with that the wind would have been against that kind of section for him, wouldn't it?
Yeah, doing a forehand air reverse when the wind's at your back is not easy. I like how he hucked it out to flats rather than trying to go too far above the lip. That's when you lose the board with the wind. So smart surfing there by Joel Vaughan. It looks like he's got one of those boards under his feet where he can do absolutely anything right now. It's with the two big turns by Brett Bircher, really asking the question to the judges. We're still waiting on scores to come through for Joel Vaughan's. He's got 2 waves coming in. That one with the 2 turns as well. Waiting for that one. Brett Bircher is trying to milk every last bit out of that one. I think his requirement might move up with Joel Vaughan's last 2 waves, so we'll have to wait and see. Dane Henry almost had a bit of a fight back wave there, but wasn't quite what he was looking for. He's got a long way home, netting a 9.18. Not really getting himself in this heat too much.
Yeah, so just about 50 seconds on the clock. That last or previous ride for Joel, not the one we just saw, but the previous one, a 6.63, makes the requirement for Brett and Dane even larger. So a 7.24 now for Brett Bircher. Here's the last wave, I think, to come on in as well. Dane Henry has a 3.93 but needs an 8.48 as we see the last 30 seconds of this heat clicking on through. Last wave for Jake Sharp was a 6.80 and is in his top 2, so he's holding on to the lead. Vaughany's in second, 20 seconds on the clock. Score for Brett Bircher. Yeah, 7.24 and an 8.48. I think Brett's called it a day as well. We saw him just moving on in on the north side of the bank there. So with 10 seconds on the clock, unless Dane can get himself into a last chance. And there's a big set rolling on through as well with 2 seconds. Can he get up before the hooter? Ooh, he might be right on the hooter there, Cooper.
Needs an 8.5. Give us something to cheer about, Grommy. Nice wrap there. Just the roundhouse is not the manoeuvre of choice, though, to be getting up into that 8.5 range. So good run there for Dane Henry.
Yeah.
Good weekend for him. Surfed really well for his board riders club. A couple big scores yesterday and this morning. Should be really proud of that effort. 14 years old, making it to the quarterfinals against some guys like Jake Sharp, Joel Vaughan, and Brett Bircher is definitely no easy feat to get through that heat. So we're going to head down to a commercial break and we'll be back with heat number 4 of the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. It is going to be a cracker.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
My name's Rosie Smart and my name is Carly Shanahan and this is our Coffs Harbour.
Welcome back to beautiful Diggers Beach as the Australian Open of Surfing continues here. We've been in Coffs Harbour all week for the Coffs Harbour Open. Stop number 4 of the Australian Open series and out there in the water. Right now we have quarterfinal number 4. Chris Zaffis in the red, Sean Cansdell in the white, Jackson Baker in the yellow and Cody Coulon in the blue. This is a heavy heat. And yeah, these quarterfinals have been pretty outstanding. Some solid consistent waves coming through, which is good. Not so much solid, but consistent. And yeah, you can see how these guys are. Chris Zaffis was one of the form surfers yesterday. Looks like Sean Cansdell, first wave of the heat, just fast right out of that backside turn there. Really catching that in the first 30 seconds of the heat.
Yeah, it's always nice to get that start off nice and early. This is a cracker of a heat. Look at the names we got. Chris Zaffis dropped a huge score for a big backside air reverse in his last heat. as did Jackson Baker. So conditions have picked up a little bit. Wind's still blowing from that south, so the boys might send a few more backside punts, I believe, in this one. So we see Jacko Baker picking up a right down the beach, it looks like. Nice first turn, picking up a bit of speed on the second. Big closeout, bang! That is going to go into the excellent range, I believe. 3 big turns, right down the beach a little bit. We might see that come into play as the conditions are rising and the rights might be starting to run with that low tide, as we see a replay here for Jackson Baker. First turn, nice and vert, a little bit of a wobble, picks up his speed again, nice second, and this is the money turn right here. Bang, huge fan of spray. Let's see what the score comes in. I reckon I might have jumped the gun a little bit with the excellent score based on the first 2 turns. Little bit of a bobble, but that third turn was exactly what the judges are looking for. So we'll wait and see that one. First score for Sean Cansdale's coming in just as a 1.5. He's going to be looking to get rid of that one as the heat goes on, as we'll wait for Chris Zaffis and Coda Killon to open up their accounts. Coming down to the pointy end of the event, Reggae. Quarterfinal number 4.
Yeah, we are indeed. It says Jackson Baker after his heat in the third round said he hasn't got past the quarters in the last couple of heats comps, so he wants to get through this one. And yeah, but as you said, it's a solid heat. A lot of great surfers in it, and all 4 of them capable of throwing down some big scores. But that one, Jackson, just waiting on that score to get locked in. There you go. Well, maybe you did. You weren't. Yeah, you wanted to pull back on it, but there, single high score of the day so far with a 9.4.
And we have a couple awesome-looking friends down. Last heat winner, Jakey Sharp. And who you got there with you, mate?
Oh, I got my main supporter, this is Hank.
Yeah, Hank.
Hank looking good.
Mate, that was a great last heat. Didn't leave it to the last minute in that one. How was that? A little bit less stressful?
Yeah, I got real busy at the start and like the first 2 waves of the keepers, and then I was trying to stay busy, but I just couldn't get any more. It sort of went real straight out there, but
yeah,
oh well.
Sometimes there's not really much you can do, but you had those 2 6s early in the heat. Stayed in control. Nobody really had a fight back wave.
Nah.
Mate, how good would it be if you got to surf against Cairns in the semis?
Yeah, and I hopefully he gets through this heat. Yeah, I'll be stoked. That'll be good.
Yeah, it'll be turning back the clock, but big performance in that last one. Waves are picking up. Conditions are getting a lot better. How was it out there just then? A bit better than the earlier heat?
Oh, definitely. Heat's more power. It's just probably wave selection. Most of the ones early this morning were running all through the gutter, but now it's just like some are shutting down, and it's more the medium to smaller ones that are allowing you to get 2 or 3 turns. Big ones are just completely shutting down.
Yeah, we just saw Jackson Baker, actually. You wouldn't have seen that, but he just dropped a 9.43 on a right. 3 big forehand turns.
Yeah.
So maybe on those rights,
could be,
as it gets a bit bigger, the South Swell might start running, so keep your eye on them
Yeah.
for the semi-finals.
No, keen.
All right, mate.
No
Well,
worries,
I'll let you go get a rest. You're not going to have long. You'll be back out there in just over an hour, so
All
good
right.
luck, mate. We'll be
Perfect.
cheering for you from the booth.
Cheers, guys. See ya.
See you, Jake. Well, there you go. So, yeah, a couple of waves there for Jackson Baker. And, yeah, he had 2.33 on his second wave. But, man, that 9.43, it's been the total for a few other surfers over the earlier heats. So, Jackson Baker getting that screamer to open his... There you go, Sean Cansdale now. No, that wave not doing anything. You see, just shutting down. So as this swell does pick up out of the south and tide's running out, combination of that is seeing the bigger sets shut down pretty quickly. And just Chris Zaffis there, just trying to pull something out of this right hand. A couple of smaller turns on the outside. Got a little linking connection. And just bring this one through for some final exclamation mark at the end.
Yeah, we've seen that. Quick little wave there for Zaffis, getting the ball rolling. The heat's about 5 minutes in now. First quarter of the heat gone. These 20-minute heats seem to disappear really quickly. So it's going to be everyone chasing Jackson Baker, I believe, in this one. 9.43, biggest score of the event. Not easy to find a 9 out there. So Jacko's going to look to back that one up. But Sean Cansdale, Chris Zaffis, and Coda Killon, all very capable surfers to chase him down. As we see Coda Killon up and riding. Nice first little turn. Pushing a bit harder on that second snap. Gaining a bit of speed down the line. Nice long rail turn. Wave losing a bit of energy as he goes through that one, but just putting the finishing touches on and trying to get that wave on the board to start his heat off.
Yeah, well, Coda, it's going to be a bad little score for him and catching that just after the 5 minutes has passed in the heat. So, as Cooper said, they fly by these 20-minute heats. So Jackson, with that 9.46, is going to hold him in great stead as his thing winds down. The other guys are playing catch-up. They want to lock in something fairly solid and to maintain pace with Jackson Baker. Sean Cansdell had another quick in and out, hasn't come onto his score yet, but just waiting on that wave for Coda, because that'll probably lock in at the second highest score of the heat so far. Quarterfinal number 4 happening right now. Into the women's semi-finals straight after this, and then the men's semis, and then wrapping up the finals. So yeah, we're starting to get down the nitty-gritty part of the surf contest with just a couple of hours left in this, and we'll be crowning our champions mid-afternoon sometime.
Yeah, just 6 heats to go after this one. Coming up after men's quarter-final number 4, we are going to have the women's semis. In the first semi, we have Georgia Lawrenson, Sarah Baum, Philippa Anderson, and Bonnie Hills. That is going to be a showdown. A couple experienced girls in there with Philippa and Sarah, and a couple of the younger girls going to really be sticking it to them in Georgia and Bonnie. And in the second semi, we have Elia Smith, Holly Williams, Raya Campbell, and Carly Shanahan. Both semi-finals are stacked. All the girls have been shredding, and the wave's getting better, so it's going to be a really exciting finish to the day.
Yeah, it's going to be an excellent way to wrap up the event. It's good to see a little kick in as well for the final day, and saw some scores get locked in. Chris Zappis, that right-hander, he's a 4.83. Well, this bloke here had a 4.17 on his first wave, and he goes Sean Cansdell now, looking for something solid, wants to get around this section. But once again, that's 3 waves in a row that have shut down on him on those rights. So yeah, it's becoming difficult to find those waves. You've seen a couple of Coda's wave. He's shut down as well. So as this swell pushes in, I don't know, like we're going to see, well, as Jake said, just the smaller to medium-sized ones offering the opportunity, the big ones just closing out. So
yeah, it's definitely got a lot to do with the tide. That tide's been running out really quickly. We've seen it over the last 3 days. Tide's been moving really fast. It went from a bit of a shore this morning, quite small in that 1/2 foot to 1 foot range, whereas now we're seeing these 2 to 3 foot waves coming through. Chris Zaffers, lovely first turn, squares it up for the second, bang, 3 turns, very clean surfing. That's the maturity and that high level QS surfing that we love to see from Chris Zaffers. Big roundhouse for Jackson Baker and the huge closeout once again.
There he goes, going hard.
He's feeling it.
He is feeling it big time.
Yeah, that's going to throw Jacko miles out in the lead, if I am predicting it right. And Chris Zaffers is also going to lock in a really healthy score. So a bit of work to do by Sean Cansdell and Coda Cologne. As we see, Coda Cologne's locked in a 4.17 on his first one. Going to be looking to get rid of that and increase that score. As we see Jacko, nice cutback to set this up, and bang.
That was a great turn to finish. And Jackson Baker, as he said, he didn't want to bow out in the quarterfinals again, and he's doing everything right not to do that. So actually 3 hours off dead low tide. Low tide is at 3:28 this afternoon, so only at mid-tide, more or less, at the moment. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these waves handle it. This swell is pushing up out of the east-southeast. We've got a touch of northeast wind swell left in it, but you can see that sort of southerly is really pushing up some little lines out of the south.
Yeah, well, if Diggers is anything like Gallows or Macaulay's, the last 2 day locations, mobile event we've got here, 3 days, 3 locations, really showing the versatility of the Coffs Harbour coast. Today we've had the big southerly change, and Diggers was the best option. Well done to Surfing New South Wales head contest director, Mr. Adam. He put us to here this morning. It looked a bit iffy, but now the waves are starting to pump with scores like Jackson Baker dropping in an 8-point ride for his last, miles out in the lead, 17.43, biggest heat score total of the event.
Jackson's gone psycho.
And we've also seen one for Chris Zaffers lock in. He's dropped a 7. Great score there. He's been listening to Jacko's come in, and he gets himself in the ring with him.
Oh, that's good. So 2 good scores. So it leaves Coda and Sean chasing something decent. Sean Cansdell, 2-wave total of 3.57, so way out of the mix at the moment. Surfing White needs to find something decent and find it pretty soon. We're right on halfway of quarterfinal number 4 with just under 10 minutes remaining in this. Jackson Baker holding that commanding lead and looking really solid out there. And there's no little set coming across there. Unfortunately, no one in position. And just shutting down again as we see Chris Zappers caught behind the section. And so not much on offer. So as these waves become trickier to find one that's going to open up for a little while before it shuts down, Jackson Baker in a great position after those 2 solid scores, both of which were on rights. We've seen Sean Cansdell catch 3 rights. All of them shut down with 1 turn. And we similar story for Chris Zaffis on his last wave and Coda. So getting a little bit tricky out there.
Yeah, the boys looking to book themselves a spot in that semi-final going into the very pointy end of this comp. In the first men's semi-final, we're going to see in the red Kobe Clements, in the white Ed Hamady, yellow Mikey Madonna, and in the blue another Mikey Clayton Brown. So stacked first semi, and the first and second in this heat are going to be joining Jake Sharp and Joel Vaughan. So the final 8 competitors are going to be throwing down to finish the day. Conditions are getting better, waves are getting bigger, and I'm very jealous that I'm not out there.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Like, you're probably thinking, rub salt in the wound. You say, not only did I not get through my heat, now the waves are good.
Nah, but I get to hang out in here with you, Reggae. So
well, that's
it's a
right.
win-win.
That's way better than being able to surf in the semi or the final. Win some cash.
Here we
As
go.
we see Coda, look at this wave. Well, runs away from him again, gets straight up, but unfortunately doesn't ride out of that one. So, again, these waves, that was just a quick, long section that closed out. And unfortunately, Coda just didn't get what he needed. He's chasing a 7.67. Sean Cansdell, a 9.77. So basically Coda and Sean looking for, if they can get something, in that mid-range, like 5 to a 7 at the moment, it'll put him back in the mix. But this stage, chasing big scores, but they are out there because, we've seen Jackson Baker with 2 good solid scores at the moment. So
yeah, and that 7 from Chris Zaffis too. So we've seen lefts and rights getting some big scores right now. We predicted that earlier this morning. This left sort of with the southerly wind blowing into it, giving some air sections. You can see Coda Cologne eyeing it off, yet to connect properly with a section. But if he gets one with a little bit more time, then he might be able to throw down a big score. As we see just the tail end of a big turn by Sean Cansdell. We'll have to wait and see what the judges lock in for that one. We might not be able to pick up the full replay, but huge last turn. So fingers crossed he got something before that, because I would love to see Sean Cansdell get himself into the semi-finals, because it's just an absolute honour getting to watch Cansdell and Winkler, Otis Carey, and Jakey Sharp already in the semi-finals. So we'll be seeing him come up again in just a little bit. But yeah, waiting on that score for the last of Sean Cansdell, trying to get himself back into this heat with just on 7 minutes remaining. Jackson Baker's run away with it, but the boys are all fighting for that second spot and a shot into the semi-finals. And look at this, the speed down the line by Sean Cansdell. Unfortunately, that wave disappearing, but we'll bring you that score from his last 2 waves as soon as we have them on our screens.
Yeah, well, prior to that, Sean's holding a 2 and a 1.23, so he will improve his situation, but he's still going to be looking for a pretty solid score. That second wave, a couple of nice little turns, smaller, but he did get at least the opportunity for 2 clean turns, and someone's gone over the falls there.
Jackson Baker looking for a bit of tube time. He's like, I've had my 9, I've had my 8, and now I'll get tubed on one. But not getting to his feet, so
no,
that one's not going to get into his top 2. As we've seen, up and riding again. Ooh, a little 360. There we go.
Jacko, just a couple of quick waves there, neither of which is going to make any difference, as he's holding a 9.43 and an 8. Highest 2-wave score of the event so far. Just under 6 minutes remaining. See Sean Cansdell making his way back out. He's moved into...
So Sean's locked in a 3.97. That one backhand turn must have been the only turn, like you were saying. Finding it really difficult to find the open face right-handers out there. Sean Cansdell just sticking to the one turn. The last one he got a few turns, but the wave disappeared into the channel. So wave selection making it quite difficult for Sean and Coda Cologne. The 2 natural footers versus the 2 goofy footers right now. Team Goofy on the back foot. On the left foot.
Yeah, definitely on the left foot. So, but Jackson and Chris looking pretty good. Jackson's home and hose, so he could...
unless he gets an interference. I always worry about that one.
Well, that's true. You'd steer clear of it, wouldn't you?
He'd still be getting through, actually, with an interference right now. He'd have 9.43. So Jacko's just going to look to navigate his way through the end of this heat nicely. Look for Chris Zaffis to better that 4.83 and make it even tougher for the other 2 guys. Coda Cologne's in 4th right now, looking for a 7.67. And Sean Cansdell looking for a 7.87. Attainable scores, but not easy out there right now, especially when Chris Zaffis has priority over both of them and looking to better a 4.83 and make it even tougher for them.
Yeah, well, they're chasing big scores on one wave, and with the time, that's what it's getting down to. Both needing, Sean needs a 7.87. Coda needs a 7.67, and it looks like Chris now trying to extend that buffer zone on the right. Throws it up. Nice turn out of the top. Another section here. Another quick turn. So 2 good solid turns there for Chris Zaffis. And, he's looking to get rid of that 4.83. What do you reckon? Did he do it on that wave?
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to edge himself a little further ahead there. Maybe something around the mid-6 range. Nice 2 turns. Pretty big set wave and just showing that experience shining through. Jackson Baker, Chris Zaffis, 2 of Australia's best QS surfers at the moment. Really making an impact on the world scene in that Challenger Series. Looking forward to both of them competing next year on the regional tour with the WSL announcing 2021. They're going to be regional tours. Top 10 from Australia will qualify for that Challenger Series. So it's going to be a real interesting, different year next year, but really exciting for all these guys from Australia to have a good shot at getting into that Challenger Series and going over as a bit more of a team, I think, next year into the Challenger Series rather than a big individual group of people.
Yeah, no, it's going to be... it's a big change. Good to see a structural change, and I think it's a positive one. As we get down to the final 3 minutes of this one, just a little over 3 minutes, Jackson Baker with that very solid lead. Sean Cansdell and Cody Cologne got a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, we've just seen that last wave of Chris Zaffis come in. Very nice textbook surfing. 6.67 moves him even further out into second place. Still a long way home to catch up to Jackson Baker. He's in combo land, dare I say.
Yeah.
And Sean Cansdell and Coda Cologne, big requirements. 9.51 for Coda Cologne, 9.71 for Sean Cansdell, I beg my pardon. But not out of reach. Not many high nines out there at the moment. They'd both need to get the best wave score of the event and be chasing down Jackson Baker's 9.43.
Yeah, exactly. So the problem with these guys, they haven't been able to find that and mid-range score to stay in touch with Jackson and Chris. So Sean Cansdell and Coda Cologne find themselves in a situation with 2.5 minutes to go where they're chasing huge score on one wave. So the ability to bring it back with 2 waves has disappeared. As the clock has just run away. And this bloke there, Jackson Baker, has had a cracker of a heat. 2 big solid scores, a 9.43 and an 8. And it'd be pretty stoked with that through the semi-finals.
Yeah, he's definitely going to carry a lot of positive energy after this heat. It's always nice to get those couple 9s and 8s in a heat. Really build the confidence going into the last 2 heats of the event. He'll be thinking a couple more waves like that, 4 more waves like that, and I'm the champion. So Jackson's going to try and maintain a bit of energy, get in, get a bit of water into him, and then come out firing in the semis. What have we got? 1 minute 30 remaining. Are we going to see a fight back wave by the boys? Or are we going to see another wave by Jackson or Chris to give us a little bit of a show and a victory lap? Because with just 1 minute 30, there we go. Chris Zaffis blowing the tail, coming unstuck there. Don't think it's going to really matter right now. There we go. Jackson Baker. A little show reel to come in on. Victory lap. He knows he's through this one.
Yep.
And look at that. I think that's a CI Spine Tech. Looking great. I know Jackson being supported by the good guys down at Onboard down there in Sydney's Northern Beaches, down at Mona Vale. Great board store, and they've been looking after guys like Solly Bailey, Jackson Baker, Connor O'Leary, just to name a few. That Spine Tech looking really nice under Jackson Baker's feet. And yeah, he's going to be taking that thing through to the semi-finals coming up pretty shortly, as he's got all of the other boys in combo land with just on 40 seconds remaining in this one.
Yeah, well, too easy there for him, wasn't it, with just those 2 good waves, wasn't easy. Of course, he'd made the most of these conditions. As we see Coda chasing a 9 point whatever, but it's not going to happen. As this heat winds down, Jackson Baker and Chris Zaffis staring down the barrel of a progression straight through to the semi-finals, 1 step away from the final. And, of course, we'll be going into the women's semi-finals in about 15 seconds. So, Jacko Baker looking pretty stoked there. And, as you said, you'll be feeling good, nice and confident after locking in that 9.43 and an 8 for the highest score of the event so far. So there you go. That wraps up quarter-final number 4 of the men's here at the Australian Open of Surfing. And we'll be back with semi-final number 1 of the women's right after this break.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing presented by No Text, No Rex. A very important message we're giving you courtesy, well, for the New South Wales government. As we see, surfer in white, is that boom, 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 throwing it up. So we got the first semi-final out there of the women's here at the Australian Open of Surfing. And who have you got out there, Cooper?
All right, so out there right now, in the red we have Georgia Lawrenson. In the blue, up and riding on this wave, Bonnie Hills tying together a few nice backhand turns. In the yellow, Philippa Anderson, and as we saw on that first wave in the white, Sarah Baum with Philippa up and riding, quick in and out there. She's not going to be holding on to that one at the end of the heat, but got the feet in the wax. We've got the priority lineup sorted now. And yeah, game on, 17 minutes to go, first semi-final of the event. It's all heating up down here. It's really nice to be down here at Diggers Beach in the beautiful Coffs Harbour. Stop number 4 on the Australian Open of Surfing. And yeah, finals day.
Finals day indeed, as you said, first semi-final. And we've seen the swell pick up throughout the day. This southerly pushing in some southeast wind swell. But tide's running out to low in about 3 hours as well. And it looks like we've got the winner of that heat down there. Wacko Jacko Baker. Good psycho out there, mate.
Oh yeah, got a couple, got it done. It's good to finally get some big scores. I feel like these last few events I've just kind of been scraping by. So it was nice to kind of put a bit of a show on and show what I've been working on, and yeah, just big powerful turns. It's kind of my forte, so it was nice to actually open up on a section for once. It was nice.
Yeah, well, yeah, you definitely showed us what you got. Now that right-hander where you got the 9.43, 2 big solid turns, how did you feel when you heard the score?
Oh, I knew it kind of had to be a big score, but I'm pretty tough on myself. I felt like I nearly butchered the first turn, but in hindsight, I think I wouldn't have gone as hard on the next two, so I kind of said I just made up for the kind of little slip after the first turn, and yeah, I guess I smashed the last bit. I was just like, that's the way to start, and then ended up having a bit of a weird 3 minutes trying to catch little ones, and then banked it back up with that 8, and I was like, all right, just don't be stupid and just sit here. And then I went over the falls on my belly on one. It was
that was
funny.
Cool.
Yeah, I was like, oh, well, hopefully they got on the webcast so everyone else can have a laugh about it.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry,
yeah. I had a good old laugh about that one. I was like, he's looking for the barrel now, 9 and an 8, and now he's trying to get tubed out there.
Yeah, on my belly too, just trying to get a 10 for a lay-down barrel maybe.
That happens all the time, doesn't it?
Oh, I get them all the time on the shores at home, but no one sees them.
Hands didn't leave the rail, so it didn't count.
Nah.
But no, great performance out there, mate. Must feel good to get a bit of momentum coming into the pointy end of the event. Waves are building, conditions are getting more and more suited to your surfing. What's going to happen out there? Semis and finals, any change of the game plan?
Nah, exactly the same. I'm just happy to crack it past the quarters. In the past 2 I've lost in the quarters, so just still 1 heat at a time, but I'm stoked just to make it through. And yeah, it's just good to surf heats and just to be able to just get that momentum. And I mean, with the QS coming back next year and that, it's good just to be surfing heats and even just hanging around and seeing your mates you haven't seen all year. So it's just it's good all-round experience.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and it must feel good if you could make that final, bit of prize money up for grabs, $7,000 between both the divisions, $1,500 for first place. Wouldn't that be nice? And be like a week of courier driving, or 2 weeks maybe, sorted in one day, eh?
Yeah, it'd probably be 2 weeks of 2 weeks of work. So yeah, it'd be nice. I've actually got a couple of days off after this, so if I take that prize money, then that'll work. I can have a couple of days off and sit comcomfortably. But nah, it'd be good. Just, I mean, to win would be that's the goal. But I mean, just to come up here and surf some heats, it's just I'm just taking it and keeping it simple.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you back in the Rashi, mate. Looking forward to the semis, and yeah, looking forward to you next year in 2021. I'll be alongside you on that QS tour the WSL has got moving forward for us again. The regional tour is going to be great, and yeah, looking forward to the semi-finals coming up very shortly.
Thank you very much, boys. Good to have a chat. Hopefully have another one before the final.
Yeah, let's hope so. Talk to you then.
See you, mate.
There you go, Jackson Baker. Yeah, doing a great job out there, and as he said, it was nice to just lock in some big, powerful open-face turns. And yeah, he did the job every opportunity. Now, we saw a few waves caught during that interview.
Yeah, I can update you on the scores. So, first wave of Sarah Baum, that one backhand turn and getting a little bit caught behind, 3.33. Georgia Lauritsen, just a couple small ones, 3.1 and a 1.5. Philippa Anderson, 0.5 on that quick in and out. Backed it up pretty quickly with a 5.17. Nice score to have in her scoreline. And out in the lead, we have Bonnie Hills with a 3.5 on her second wave, and her third wave, 5.93, putting her out in front. She's got one of those waves of her 2 waves already counted. She's going to be looking to back that up, tidy up this heat.
Yeah, 5.93, that's a good solid score to use as your base if you can move up from that. As we're just under 13 minutes remaining in this semi-final, of course, important heat. First two moving through to not just the final, but they also collect some cash, which is always handy. So Bonnie Hills currently holding the lead. Philippa Anderson, Georgia Lorenzen in third, and Sarah Baum, yeah, just with that one wave, currently in fourth position. And you see that offset just closing out across the inside bank. And looks like someone, no, it's Georgia having a little glance at that wave, wisely choosing not to take it.
Yeah, we're just seeing that high tide mark definitely moving out. And that low tide's coming in. I think we've still got about 2.5 hours until low tide, so watch that tide draw out even more. Could make it a little bit difficult out there. The waves might start bottoming out on the bank. We have seen it, and we have heard the competitors say it is quite difficult to find the ones that open up, but with surfers like Jackson Baker in that last heat, 9.43, 8-point ride to back it up. There's still some big opportunities out there, and everybody left in the event. We've only got 16 surfers left in the event, and wow, they've been ripping. So expect some big numbers and some big scores with the last couple of heats in the event.
Yeah, if they can find that one that just stands up that little bit extra. These waves have a bit of punch. Looks like Sarah Baum now in the white, just throws it up over the lip. Long wall ahead of her, nice timing, just cuts back to the white waters, holding it tight. This is a smaller inside wave, but she's utilising it to just get a series of linked turns together, building a speed across the inside where she'll just punch one little tag to finish. But Sarah, that's her second wave, and a smaller one, but did give her longer sections and the ability and the timing to link some nice turns together, and that'll see her move up a notch, I imagine, with the 11 minutes remaining.
Yeah, there's some great flow in that surfing. Smaller wave, like you said, Reggae, but she really kept her board moving really nicely between the turns. There was no up and down pumping. I like that the turns were all bringing it right back to the power source, right next to the foam on the wave, as we like to call it, the power pocket. She maintained her speed. It's not going to be a huge score, but it's going to put her in a position that she can get back out the back, maybe move away from the other girls with priority. As we see Blue, Bonnie Hills, bit of a mistake there. First priority in the lead and not going to better a score with that one.
No, not at all. That wave just shutting down. So Bonnie's probably ruining that decision. And we see out the back, Georgia Lorenzen in the red on screen now. And just with his 2 small scores at the moment. Philippa Anderson also looking to better her 5. Her highest score now is a 5.4, I think. And so she'll be looking to improve on that and extend up into the double figures. So at the moment, Bonnie Hills holding the lead. She kind of threw it away. Here we see Philippa now, throws it up into the lip. The little right-hander here. She gets around that section, cuts back. Nice little wall ahead of her. She'll throw in for a third turn. And, yeah, she rides out of that one and keeps a bit of flow going for one little rebound to finish. So she's going to get rid of that throwaway wave that she caught on her first wave. And now lock in 2 decent scores as we see the heat leader, Bonnie. Well, this could make a difference too. Swooping cutback. And again, nice little turn. So it looks like the surfers have decided to pick some of these offsets because they know these are the ones that aren't shutting down and they're enabling them to link a few turns and manoeuvres together.
Yeah, the girls are definitely surfing really well. I really like with Philippa, that third turn, she looked like she was going to disappear out the back of it. She stayed really low, pressure on the front foot, and it pushed her back out in the front of the wave, and then it gave her that little bonus fourth turn, so she's going to be pretty stoked with that one as we see the scores just dropping in for Sarah Baum. Second wave, 4.57, that was that left, a little bit smaller wave flowing through, but she's got her best score of the heat, so she's going to be able to use that one in her scoreline as we see Philippa Anderson's last wave. 5.57. That with her 5.17 has her out in front right now. She's in the lead, comfortable spot. The two, actually, no, sorry about that, not the two highest scores of the heat. Bonnie Hills has the highest score of the heat with a 5.93, and that backup left that she just got might move ahead of her 3.5. She's just looking for a 4.82 to jump back into the lead. So we're going to have a few flipping around priority and decision changes right now. So the standings might not be the same once all these scores lock in, and we'll keep you updated as they come in.
Yeah, we're just at the 8-minute mark. So both Sarah Baum and Georgia Lorenzen still trying to find that decent second score, both with throwaway amongst their 2 waves, if not 2 throwaways. And it looks like a little set coming here. Who's got it? Georgia Lorenzen in the red, running down the line. Can't get it up for any turns, unfortunately. Yeah, a little bit of frustration there for Georgia. That wave shut down on her. And unfortunately, it is not going to make any difference at all. So she's now got 7.5 minutes. So makes things very difficult coming back from fourth with that wave, which I doubt, well, might improve the situation marginally, but overall she's still got a long way to go.
Yeah, she built her speed really nicely along there. It's a bummer that she didn't get an opportunity to throw a turn up there. As we saw the score come in for Bonnie Hill's last one, just a 4.1, but that does improve her score. She puts 0.6 extra on her scoreline, so that just makes it a little bit tougher for Sarah Baum and Georgia Lorenzen coming into the back half of this heat with just 7.5 minutes remaining. Georgia in the reds looking for a 6.94, and Sarah Baum in the white just looking for a 5.47. Very capable. These girls have shown it time and time again. They're here in the semi-finals, so look for big scores to finish this heat.
Yeah, definitely. They're very attainable scores. You know, there are still some solid sections out here, even, you know, one or super critical move and one not so critical will give them those sort of scores. So if they can just get that open face, that first section that allows 2 solid turns on the outside, could turn things around. But of course, that's what the other 2 surfers are looking for as well. Philippa Anderson, heat leader, hasn't broken the 6-point barrier yet, so she's got plenty of scope to improve her situation as we get down to the 6.5 minute mark. So Philippa Anderson, Bonnie Hills, currently averaging out a pair of 5s for a 2-wave total of 10.74 for Philippa and 10.03 for Bonnie Hills.
Yeah, and a little bit of work to do for Sarah Baum and Georgia Lawrence. And this is, of course, semi-final number 1 of the Australian Open of Surfing, women's division here at Coffs Harbour, New South Wales Open. We see red, Georgia Lawrence up and riding again. Wave selection just crueling her a little bit right now. And we're going to see coming up in heat number 2, semi-final number 2, should I say, Elia Smith, Holly Williams, Raya Campbell, and Carly Shanahan. So stacked lineup in this event, and it's going to be a big final showdown. So look for 2 girls in the next heat to really push hard to make it to the final and join girls maybe like Philippa Anderson, who's in the lead right now, just trying to put the finishing touches on this one and potentially improve on that 5.17 that she's holding in her scoreline.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the start of that heat, start of that wave. Of course, you just saw the tail end. A couple of nice turns to finish. And, yeah, after this, we've only got 4 more heats to go before we wrap up things this afternoon. And don't forget, next week, we're heading far south coast down to the Narooma, Dalmini area, south of Bateman's Bay there. Narooma, pretty big town. And a lot of good surf around there. So the far south coast event next Saturday and Sunday. Check it out. If you're down that way and you want to enter, I think there's still positions available. You can go to Surfing New South Wales to check things out. But if you feel like donning the competition jersey, there are opportunities down there next week. So hopefully we'll find another sandbank. We've been blessed with, we've only had small waves, but at least all the beaches have been turning on some fun little waves due to these small wave sandbanks. Very very much a summer competition so far this series, as we see. No takeoff. So Philippa Anderson just with that score, waiting to get that locked in for her last left. 4.5 minutes remaining.
Yes, and if you can't get down there next week, make sure you tune in on surfingnewsouthwales.com or KO Sports, streaming live for these last few events of the series, which is awesome to give people the opportunity to watch the surfers of Australia showcase their talents. And it's been a bit of a weird old year for live sports, so it's great to have that opportunity for people to tune in, appreciate the sport, and appreciate the beautiful parts of the New South Wales east coast of Australia that we are surfing on this event.
Yeah, it's a good showcase that we're turning on here for some of the nicest parts of our country and state. And like as we see, well, these surfers, they've been fairly patient, but time is starting to get to them, I would say, chasing some decent scores. So Philippa Anderson and Bonnie Hills holding down the first and second positions for progression through to the semi-final, but are not sort of totally secure yet, as the opportunity may still happen for Sarah and Georgia. Keep your eye on Sarah, of course, very experienced competitor. Bonnie Hills holding down that second spot. What's Sarah need? It's not a lot, is it?
Sarah needs a 5.47 out there in the white, and Georgia Lawrenson in the red, looking for that 6.94. She doesn't have much in her scoreline. Bit of a tricky semi-final. Sometimes that happens. You can carry momentum through the whole event, and then the ocean can go against you, and it makes it very difficult. But
yeah, because in the quarter she had the opposite. She opened up with the high score with the 6 point something, I think, on the first wave in the first few minutes of the heat. So yeah, big turnaround. How things can change from heat to heat.
And just inside that final 3 minutes now, the girls really wanting to book them spot in a final. Only the top 4 finalists getting paid in these events, so a lot on the line here. We've got in the final $1,500 for first place, $900 for second, and then we also have $600 for third and $500 for fourth. So these girls all wanting to jump into that final spot, pay off their entry fee, pay off the accommodation to come here. But I mean, I don't think anybody who's came here this week is going to be complaining. Had fun waves.
Yep.
Sun's been out. It's boiling hot the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Today is a little bit chillier with that southerly, but if you look down the beach here at Diggers, surf's about 4 foot down in the corner. That's picking up a bit more of this south swell. And yeah, it's just been an awesome couple of days. So many different, we've surfed 3 different breaks,
Yeah,
3
it's
different
pretty
days.
cool.
It's been
Yep.
good fun.
It has been good fun, yeah. Of course, we had the ABB at Gallows and then Macaulay's yesterday, and here we are today at Diggers, and you can see that's Georgia on screen. Just under 2 minutes remaining. So Sarah Baum looking for that high five. And she obviously has the ability to do it. She was second last week down at Kiama, but at the moment it's been pretty quiet for her. Sarah in the white singlet, and there she is. Is this going to stand up? 1.5 minutes remaining, so the final 90 seconds. Sarah, nope, she can see that one's just going to shut down on her, so this low tide. Oh, there you go, Georgia. Nice turn off the top, and another little cracking turn.
I bet she wished she got this a bit earlier in the heat, but she's looking aggressive on this one. She's going to claw back right into the heat. She might need a little bit more. She's got 1:20. She might need to turn around and bolt back out.
Looks like she's going to call it.
She needs a 6.94. There was 3 pretty nice turns on that, so we're going to have to leave that one with the judges. I think it's going to be pretty touch and go, but Sarah Baum, she's back out there. Body language maybe suggests she doesn't think she's got it, but we'll wait and see for the replay, because if her skill level is anything to go by, she's going to be close. 5.47, finished on her feet. You'd have to think that she's going to be getting some sort of decent score.
Yeah, you would not be surprised at all. But Sarah, she's just like a bull terrier heading back out there to try and find that other wave. You can see Georgia, she not looking overly confident, but yeah, as you said, that would have been good for her to get that wave about 5 or 6 minutes ago and to capitalise on it, because left to run a little bit too late with 30 seconds remaining. And Sarah Baum just waiting on that last wave to get locked in. Sarah's elected to go back out and try and find something else. Looks like Bonnie Hills now currently in second spot. Having a look at this wave, can she extend her lead a little bit first, or secure a second position a little bit more? Well, that wave's not going to make any difference. Shutting down with the 10-second mark, and the beach announcers will be counting it out now. And as the clock winds down, we still haven't seen that last score for Sarah. Ooh, did she get this?
Sarah Baum.
No. Body language says that too. So at this stage, it looks like Philippa Anderson and unofficially Bonnie Hills have moved through. Got one score to come through with Sarah.
We
But-
also have a score for Georgia Lawrenson coming through. She's locked in at 6.1, just under the requirement. Too little, too late for her. Sarah Baum, 3.23 for her last. We might have another score for her to come in. But we're going to throw it to commercial break. We're going to be back with semi-final number 2 of the Coffs Harbour New South Wales Open Women's Division right after this commercial break.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing, coming to you from the Coffs Harbour area, and we are at Diggers Beach. There's the overview as we have a southerly wind and the southeast swell just mixing with a bit of leftover northeast wind swell from yesterday, and we're heading out for a low tide in 2 hours and 5 minutes, and with that we're starting to see these waves shut down. Joining me in the commentary booth is young Jess.
Feeling old this afternoon, Reggae.
Yeah, I just saw you getting off the phone. I was going to give you a hand.
Yeah, I need.
Sad day. I have to help you up.
I know, I needed it too, but it's been a big few days of competition. There you see on your screen the semi-final number 1 heat winner, Philippa Anderson, with super coach Crispy there, just reviewing the performance. And at the moment we have semi-final number 2 in the water, Raya Campbell, Holly Williams, Elias Smith and Carly Shanahan. So 3 of those girls actually Sunshine Coasters, so Queenslanders.
Wow.
Making the push down, I guess with the borders open and...
Wow, bang.
Yeah.
Borders are open. Bang, they scurry like rats.
On, yeah.
South, let's get out of here.
Yeah, they're down here for the comp and they've been surfing so well. We've been hearing, Reggae, that they're travelling in a bit of a posse, a few of the girls, Holly and Raya.
Well, the thing is now, look, how the Pacific Highway has been constantly being upgraded for the last 90 years. They've actually caught up a bit over the last 10 years, and it's sort of made the distance from Queensland, or the time down from Queensland, not too bad at all. So, yeah, it's good to see the crew make their way down here. And a couple of scores being locked in early in the first couple of minutes. You can see Elliot Smith with a 4.33, Raya Campbell a 1.23, Holly with a 0.67, and Carly Shanahan a 1.2. So a few throwaways there for 3 of the surfers.
Yeah, local lady, Carly Shanahan as well. She's from Woolai, here on the Coast Coast. Surfs for Coffs Harbour Board Riders. There's Holly Williams from up north, and Elliot Smith, I think she's from Coolum. Nice. Right. Oh, bummer she went down in that first turn. So girls trying to get the ball rolling, I think, nice and early here in this heat. They don't want the repeat that happened for 3rd and 4th there. The girls, Bormy and Georgia, leaving it right to the last few seconds.
Georgia she ended up getting the highest score of the heat with that last wave, a 6.2, I think it was. But yeah, like Hooper said, if she'd caught that 5 minutes earlier, so she had time. I think she was only chasing a low 3 after that. But anyway, that's all speculation and quite irrelevant because she's gone.
Yeah,
Dustin.
Unfortunately for the girls. But who did we see? Philippa and... let me just double check that. Who went through in second in that last heat? Bonnie Hills.
Yeah, Bonnie.
Of course, yeah. Bonnie, she's been just quietly making her way through the rounds
She's
too.
just been sort of sneaking through there. We saw her heat yesterday, made the bad joke about being from Bonnie Hills, which she's not. And, well, as if I wasn't going to do that.
Well,
it's so obvious. It had to be done.
It did. They might find out a few fresh names in the final here after the end of this 15. There's Holly Williams. She's been a solid performer as well. Real aggressive backhand attack between herself and Georgia Lawrenson. I like how she whips that board right back around under her shoulders and her hands, just really commanding the power there as we see Carly Shanahan going down over the hills. Tricky little, maybe a little bit windier conditions than what it looks like on the screen as well. I heard some of the frothers around the event went for free surf on the southern end of the competition. They were saying that it's quite nice and protected down there, but it is pretty windy once you get out the back. It looks just so nicely groomed, though, from this perspective. And Holly, last wave, 383.
383 there for Holly. So she's looking quite sharp on that wave, just those two turns, obviously showing the potential that she may be able to get a lot more points with a bit more open face. There's Elliot Smith out there, currently in second position. Yeah, this wind, it's sort of, we're lucky we're here at Diggers because that southern point giving us some protection from what is quite a stiff southeast wind. And a southerly came through last night, cooled things down dramatically. It wasn't as hot up here as it was further south. Like in Sydney, it was like 41 degrees on the beach or something.
Oh, I know. I heard it was absolutely scorching. I left my mum in charge of our 3 dogs at home. She said it was literally 42 degrees.
She put the sprinkler on for them?
Yeah, I think she had to hose them down.
Yeah.
Wet dogs sitting on the tiles inside, so we were lucky up here. It was pretty pleasant into the evening, wasn't it? And then here we go, Raya. Ooh,
just shutting down. So we've seen these sets have changed a bit, like as the tide runs out. Still a good 2 hours off dead low tide. So the south swell on this shallower bank, these bigger sets starting to close out. And saw Jackson Baker. He got one of the solid ones and whacked in 2 big, huge turns and got that 9.43. Probably the only surfer over the last hour or so in that same heat. Sean Cansdell had about 5 rights in a row that just shut down on him. So it's getting quite tricky. Philip Anderson at last heat found a couple of mid-sizes that gave her some room to move. Oh, Carly Shanahan getting vertical. So if you only got room for one turn, you might as well make it a good one.
Yeah, what a backhand hook for her. And I was just having a little read over the last few years of media stuff for young Carly from around the area. Apparently, she took off on her first wave at 6 years old at Woolies, and she's been frothing around and just ready to really crack it into the competition zone for a while. I didn't actually realise she was still so young because I've seen her on the QS over the last 2 years. I think she's about 17 or 18 now. Yeah, there's 2 kind of groups of girls at the moment, I think, coming around on this Australian Open series that travel all together, and they're just kind of on their P's. They got the freedom. Mum and Dad have been ditched. And they're
right.
Yeah, they're
It
on.
must be great when you don't have to have your parents taking you to every event.
So good.
Don't you reckon? It'd be real, do you think, oh, finally. I don't have to listen to Dad tell me what I did right or wrong when he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's a bit harsh.
Just brush them off the start of the QS.
And then
tour.
they're gone.
Yeah.
They're gone.
And then who pays for all the snacks? The cold drinks?
Well, that's right. Then they find thing. Hang on.
Yeah.
What do you mean my towel's wet with sandal through?
Yeah, exactly. At the moment, Carly Shanahan posting her last wave. Nothing super important, but maybe a keeper by the end of this with the little lulls in between the heats. 4.50. A second wave score of 1.67. Holly Williams is in second. Elliot Smith, a 1.84 will take her into second. And Raya Campbell needs a 4.94. So really little kind of separation at the moment. Nothing super important. Like you were saying about Jacko, when I came in and I said, how did he go? And you said he went absolutely psycho.
He did.
Went mental.
Yeah, he did. He did. It was awesome to see because, when we spoke to him after his third round heat, he did point out that he'd lost in the quarters in the last 2 events. So you could see his intent was for that not to happen. But yes, surfing really well, and which is great to see. He's an awesome surfer, and he's one of the many surfers in this event excited about next year with the regional qualifying series happening there.
Maybe his intent is to not go back to the courier job.
Well, he said he's got 2 days off, and
he does.
He's got to go back to work on Wednesday or Thursday.
Well, it'll be nice to go back with a win for him. Still my pick for the men's final. Of course, we had the women's semi-final number 2 in the water at the moment. That was Elliot Smith up and riding. So a host of Queenslanders at the moment in the lineup versus the local lady, Carly Shanahan. I'm sure there's plenty of... I saw a few of the local guys pulling up in the car park getting ready to support their board riders that are still running the event. There's a replay of another backhand hook, similar to Carly's as well. So Carly had a 4.50 for that single backhand hook, and waiting for score for last of Elliot Smith as well to lock on in. She needs to throw away the 1.37. I know Jake Sharp still going in the draw.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he surfed unreal too. And yeah, Jake, well, he was hoping to see Sean Cansdell in the semi. That did not happen for him. But we're going to see a bit of a bottleneck with these scores. It's just noticing, like the last exchange is all very similar. Single manoeuvre, closeouts, backhand re-entries. So things are going to tighten up. We're right on the halfway mark. 10 minutes remaining in this heat, and it's going to be one of those heats where in the final 5 minutes, anyone from first to fourth can win it. Because at this stage, no one's locked in that good, solid score. And when in these conditions, we're talking 6-5 to 8 is a good solid score. You get anything above that, well, you're styling. But as we see, Rhea Campbell now a little wall ahead of her, and just a bit of a stumble on the takeoff. So she's not happy with that.
No, maybe a little bit of fatigue coming into play now. She's surfed already at least one heat today, maybe a warm up or 2 warm ups, and she's gonna have to get back to the drawing board. 9.5 minutes on the clock, and we're gonna pass down to the Destination New South Wales post-heat interview camera with semi-final number 1 winner, Philippa Anderson.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Philzy, that was a pretty tight heat. I feel like for the girls in the lineup, they really left their charge right till the very end, and Georgia almost pipped second position. Were you feeling safe in the lead out there, or was it a nervous wait throughout the end of those 5 minutes?
I mean, 2.5's not really a solid heat, like, if you think about it.
No.
Yeah.
No,
so
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, so I was like, oh no, because all morning the girls have been dropping scores, and then I think the waves have deteriorated a little bit. It was a little bit trickier than what I anticipated, and especially seeing Jacko drop like 8s and 9s, you got excited. So I definitely felt, if there was an opportunity to do one big turn, someone was going to probably get a 5 just for that. So I didn't feel safe, but it was a little bit tricky. But I stuck to my looking for the rights, and the waves, I got the score on the wave, like average, but I think it was, the waves could have picked a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, and what were you, sorry, Reggae?
No, you go.
What were you going over with Crispy on the beach? We saw you on Vision in the camera standing there, like directly after that semi-final. What were you and Crispy talking about, if you can let it out?
I think we just deal with it straight after, even if it's a loss, so you can just it's fresh and work about it. So, we just came in and we said I was focusing on the rights just because the previous heats, the boys got heaps of scores on the rights and only one good on the left. So we just talked about, that was good. You focus on the rights, the scores weren't that high, but how I stuck to my game plan, and then how I kind of just kept going on that one right to get a 5 and not giving up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's pretty hard, those sets, as you said, you saw Jackson when he got that big 9-4, that wave just held up that little bit longer, but as the tides run out, they were shutting down pretty quickly. So I know you talk about that little right hand, it was only a 5, but at least you had the opportunity to link 3 or 4 turns together. So it was important to get that link. And the best thing is you didn't bounce up and down. You actually about to do some proper smooth turns to get it together.
Yeah, that's from my brother. He's like, don't bounce. He's
bouncing's not cool. I agree with Craig on that one.
So I think, I was like, oh. But I think it really changed in the first 10 minutes of that heat. Like you said, the rights were holding a bit more, and I think maybe the tide has just really dropped. So there was a massive change. So why our scores weren't as high as Jacko's. So that's to adjust as well, and not be like, oh, I have to drop 9s because Jacko did. So kind of just surfing for what the waves are offering. That kind of had made me feel a little bit, I've got 2 5s, not safe, but, made you just feel a little bit comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. You had a basis to work from.
Yeah,
well, you got to adapt to the conditions as they change, and with an outgoing tide on this shallow bank, combination of the wind swell picking up a bit, it can change pretty quickly.
Yeah, but it's still super fun. I mean, the waves this morning, I reckon, we've had really 2 days of really good waves. Yes, super happy with. It's always good to surf nice waves.
Yeah, it is. Well, speaking of adapting and keeping your eye on conditions that are changing all the time, we better let you go. Congratulations on the win, and looking forward.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks,
guys. See you again. Bye bye.
Good luck.
Thanks.
It's good to hear from her. She's been pipped actually in the last few heats that she's had against Bormy as well, and I know that they're travelling together and staying in the same accommodation. So unfortunately for Bormy, she bowed out of that semi. So it's I guess it's good for Philzy to get a tricky heat like that under her belt and see how she handles that now, juggling it going into the final against one of these or two of these four ladies in the lineup at the moment. Carly Shanahan out in the lead, still so close in the score line. She has 4.50 and the last scoring right for her, 5.33 in the top two. Elias Smith's in second now with a 3.57 and a 4.33. Needs a 5.51. Holly Williams relegated into third at this point, needs a 4.24. Rhea Campbell needs a 6.84. And you heard Philippa saying in that post-heat interview, a single manoeuvre on a bigger section can offer you up, up towards that 5-point range. So the girls having to adapt and adjust and maybe reanalyze what's on offer out there. We've seen all morning pretty much 5-6 turns on most of the waves.
Yeah, now it's changing dramatically. So if you can get two good turns in, you're smashing. We just saw two waves caught there, which were the antithesis of that, just closing out, and Holly Williams and Elia just getting a quick in and out. The waves not offering them any scope at all, so not changing the situation. And here goes Rhea Campbell. She's not having much luck out there. She's having one of those heats. But look, we've only got 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And as I said earlier in the heat, no one's been able to find that wave to break away from the pack. So very tight situation out there. And it's still anybody's who can get coming down to who's going to get, or if they do get the opportunity to throw in one big move. There's another. We haven't seen actually all these waves are shutting down so quickly now. The surfers not even having time to throw in one turn. So, yeah, this tide and the wind combination to make things very difficult. Here we go, surfer in red, Elias Smith throws it up into the lip, gets hung up a little bit, but does ride out of that. Don't know if that'll go into a top two.
Yeah, there's a perfect example of her adapting, though, to the conditions. You can see there was no intention there to try and fit in multiple turns. She was just lining up that backhand hook. Like you said, just getting a little bit hung up, but able to ride on out. So we'll wait to see the score. There's Kobe Clements coming up for that first semi-final of the men's. There will also be, let's have a look, who is going to be versing Mr. Clements. It's going to be a good heat. Eddie Hamity. He's the Australian/Slovakian/Egyptian. It's going to be out there in the white. Mikey McDonough in the yellow, and Mikey Clayton Brown will be in the blue coming up in that first semi-final of the men's.
Heat, that one too.
Yeah, so just over 3 minutes. The last score for Elias Smith is going to go into the top two, 3.90 for the backhand hook.
So it gives you a little bit more gap between her and Holly Williams. And Holly currently in third position. Rhea Campbell, look just with a 2.23. Rhea probably can't believe that total, but it's just one of those heats. We're in the final 2.5 minutes remaining. So Carly Shanahan, local surfer, holding on to the lead at the moment. Elias Smith in second. Is it Elia or Elia? What do you reckon?
We'll have to double check with if she can.
But you call her Elia.
I call her Elia. Yeah, you call her Elia. But
yeah. Well, I've just realised Elia. She might have an H on the end if it was. You know what I mean?
We'll have to double check with her. Maybe some of the or the Queensland girls, like we said, they compete up in Queensland for the state titles and the junior titles. Around, I think, Elia had almost back-to-back under-18s junior state titles up there this season. Yeah, and I know Holly Williams kicked off the 2020 season down here at the Mother Nest Great Lakes Pro. There's that event at Boomerang. She got a 9th place finish, so she was looking to crack and make that transition from the juniors into the Open WQS. So I'm sure these three Queenslanders versus the local lady, just getting the experience under their belt as well. They'll be that next kind of crop of up-and-coming female surfers from Australia that move into the Opens division of the WQS. Perfect example of getting that experience here. And look, you can really see how much that water's moved off the bank and how tricky and fast. It's kind of like that typical summer afternoon at your local beach where it's shutting down quickly, but every kind of 1 in 10 waves offers you a little gem. Ooh. Here goes Holly. And there she's found a little section to connect with, a little bit of a gem. She only needs, she needs a 5.58.
Yeah, with that one wave, probably not, but good to see at least get the opportunity to throw in a good solid turn. And just in the final minute of this semi-final number 2, Carly Shanahan and Elia Smith looking at progression at the moment, just waiting on that last score of Holly's to come through. And Rhea Campbell also looking for something in pretty solid in that mid-range as well. So 40 seconds. You can see Rhea on screen there in the yellow, just waiting for something to come her way. But It has been few and far between in this heat, unfortunately. But we'll just see. Hopefully something will come in these dying moments. But time is running out very quickly for the surfers in yellow and white.
Yeah, and they'd be looking at their bank accounts too. That money round doesn't start until the finals. Berth, Raya getting a last opportunity. Will the section hold up? She jumps on the front foot. Nice first transitional speed turn, but nothing else on offer there as that buzzer times on down. She was chasing 8.18, so it's going to reduce the requirement, but not come close to that excellent score.
No, looks like she is done and dusted with that one. So as that heat wraps up, unofficially, Carly Shanahan and Elliot Smith moving through to the final, and we'll be back very soon with the first semi-final of the men's here at the Australian Open of Surfing right after this break.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
And very good afternoon. Welcome on back to the Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour. It is the afternoon of the semi-finals. We're very close to crowning the champs here on the fourth instalment. And welcome to the booth, the webcast. Tessa McKenna, you've been on the beach all day. You've had front line absorption of all the action. What's been going down out there?
It's been quite impressive. I mean, it started off pretty small this morning, and we knew there was a south swell coming up the coastline, but in general, conditions have been really good here today. There's been some great surfing, and that was an awesome semi-final, number 2 there. The lead was changing hands just constantly, so really cool. But we're into the first men's semi-final, and up and riding is Eddie Hamady. Eddie's been really on a tear. He's always been a great surfer, but at this contest, Eddie's really ticking boxes.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? He's just looking that next gear above his own performances, I think, and he's starting to look a bit more polished, and he's placing together heat after heat and just taking down names. I think probably not even really considering other guys' performances. I think he's just so focused in his own zone. That's what it looks like to me anyway on the beach, and he's just doing his thing. He's collecting his scores. He's finding really excellent waves, and he's just marching on through at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. It's funny when you see these young kids coming through. I remember Eddie came to my competition in Port Stephens a couple of years ago as a young guy, and I thought, wow, he's got a bit of potential. But it's interesting to see when they just, I don't know what happens. Maybe they just grow or mature a little, or they get some new equipment. Well, whatever it is, it just works for them, and they somehow at one event just go boom and take a big quantum leap forward, and that's what Eddie has done here.
Definitely exactly what he's done. And then we're going to cross on down to semi-final number 2, heat winner, Carly Shanahan, and local lady. Congratulations making your way on through to the final here.
Thank you so much, Jess.
And you've been on a tear, I think kind of quietly just taking down names as well. Another one of those competitors that I feel like you haven't really kind of been showboating around the event that much. You're just sticking to your own kind of little plan and just taking names down as you go, and you found yourself in the final.
Oh, I'm so happy. Thanks. That's a nice thing to say. But yeah, I've like had a quarterfinal curse for like the past 3 events, and so to make a final, I'm just like over the moon, and like pretty much home too. So
Yeah,
it's
and
good.
you've got exactly. You've got the home crowd here, and you've got your family around you. And word is that you've been working with Sean as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Sean was actually in this event. It was so cool to have him here, like at a comp. With the like 5 years that I've been riding his boards, he still like has only been to a couple comps. So for him to be in this one as well and watch it was so cool. Yeah.
Hey, Carly, Tessa, how are you? Well done.
Thanks heaps, Tessa.
Yeah, the lead was changing hands constantly out there. Looked like a pretty hectic heat.
Oh, it was so nerve-wracking, and the fact that I won with like pretty small scores as well was like just on my toes to the last couple seconds.
Yeah, you were able to adjust really quickly. I feel like everybody else was left chasing what they thought was out there, which has been all day kind of the combination of 4 or 5 turns, and it looks like you just adjusted straight away and realised that there was only kind of that one section on offer. Did you do that consciously, or were you just kind of lucky to find the backhand hooks?
Well, I was looking for like one of those rights, like a guy got a sick 9 on one of those rights, and I was kind of like aiming for that. But then I got out there and I was like, I'm just gonna belt whatever section comes my way.
Well, it was a great performance, Carly. Congratulations, you're into the final. Do you have a different strategy between semi-finals and finals? I mean, semis are kind of like a bit of a scramble. Do you just want to make sure you make the final? But once you actually make the final, you've got to kind of rethink the strategy, or how do you look at that?
Yeah, well, definitely like in the final, you've made the final, so that's a really good achievement. So when you're like on the wave, it's that little bit of relaxation that will hopefully enhance my performance a little bit.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, keep doing what you're doing. It's working, and we're really proud of you. Good luck in the final.
Thanks heaps, Tessa and Jess.
Okay, there we go. Carly, lovely young lady from just north of here, Woollow, Mini Waters, which is a really cool spot as well. We won't talk too much about that place. Hey, whilst we were talking to Carly, some serious action went down. Mikey Madonna has just hit the lead. So Mikey dropped a 4.5 and a 5.83. And then you had Mike Clayton Brown with a 4.83 and a 4.57. Good, strong foundation scores. But Kobe Clements with a 6.0 has posted the highest score so far of this semi-final. He's got a 3.33, so he's only needing a 3.41 to go up in a second. And then you got Eddie Hamity with a couple of 3-point-somethings. Well, Eddie needs a 6.21, so that's Eddie on screen at the moment. Great young surfer, and as we said, just getting a really great result here. He's been working hard for a long time, and it's great to see it coming.
Yeah, he has. And someone that you've probably seen surf a lot as well. I used to see Mikey Clayton Brown up at that end of the year Barubi contest. And I was saying over the last few days, he used to kind of look really Grom-like. And then he's come into this Australian Open Surf Series looking really polished and kind of growing into quite a solid young man and a really, really good heat surfer as we see him stroking into this one, Tessa.
Okay, so there's Mike here. As you said, he says there really is an extra maturity in his surfing now, and he really looks like a QS campaigner. I mean, Mike represented Australia at the ISA World Juniors, so he did well to make the team, did pretty good over there. I think he's finished second in the Australian titles. He's won state titles before, so he's pretty highly decorated. This is, of course, Kobe Clements up and riding at the moment. Wow, a really big fan of Kobe's surfing. It's just a little different to everybody else's, but one thing about it is he's always reaching out and touching the wave face, which means he's got a lot of leverage in his surfing. And that was pretty wild manoeuvring there from Mikey Madonna as well. So the judges have got their work cut out. These guys have just got non-stop waves. I don't know how many waves. Everyone's caught like half a dozen waves already, and only, 7.5 minutes have slipped away so far.
Yeah, and we were trying to do the maths yesterday. Have a look at this wave replay first. This is the replay from Mikey Madonna. First kind of set-up turn. That's the hook right there. Manages to recover the nose too. It momentarily went underwater. There's Kobe, like he said, always touching the wave face, really compressed and extend and releases all the way through his turns. First or next few scores to lock on in for those guys. But yeah, if everyone was catching an average of 5 or 6 waves yesterday, we worked out that the judges had to score and throw a score to over 500 waves.
Wow.
So coming in today, it's probably a little less heats on the board. I think we're 7 or 8 heats less to run today, but it seems like there's more waves being ridden than yesterday because the swell's bigger and there's just more opportunity.
Absolutely, and it's kind of a shorter period swell as well, so the waves are really just rapid fire. But for now, we're down to 11.5 minutes remaining. We're watching the first of the semi-finals here in Coffs Harbour. There's Eddie Hamity. Eddie looking like, wow, now that was quality. And that's a great combination as well. I tell you what, Eddie was lingering in 4th position, but I think that's going to elevate him a little.
Wow, that was an explosive turn. I'm looking forward to seeing the replay on that. A DP board under his feet looking really, really intensely tuned in. And I haven't seen probably that much speed since Jacko got that 9-point ride a fair few heats ago. So here we go. Mikey Clayton-Brown gets a chance to up and over the roof, but nothing else on offer. You can see it's hard to describe the amount of speed these guys have on tap, because it's so hard to even fit in one turn, let alone to get those setup turns in as well as the critical manoeuvre. And I'm waiting to see how that scores for the last of Eddie. I think we've still got a wave to lock in for Mikey, a wave for Kobe, and I think they're all 4 of them actually have got waves to lock on in. So perhaps the judges having a look at the replay. Tezza, 10.5 on the clock.
Okay, we'll come back to that. We're talking about Kobe, how he reaches out and touches the wave face. I was only going through this with a couple of grommets at some surf coaching lessons the other day. And there's 3 basic principles in surfing. One is extension, which is when you sort of bend your knees up and down. Then you've got upper body rotation, of course, twisting from the hips. And then the third part is leverage. And leverage is really when you lean over and touch the wave face. And the beauty of that is when the further that something leans over, the greater the half circle arc that it can draw. So people always wonder why Mick Fanning and Parko and that can get around these big sections. They go, how do they do that? It's through leverage, because those guys can bottom turn from A to D, and most people just go from A to B.
Yeah.
So that's the beauty of leverage in surfing. And here's, again, Kobe Clements, always getting down nice and low. He's working really closely with Matty Cattle, who's coaching quite a few of the kids here in the competition. So, hey, Matt, if you're watching online, doing a great job with all the grommies.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Kobe went down on that final manoeuvre. That was really shaping up to be a good score for him. His previous ride, we saw him, I think it was on the left hand of the 6.17s locked in. So he's still got another score for that last wave for Kobe. Mikey's last wave was a 7.67. Wow. Score to come on in for Michael Clayton-Brown at Eddie Hamilton. Here's Kobe's last wave, shaping up to be a nice kind of combination, but he buries the nose and goes down, unfortunately. There was also another little inside section for him you could see on offer on the left-hand side of the screen, so that's a bummer for him.
Yep.
But he'll get back out there, get another wave under his belt, and Eddie's last wave, a 6.87.
Wow.
So Eddie goes into third, needs 5.31 now. Mikey looking for a 7.35. Kobe's in second, and Mikey Madonna. Nice, very similar heat total that we've seen him through every single heat so far. He has been able to put together that 5, 6, and 7 point combination, and he's been able to get himself into the lead, and then he just chips away at finding the better opportunity after that.
It honestly feels to me like Mikey hasn't even broken a sweat for the whole contest. He's kind of just strolling through these heats, and he's probably saving his best till last, which is a real sign of a champion, because, you know, if you can taper your performance, you can, you know, exactly. I finally killed that fly that was just hassling me. Sorry, fly. I mean, you're always only going to live for one day anyway, but I kind of pulled it up a bit short on him. But yeah, I don't like killing any animal on planet Earth. I don't feel like I've got the right to take the life, even of an ant or a fly or anything. It's the kind of guy that I am. But that guy was really buzzing around my face and in my ear and everything. So sorry about that, fly.
He was taking the focus off the semi-final in the water right now, and we need to have our eyes peeled, because these guys are just not letting up on each other. It's just literally wave after wave. Kobe's got 6 waves under his belt already. Tezza.
Okay, so we're down to just on 7.5 minutes remaining at the Australian Open of Surfing for 2020. Great series. Of course, some of Australia's best surfers at some of New South Wales' most iconic locations. It's a fantastic concept. And, of course, this weekend we're all heading down the far south coast. I cannot wait to drive through all those forests and head on down south, get some nice cold water barrels. It's going to be fantastic.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to get on the road down there. We do have just a few days to make it on down for the end of the week and the kickoff of the 5th stop. Here goes Eddie Hamilton, the Slovakian, Egyptian, Australian representative. Connects with the first section. Gosh, he throws so much spray. That was a tiny little wave, though. So he's looking to replace his second wave score, 3.20. He might do that with the last wave, but looking for a 5.31 if he wants to move into second position and take it off Kobe Clements.
Well, there's only, what is it, just over four and a bit points separating first from fourth. Mike Clayton-Brown right now, I think he's he hasn't caught a wave for a while. He's probably in a priority situation with 6.5 to go. Mike's got a really good air game, and with that southerly winds blowing, he'll be looking to go into the left-handers, try and take to the air. I was doing some photos up at Ruby, where he comes from just about a week ago, and I got an incredible photo of Mike doing this massive area. Actually, he's got it on his Instagram page if you check out Mikey Clayton Brown on Instagram. So, yeah, he's a really good aerialist, and his hit rate for landing those things is higher than Google's hit rate. Here we go. Here's Mikey Madonna, current heat leader. Again, Mikey just making it look way too easy, just strolling through a couple of big backhand hits.
Yeah, he kind of wobbled and bobbled a little bit on that. I think he's checking the equipment. I saw one of his boards, I think it was yesterday, he had a big crease right in front of the fins there. So maybe just checking on a similar spot there on the board. And last score for Eddie Hamilton, that 2-turn combo on the smaller wave, a 5.27, so just short of the 5.31
wow.
needed to go into second. I feel like we've seen that a lot through the event as well, guys falling short by 0.05 or 0.5 of a point, and it's been heartbreaking for so many people to come so close and just literally need one more tiny little section at the end of the...
It can be so cruel pro surfing, can't
Cruel,
it? But it's also character building as well, let's face it. So we've got Kobe Clements on 12.17, Eddie on 12.14. So there's literally 0.03. So it's 300ths of a point separating those two guys. It's not much. Mike Clayton Brown, he needs a little extra. There he is on screen there, and you can see Mikey just to the left of him as well. But we relocated the competition to Diggers Beach. Really handles these sort of big. There's a big wild 2-metre swell out to sea, maybe even bigger now. I guess the wind is really whipping it up today, and big strong southerly winds as well. So this place is pretty protected. When we rocked up this morning, I was a little concerned about how small it was, but that swell, it wasn't long before the swell started to come through. So it was a really nice day of competition, some great performances, and thanks again to Coffs Harbour Council and everyone who supported the competition here. It's been a great success.
Yeah, it has so far. The series has been such a great injection back into professional surfing and into this part of Australian competition, and we're just so happy to be able to broadcast it live as well across the airwaves and get everybody back on the froth train and ready for that 2021 season. So we're looking forward to getting all of our Australian competitors sharp and ready and to go to compete against the world and, you know, take over that reign as the supreme surfing nation that we consider ourselves to be. And for these guys, here we go, Mikey Clayton Brown, looking for the launch pad perhaps. He gets the 2 hooks underway on the backhand and he's looking to put the rest of the work in. Gosh, he's looking so sharp. And he kind of goes to work there. We've heard that from him in the previous post-heat interviews that he's talking about. He knows he has the air game like you were speaking about, Tezza, but he had to kind of look at putting together that QS-style competition surfing where he gets the 3 hooks. And there's somebody who's back into competition mode with his number 1 supporter, Hank, the Kelpie, on the beach. That's Jake Sharp, local guy, former pro surfer, put the contest singlet back on.
Yeah, Jake's back into the trade now, but gee, he's surfing as good as ever. Sometimes when these guys, you know, stop chasing the dream, they can relax a little and sometimes do some of their best surfing. That's almost the case with Jake. I've been such a fan of his powerhouse surfing. So we're down to 3 minutes remaining. Scores coming through for Mike Clayton Brown on that last wave.
Yeah, they haven't locked in. Yeah, they're waiting for it to lock him in. He needs a 7.35. There's the big man, Jacko Baker. Looks like he's been well into his pre-heat routine, getting those hips and the legs warmed up and stretched out, and he's just looking like such a lean, mean fighting machine.
Absolutely.
Yeah, on that CI spine tech as well, I think as well. It looks really good under his feet.
I saw he commented on a photo that Throwing Buckets put up yesterday, and it was him doing an aerial, but he looked massive, and he goes, I look huge in this photo. It was funny because, like you said, there's the big man, right? Jacko, I've always considered Jacko to be a little grommy, a little lightweight tough, but he has put on some beef and muscle over the last couple of years, and it's really transferred into his surfing, a little bit of extra power. But, you know, he's such an incredible surfer, Jacko. I mean, he had a real crack, and he's still having a crack at it, you know. So it's good to see. It's going to be a great second semi-final, so make sure that you stick around, folks. Right, for now, that score for Mike Clayton Brown.
Yeah, still coming on in. So
the judges have been using the replay a lot. You know, I mean, we're doing a webcast, so they can actually stop the replay and pull back the timeline and watch the wave over and over. And I say on the beach, Mike, quite often that the speed of delivery for the scores is far outweighed by the accuracy, right? You don't want to get them out there fast. You want to get them right. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you're not privy to competition surfing too much, or it's one of the first times you've tuned in and logged on, you can get a little bit frustrated waiting for those scores, but it's so important that they're dialed in properly. And when there's 6 waves consecutively ridden, then it's so hard to to kind of separate the scale. But look how close these guys are sitting to each other. The score's still not in for last to Mikey Clayton Brown, so stand by for that. Eddie Hamady still needs a 5-3-1, and you can see Kobe is just chasing him up and down the lineup like the predator that you need to be to hold on to that second position, because there's literally, like you said, 0.03 of a point between payday for one of these guys. So Kobe or Eddie, payday's on the other side of that.
It is.
Of a half of a wiggle on a wave difference between these guys. So 1 minute on the clock. Score for Mikey Clayton Brown still not in, so situation remains the same. Mikey McDonough out in front, Kobe Clements in second.
What's Mike's last wave, just for the record, just in case?
Wave number 8 was a 1.27.
No, okay, so it's definitely not that one. So, that, it's going to be interesting to see.
I think he still needs a 6.61, Tezza.
Okay, it's going to be close. I don't know if it's going to be there. It may be. It's going to be very close to it, that's for sure. We're down to 35 seconds remaining. Semi-final number 1 here at the Coffs Harbour New South Wales Open. There's red up and riding. So, Kobe Clements... Wow, very exciting combination there, just lighting it up. So Matty Cattle will be back at home now, just clapping his little hands together, going, go, you little good thing. 20 seconds left on the clock.
That was a nice defensive manoeuvre from Kobe, keeping the rest of the lineup off that potential scorer. And looks like Mikey Clayton Brown's wave came in at a 5.57, so a 6.61 required. And under 10 seconds on the clock, 5.31 for Eddie. Kobe's in second. Mikey McDonough looked like he's going to be moving on through to the final.
Hold the phone. This could be an air attempt from Mike on the left. I said this earlier, and there it is there. Oh, up and around, and that's not going to do it, unfortunately. Time has run out for Mikey Clayton Brown. And it looks like we're going to wrap up that first of the semi-finals for the Open Men's Division. You can see Mike just a little disappointed. I mean, the fact that he didn't make... I think he would even if he landed that manoeuvre, there was a fair chance that he probably wouldn't have finished up. So, in the end, I believe it's going to be... first place will go to Mikey McDonough. Second place, Kobe Clements. Third place will go to Eddie. And fourth place will go to Mikey. We're going to throw to an ad break. Stick around, folks. We've got the second semi-final coming up from Coffs Harbour right after this.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome back. Live action for you here today at Coffs Harbour. It is the Australian Open of Surfing, Coffs Harbour edition, stop number 4 of the series. We are into the Open Men's semi-final number 2. We welcome back Cooper Chapman to the booth for the afternoon of finals action. Cooper, welcome back.
Thanks. It's great to be here. I reckon we've got the heat of the event by looking at these 4 names in front of us right now. Out there in the red singlet, Jake Sharp, local hero, the last local man standing in the event. The whole Coffs Harbour crew is going to be down there supporting him. In the yellow, we have Jackson Baker, big standout in that last heat, dropping 17.43 points. And we have him up and riding, looking for that same exact scenario as the last heat. 2 big turns, looking for those power critical turns, and he's going to drop a huge score to start this heat off as well. In the blue, we've got Chris Zaffis, another standout competitor all week. And Joel Vaughan was throwing big punts all day yesterday. A few big scores, so... yeah, I think Jacko Baker's going to send the first fire the first warning shot right now towards all his competitors. but all three of the other guys are going to be coming back very strong in this heat. So, yeah, look for some hot action right now.
Yeah, these guys are looking for payday, of course, starts in the finals. And for the winner, there will be $1,500 up for grabs. So all these guys, you know, juggling that out of competition career, trades for most of them, or part-time or full-time jobs. So I know these guys really want to make it known that they're, warning shots are fired and they want to be into the final for this afternoon. An opening score for Chris Saffis, 4.50. Previous ride for Jacko, 4.33. And first wave for Jake Sharp, the local guy, 2.33. So Jolie Vaughan will assume priority. Second score there in for Jacko Baker, like you said, Cooper. Warning shots for the boys, 7.50.
Yeah, first score of consequence in this semi-final matchup. 20-minute heats here. We're going to jump up to 25 in the final. So boys trying to make the most of these 20 minutes right now and give themselves the extra 5 in the finals. We see Jake Sharp just working over a bit smaller one. He said that to us after his last heat win. Maybe some of the smaller ones are going to hold up and give a bit more opportunity, just like this one. But didn't quite catch the very start of that wave. Just a little bit incomplete, I believe, on that last turn. But it's good to see Jake back competing. Been ripping all event, dropping 8s, 7s the whole way through. So tide's getting a bit lower now. Maybe some more critical sections. We might see some of those big punts that Jake Sharp's been known for back in his junior heyday.
Yeah, so we are into semi-final number 2. There's Chris Saffis, the Sparky, up and riding, looking pretty similar approach to what Jacko had on his wave as well. That first kind of setup manoeuvre. And look at the swell there up to the north of the beach here at Diggers. It's just pulsing on through. There's plenty of waves to be had. And 15 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Here's Jacko. Beautiful first manoeuvre. Throws buckets into the sky. Nice closeout. Second manoeuvre. And he'll probably, I'd say, replace that 4.33.
Yeah, and he's looking lightning on that CI Spine Tech. We saw that board brought out at Port Macquarie, and he said he's not used to riding that board, something a little bit maybe shorter, a bit fatter, and something that maybe he'd just use for a bit of a fun board. He rode it at Port Macquarie, so these events are really giving the guys an opportunity to try different equipment and maybe take it into their 2021 campaign on the WQS Tour. We have the winner of that first semi-final and our first finalist of the men's draw, Mr. Mikey McDonough. Absolutely great surfing out there, mate. Looking forward to the final.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm just stoked to make it through another heat, and making the finals just a bonus. And yeah, I'm stoked from here on in. Whatever happens, happens. I'm just stoked.
Into the money round. Bit of money's always nice, and making sure that that drive down's worth it.
Yeah, fully. Well, I'm just, for me, it's just been good back competing. It was such a long break there, and I went to that first event of this series just, I was kind of in disbelief that I was actually competing again. So it's just good to get back in the rhythm of things, and yeah.
Yeah, you've definitely really been finding the rhythm out there. Waves are getting a little bit trickier. It seems like that low tide's making it bottom out a little bit. You managed to do well and get a couple of those quick backhand turns right under the lip. What's the plan going into the final? We're just watching Jackson Baker and a few of the boys right now get a few rights running down the beach a bit more. Is that something you might be looking at as the tide drops out even more?
Yeah, it was definitely something I was looking at before that heat started. It was the rights and watching Jacko in that last quarter. So it was definitely something I kept my eye on. But I just sort of was sticking to what I knew. I just knew that my 2 turns on the left were scoring well, and when the opportunities came for me, I just kind of capitalised on them. I had a moment there in that last sort of 5 to 10 minutes of the heat where I'd kind of move down the bank and look for a right, but nothing really came. But yeah, heading in the final, it's definitely an option.
Yeah, well, we'll give you a bit of time off here. We'll let you catch your breath, go get ready for the final, give you that extra 20 minutes that the guys out in the water won't get because they'll only have the women's final to prepare. So we won't keep you too long. 25-minute final. Any different game plan with the extra 5 minutes?
Not really. Maybe just, go for it a bit more. I'm into the final, so yeah, let's do it. I'm psyched.
All right, can't wait to watch you out there, mate. Go
Cheers,
get your breath, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
He's been such a standout performer, hasn't he, across all of the series, actually. He's just, you can guarantee he's super consistent. He's always posting 5s and 6s. I haven't really seen him bomb any heats, actually, any time that I've seen him surf. So he's just really consistent in competition. I'm not sure if you get a lot of opportunity to free surf with him up towards your way. He's one of the younger guys, isn't he?
Yeah, I surf with Mikey a little bit. He's, kind of just come out of that junior rank now, and yeah, I think he's going to turn some heads on the QS. He's got a really mature style, got a bit almost like Mick/Ethan in his forehand carve, and at Lennox Point and waves like that, he's crazy, crazy talented. So hopefully we get some good waves on the QS next year, and I think he's going to really make a big mark. As we see Chris Saffers squaring up 3 times on the backside, fitting 3 into where most people are lucky to get 1, and yeah, making the most of that one.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We were struggling to see even one turn in some of those sections, and he's been able to put those 3 in. And Jacko Baker, the last 2 waves, locking into his scoreline, a 6.5 and a 6.43. And we saw during that post-heat interview, those were right-handers, and that's been his go-to kind of secret strategy. He's found those running rights, and he's been able to capitalise on it because he's on out in the lead with a 14.00 heat total. Chris Saffis needs an 8.98. His second wave locked in a 5.03. Jake Sharp's in third at the moment. His last wave a 4.67 and looking for a 4.87. Jolie Vaughan, opening ride for him was a 4.23 and looking for a 5.31 now. So we're nearing the halfway mark here in this semi-final. And like we heard Mikey McDonough say, once you get to that final, you really kind of just have to bring it all because any one of these guys is going to have the potential to be the champ. The surfing is incredible and they're going to have to pull out a little bit more from the tool belt to take home the crown. There goes Chris Saffis, a bit of a flyaway, tricky, like you were saying before, Kuba, tricky air to be able to land and stomp with that wind on their back out there. And yeah, to bring that board back under the feet on the front side, really, really tricky conditions. So that'll be a throwaway for Chris Saffis. And his last scoring ride, a 6.50. So it goes into the top 2, extends his hold on second position. There goes Jake Sharp, flying up over the roof and just gets bobbed off there. A little bit of a wobbly ankle breaker section at the end of that floater. Unfortunately, at the moment, he's in third position. 6.87 now required. Joel Vaughan looking for a 7.31. So Chris Saffis increasing his hold on second. Jacko Baker out in front. 10 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's looking very similar to quarterfinal number 4 of the men's with Jacko and Chris just outclassing their competitors. But with guys like Joel and Jake, some of the highest scoring competitors coming through this draw, they're going to have some big fight back waves. 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. It's the semi-finals. You lose here, you don't make any money. So both of these boys taking Monday off work. They're going to really want to push hard to finish off this event, get a spot in that final and throw down and try and take the win.
Yeah, they're almost there. There you see Chris Saffis calling for an update from the beach commentary. He can hear, I guess, the score's being thrown down and he just wants to know the situation, perhaps what Jake and Joel need and his lowest wave so he can look at replacing it and perhaps take the lead here. Just under 10 minutes to go on the clock. Coming up, we do have the women's final. Philippa Anderson, Bonnie Hills, Carly Shanahan, and Elias Smith. Here goes Chris Saffis up and riding on the forehand. Looked super sharp and just loses connection. You saw him trying to dig the toes in and regain control at the end of that turn. So he'll get back to the drawing board, but nothing lost under priority there for him. 9.5 on the clock. And that women's final, it'll be 3 of the younger competitors and local ladies, Bonnie Hills, Carly Shanahan versus the Queenslander Elias Smith, and somewhat considered a veteran on the QS Tour now, Philippa Anderson as well. So it's going to be interesting. Here goes Jolie Vaughan flying down the line on the first section, goes to the rail and similar little bog on the inside of the rail of the board for these guys. So tricky little sections. Jacko's been the one that's been able to find those gems out there in the afternoon conditions here. And there he goes, massive flyaway air as well. Can't pull that board back under his feet. You can see beautiful sunshine conditions and that swell pulsing around from the south, along with a little bit of wind here this afternoon. But we're in a nice protected little part of the Coffs Coast. It is a beautiful stop as part of the Australian Open of Surf series. And visit newsouthwales.com, of course, couldn't be possible without their support, and Destination New South Wales helping bring about this series and presented majorly by No Text No Rex Surfing New South Wales program and awareness campaign around all the competitors being sure to put those phones away on the drive back and forwards to the competition.
Yeah, time's ticking away in this one. Just over 8 minutes remaining. Second men's semi-final. Yeah, we're going to have a star-studded final for the women's. And here we go, Joel Vaughan. Nice and easy backside air reverse. Maybe not the pop that he was looking for to get a huge score, but just showing those skills that he's got. So hopefully Joel can get a bit bigger of a section, throw a bigger air, or just get one of those rights. That forehand wrap that he just did was really nice, but you're seeing that tide's come out so much, and it's really starting to get tricky for the guys. The waves are a lot shorter. They've got to look for those big manoeuvres and really try and maximise those one, or even if they're lucky, 2 big turns when they get the opportunity.
Yeah, and there you see Carly Shanahan from Woolai Mini Waters just up the coast here. She surfs for Coffs Harbour Board Riders as well, and she's going to make her way down there to get ready for the women's final coming up next. And then we'll see 2 of these guys reigning supreme at the end of this 7.5 minutes and making their way into the final as well against Mikey Madonna. And
Kobe Clements, little
young
Grom
Kobe.
from Northern Beaches. Long Reef Grom, I know Clemo would be online watching, frothing to watch Kobe. I watched his last heat, and man, he probably looked the best I've ever seen him look, Kobe. He was looking real dialed in, fast. His equipment looks nice, and he just started to look, you know when somebody gets to the end of an event and that flow starts to happen, you start going, they've clicked into that 4th, 5th gear. And yeah, Kobe really looked like that. So hopefully in the final he can get some good waves and really showcase against maybe some of his more senior competitors.
Yeah, and there we just see Jake going down uncharacteristically from what we've seen throughout the event so far for him, and he just kind of bogs the rail. That was a weird, kind of wobbly bit of a wave there too. He was waiting for it to stand up and unfortunately goes down, so he remains in 3rd position. He's going to be chasing a 6.87. Last wave for Jolie Vaughan, still maybe locked in at the 1.43, so maybe not deemed complete on that backhand reverse. Looking for the 7.31. Just over 6 minutes on the clock. Jacko Baker looking to perhaps extend his lead. A 6.50 is his bottom score in this semi-final number 2. So he's looking perhaps to find himself another good-looking wave like the 7.5 in his belt and extend his hold over the pack. I know he's not going to want to give up a single inch to any one of these guys. He's lost, like he said, he's been in that quarterfinal curse position across this series, and he's going to want his first chance to have a go at the final. Here goes Jake Sharp.
Building a lot of speed there. Long floater across the section, just trying to get himself in this heat. Nice foam climb, a bit of drift on there. That's going to keep him maybe in the heat. I think he's trying to better something in the 4-point range, so it's going to be right around there. Still a bit more work to do with just over 5.5 minutes remaining. Joel and Jake have definitely got their work cut out for them. Chris and Jacko, just really smart surfing. Starting off strong, getting ahead, and then letting the other guys have to catch up, which can be really tough when the conditions get really tricky with this low tide.
Yeah, you're right. Jake Sharp having to look at replacing that 2.7, and he does just that. A 4.47 goes into his top 2. He still requires a 6.87 to take the progression position. Joel Vaughan still looking for the 7.31. 5 minutes now remaining here in the semi-final. These guys looking for the chance to grab at the $1,500 first prize for the winner here. And, of course, the seedings points that go towards the rankings coming into the next event down on the far south coast. And, of course, the overall series champ will be crowned on the Northern Beaches. And that prize of the full accommodation paid for the 2021 season is going to be pretty important for these competitors coming into what's going to be a really jam-packed season of competition, I'd say, post-COVID. And here goes Joel Vaughan. Nice first turn. Nothing else on offer for him. So a quick hit, and he's going to have to get back out the back. And I think he'll probably replace that second score at least for himself, a 1.43 on the board. So he's going to get rid of that. That was Elliot Smith on the screen. And there goes Jake Sharp. He's got a nice floater on his hands, a really nice up and over the roof style. Gets the second turn in pretty quickly. But I think he's going to need a little bit more than that to post up towards that 7-point range.
Yeah, he's trying everything sharp in. It's happened sometimes in heats when a few guys get a few waves at the start and then at the end there's not even opportunities that are even close to it. It makes it really hard to come back. That's why we always talk about that quick start's really important in these 20-minute heats, because the opportunities seem to disappear very quickly as we're just down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Deep inside the last 5 minutes of this heat, Jackson Baker, Chris Saffers looking like they have a nice stranglehold on the 2 spots in the final to join Mikey Madonna and Kobe Clements coming up just after our women's final, which is going to be action-packed. 25 minutes, 2 heats to go after this. Waves are still pumping on through.
Yeah, so just over 3 minutes to go on the clock. Jackson Baker looking pretty solid at this point for me, and looking forward to see how he handles the end of this. I guess he's playing maybe a little bit of defense. I think he might be holding one of those first priority positions. We saw all the other guys collect a wave in the last few minutes. So last wave for Jake Sharp goes into his top 2, a 5.03. Now looking for a 6.51, so just barely decreasing that need to move into second. Joel Vaughan still is going to be looking for that 7.31. You can see them looking back, checking out the priority situation and shuffling up and down the bank there. And it's great to see that there's been at least a bit of a pulse in the swell. I know the last few finals days it has been a little bit smaller and it's kind of limited the performance for a lot of these guys, and we've been able to enjoy such a great aerial show over the last few afternoons. And even in the warm-ups, it's great to see just bigger sections and a lot more of performance coming for the spectators' enjoyment here on the beat. So just over 2 minutes on the clock.
And nervy moments here for Chris Zaffis. Small wave here for Joel Vaughan. Big full rotation, unable to stick that one. Just desperation at the end of this heat. Starting to show some frustration there, Jolie Vaughan. Just not getting the opportunities in this heat to showcase what he's capable of doing. With him and Jake Sharp on the back foot here. Just under 2 minutes remaining. But Chris Zaffis, I can tell you right now, would not be feeling safe. Both of these guys can throw down one big air, get the score on a below average wave. Or if a set comes at the end and they all get a chance, could spell danger. But at this stage, with just under minute 40 remaining, Chris and Jackson are going to try and control this one out. Very experienced competitors. They know exactly what they're doing in this position. They've done it many times before. And with a spot in the finals, I don't think they're going to give them an inch.
Yeah, you wouldn't be wanting to give up any other opportunity at this point in the heat. Just over a minute on the clock. Looks like there's going to be another pulse in action. Jacko, current semi-finals leader, up and riding. He finds the open face so easily in such tricky conditions. He goes down on the final manoeuvre there, but it's not going to affect his situation at the moment. His second wave score, 6.50, so he'll remain in the lead. 1 minute on the clock, and the rest of the pack look like they have moved, perhaps, maybe to the north of the competition zone. There goes Joel Vaughan. 55 seconds. He needs a score and puts the board right up there for the two-turn combo that we saw at the end of that wave, at least, Cooper.
What did he do at the start of that? Where was Chris Zaffis on that one? He must have caught one as well, so we're going to have to wait and see if we can pick up some replays, or we will just let you know the scores. We're going to probably find this one out after the heat with just on 35 seconds remaining. Let's see if Jake Sharp can put one in there as well and really make it interesting. I'd love to see Sharpie have a shot at it. He's had such an amazing event. To come up just short of the final would be devastating for him. But a great run for the Coffs Harbour boys. There's been such an amazing amount of talent brought to this weekend by the locals. And yeah, it's been awesome to see Jake even make it all the way up to the semi-finals.
Yeah, exactly. So just over 10 seconds left on the clock. Like he said, we're going to have to wait to see those scores lock on in because there's been wave after wave. And Chris Zaffis having a look at that one. But Jacko perhaps playing priority, keeping him off it, somehow making it all the way around that section. A nice little rooftop floater to, I think, probably claim an unofficial victory and movement into the final there for him. He's having a look around everywhere, and maybe we've still got some scores to lock on in for last of Joel Vaughan. So we'll wait to see. Unofficially, it looks like Jackson Baker going on through in the lead of that heat and going to find himself in the final against Kobe Clements and Mikey Madonna. Second place looks as though it's gone to Chris Zaffis at this point.
We're still waiting on a score from Joel Vaughan, though. We're going to have to throw it to commercial break, but when we come back, we've got the women's final, and we'll let you know the scores for that last exchange. Joel Vaughan, bit of body language, having a chat to Chris Zaffis. We're going to have to let you know right after this commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Finals are coming up.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Well, welcome back to the Oz Open, and I tell you what, already there's been some scores dropped, and it looks like a Boeing score. Well, my name's Crispy, and 25-minute final graced our top surfers around Australia, around the region, and this is the Oz Open Women's Division. Join with me, Cooper Chapman, the good human. Welcome back, Coops. We're here at Diggers for the pointy end. 4 remain. 1 will take home the big prize.
Finals time. How good is it?
It's pretty sick. Well, look at that. Philippa Anderson, a 7.67. She is just red hot. We had a fellow surfer, again, Jackson Baker, drop into the final. Elias Smith, the first one at 5.5. This is all out, going for broke. Carly Shanahan from Coffs Harbour, 3.67. And Bonnie Hills, the local girl, she is up very shortly. And here we go for Carly Shanahan, a quick backup. She just tips off that one. That'll be a throwaway. 21 minutes remaining. Check it all. Welcome all those. G'day Rod, and g'day to the Anderson family. Shout out to you. Philippa has been smashing it and loving it with her friends. Here we go. Priorities with white. So she's going to ride down to this one, Bonnie Hills. And well, this guy live on the stream, and it's the man, Jacko Baker. Well, just said to Philippa, do whatever Jacko does. Well done. Congratulations on another finals berth.
My first one in a while, I'll take it. I'm actually pretty stoked. It's good just to kind of win some heats, and yeah, to make the finals a bonus. I don't know, at the end of the day, always want to win, but to go home after a good weekend away with a bit of money definitely helps out, and just surfing, it's fun.
Yeah, you look like you're having a lot of fun. Your sleds look amazing, and the other thing is you're just looking amazingly strong in your turn. So working with TriPaz, how has that made a difference this year?
Yeah, well, we've just had such like so much time to do good training blocks. When we're competing, we only really get that first block in January to kind of base ourselves off.
Yeah.
But this year, because we've been home for months on months, we've been able to do different blocks with strength and speed and kind of changing things up. And I guess that's where we've capitalised on that. So hopefully that helps for next year, and especially now. So yeah, we're working on some different things, and yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, check it out. And anyone to shout out?
Shout out to me missus, my dad, my sister, my family, my girlfriend's family, anyone watching. Merriweather back home. Yeah, hopefully bring home the W in the Jeep leader jersey. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, that's it. Cooper Chapman, any words for the man, Jacko Baker?
Yeah, Jacko, looking in blistering form, mate. 2 heats in a row, not really any pressure on you at all. Early starts, big scores. What's the formula out there right now?
I'm just sticking down to my little peak down the beach, but I think everyone will follow me down there in the final, so I'll just have to battle with them for that. But I think actually my first wave in that semi, I think I fell on the last turn. I think that probably would have been my best wave, so I kind of knew just to stay down in that area, and then once I got my scores, I moved away and let them have it, and it just seems to, I go down there and get a couple, and then it stops breaking, so hopefully that happens again in the final.
Yeah, one more heat like that, and we'll be seeing you holding up the trophy in the check, so I won't keep you too long. 18 minutes until your final will start, so go get some water into you, wax up that board, and get back out there. Good luck, brother.
Thank you very much. I hope Philippa wins too. Go Philippa.
Yeah, there you go, Jacko.
Keep it in the hometown.
Yeah, the double NTL Newcastle Surfers looking for a double. And currently in the lead, as we said, Philippa Anderson, a 5.17 and a 5.57, followed on live heats.
Go in the yellow. Carly Shanahan, one big forehand turn there. Trying to claw back the lead that Philippa Anderson has right now. Big first score for her, 7.67, exactly how you want to start off your finals campaign.
I'm just going to hit refresh. I was in the semi, liveheats.com. Philippa Anderson in the lead, in red. Again, doing a lot of work with TriPaz, strength and conditioning. And we talk about it. You know, we haven't talked much about it this time, but even we had our psychologist here. We've got AIS. Jason Patchell works with athletes, works with our Olympians in surfing. And then even for yourself, doing great work in the good human factory. So important. Mind, body, spirit. Feeling good, doing good, receiving good.
Yeah, it's a very important part of sport, and I think we're starting to appreciate that a bit more. And
well,
yeah, Philippa Anderson, 2 big turns, listening to her coach, setting up this heat very nicely. 7.67 to start, getting that back up on the board early, so she's not going to be looking for that 3 or 4 at the end of the heat to maybe edge out further in front. She's got that done now.
Yeah.
What's the plan from now?
Yeah, the plan is keep consistent like she has been. She's been strong. Her choices are great. Wave selection's great, and turns have been great. The judges are loving it, really risking it, but really powerful through her turns. And again, she's strong, she's powerful, she's flexible, and she's in a good mind space. And all I do is do that and go for the win.
That's it. It's finals time right now.
Pretty simple.
All you want to do is go for the win, and Philippa Anderson is looking very strong to start off this heat. She's moved down to second momentarily, but we're going to see her second score come in. She's going to jump back up into the lead, and she's going to have a very, very comfortable final. I think the other girls have locked in a few scores, though. Bonnie Hills, a 3.27 and a 0.6. Elia Smith, I'm sorry about the name pronunciation, but Elia Smith has locked in a 0.67 and a 4.83. Great start there, a 4.83. Nice to have in the backup, but it's finals time. We want to see waves up in the excellent score. We want to see totals up towards that 14, 15, 16, just like Philippa Anderson has just posted her second wave score, 6.33. Edges herself quite a far way out in front right now. Number 1 and 2 wave score of the final. The girls are all going to be playing catch-up.
Yeah, definitely. So that was a goal as well. Don't be safe with that. Like, she's had a great start, but to take a win here, you want to close it down with an excellent score. So really good rhythms at the moment. 6.33 and a 7.67 for Philippa Anderson from Newcastle. And g'day to Rod and Mrs. Anderson and Craig Anderson, a brother. They'll be watching live online. Well, she's doing it big. She's got a new Philippa Anderson surf school, and things are going well. The value of the dollar, she knows she's funded herself to be here, and M&D have funded her for so many decades. And Carly Shanahan in second, a 4.9 and a 3.67. Carly beat her in the semi-final, went on to be runner-up next to Sarah Bourne on the QS at the start of the year. So still a formidable force, needs a 9.11, needs 2 good waves. And then Aaliyah Smith, as we said, a 4.83, needs excellent score, 9.18. And Bonnie Hills needs to start again. So all the girls.
Carly Shanahan up and riding. A little bit caught behind on that one. This low tide is definitely starting to run out and making the waves a little bit shorter, a little bit sharper, favouring girls like Philippa who have those big manoeuvres in their repertoire when maybe the wave quality might decrease just a little bit as this tide drops out for the next hour while we have both of our finals out there.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff, and we'll tip our hats to Surfing New South Wales. Luke Madden, CEO, will be watching online. Live streaming, live broadcast. Thank you, Fresh Air broadcaster Sam and Nisha, all the crew doing an amazing job in the filmers every day, day in, day out. ABB and the 2-day event. And don't forget Series 7, we are down the coast at, I think, Marumbula, way downtown, just past Bega. Grab some cheese and then head off for the contest number 5. And then don't forget, Narrabeen at your place, your old place. We're there on the 12th of December, so book in, Surfing New South Wales, and this is the Oz Open of Surfing. Coffs Harbour, we're at finals time, and the women are on.
Yep, I'm looking forward to that event at Narrabeen to finish out the year in my hometown where I grew up with all my friends and family, and yeah, it'd be great to get some waves for that event. It's going to be awesome having Davey Cathell's back surfing in a rash vest, having home ground event, and yeah, he was on tour for a year there. Such an amazing surfer, a big role model of mine, and yeah, he's going to be one to watch at Narrabeen. Awesome seeing guys just like Jake Sharp and Sean Cansdell, guys who have retired from their serious surf career, but these events are just a good opportunity to get back into it. As we see Blue, massive turn there, but that bottoming out tide just making her have to airdrop out of the turn, unable to complete it. So, be back to the drawing board for Elliot Smith. We are coming very close to the halfway point of this heat. 25-minute final right here on the beautiful Diggers Beach here on the Coffs Coast. The Big Banana is just up the road from here. The turn-off for the Big Banana is right next to Diggers. So
yeah, that's right. We had a couple of competitors first time down to Diggers, and it's like, well, you never forget it because you just turn left at the Big Banana on the south side or turn right safely where you can. So once you're here at Diggers, you keep returning like a boomerang. And again, thank you to the local Indigenous tribe. We have Otis Hope Carey here doing some great work with the Coffs Harbour board ride. There's been so many highlights. The ABB with Lee Bar and also Kingscliff sneaking on through. And then also Coffs Harbour board riders booking a spot, the top 3 spot into the ABB for February, March.
yeah, it's been awesome being here in Coffs Harbour. The way that the Coffs Board Riders Club, led by President Lee Winkler, have been involving the community. We saw the heat yesterday with the disabled surfers getting in the water, giving them an opportunity to share the stoke that we all have in the surf. So really nice. I actually heard Surfing New South Wales talking, and Ulladulla board riders have pitched to them, we want to have a disabled surfing division in our club too. So really good initiative by Lee Winkler, and you could just see the stoke in the disabled surfers yesterday. That's the kind of thing that we want to see here.
Yeah.
Surfing Australia is all about sharing the stoke, and
yeah.
back at club roots level, that's a place where you can really give back to those people who might be a bit more disadvantaged, might not have the opportunities to do what we love to do every single day, and that's jump in the ocean. So the more we can support them to share the stoke, share the salt water, and share the beautiful place that we call home, the ocean.
Well, it's amazing when you give and pay it forward, what that does also for yourself. So you do it with the right values and the right mindset. It actually is very rewarding. And talking about rewarding, that is your heat leader. She was going for hit the high notes and just come a bit unstuck. And that's what you've got to bring. So you've done many finals in contest surfing. You get to the final. What's been your plan of the last?
Oh, they're just the bar raises. Generally, a lot of the times I used to feel getting to the final, you're like, oh, yes, job's done, I got a result. But it's not like that anymore. You want to go for those wins, and I was lucky enough to get a win a couple of weeks back at the Port Macquarie Open, and yeah, it felt good. It's been a while between drinks for me, to be honest. It's such a highly, highly competitive sport now, and there's so much unpredictability in our sport that it's not easy to win when you've got 75 guys to compete against every week in a sport that's so volatile, with conditions changing, judging being subjective. It doesn't make it easy to win. So the guys that are in the final today have been working their ass off. The off-season's been working really well for them. It's great to see guys like Jacko Baker, Mikey Madonna, some of the best surfers in Australian surfing, Chris Saffis, and Kobe Clements, one of the best up-and-coming surfers. So the men's final is stacked to the rafters, so that's going to be an awesome one. And as we see out there right now, the girls are having a little bit of trouble down in second, third, and fourth, trying to chase down Philippa Anderson. Just the experience and the expertise of Philippa, as we see her up and riding here. I don't think that wave's going to drop into a top 2, but just maybe controlling the heat, keeping the girls guessing, making them have to make a few more decisions and raising the pressure for them coming into the end of this heat.
And I must say, it's been a lot of change with the tide. Come this morning, it was 1 to 2 foot high tide. There was less. It was really tidy and neat. The change in the tides, and that's that adaptability And that vulnerability, when you're pushed against the wall, that's when a true champion comes to shine. And I'll tell you what, this is what it's all made of. Right now, Philippa Anderson, she's had 3 finals this year. She made the quarters at the Tweed and made the semi-final at the QS at Maroubra. So 3 finals in this Australian Open surfing, Coffs Harbour, and then had the wild card at the Tweed Coast Pros. So there's a lot of good things happening. Started at the surf school, and then great support from mum and dad and a brother and a family and friends. And I think even she loves the dogs as well. And yeah, such a formidable force from Newcastle. So again, unpacking it, you got Carly Shanahan in the bottom. She currently is one of the rising stars on the Pro Junior. And Leah Smith again, just finished school and then travelling with a friend. So there's all these new rising stars, and Bonnie Hills, the local hero. So the locals are going for Bonnie and the locals are going for... I reckon, who do you think for locals? They might go for Chris Zaffis or maybe even Jackson Baker, everyone's favourite. He's the town favourite.
Yeah, we saw a nice little backside snap for Carly Shanahan. She's going to need a little bit more than that. Just a 1 big turn on that wave, but chasing down 14 points, she's going to need 2. And nobody wants to get second right now. It's all about taking the win, and we're going to go through the standings with just under 8 minutes remaining. Bonnie Hills is down in 4th. Just a 3.27 and a 1.17. She's actually comboed for the lead, so if she wants to take out the win here today, she's going to have to catch 2 more waves to eclipse that 14-point total of Philippa Anderson. In 3rd, we have, in the blue, Ellia Smith. She has a 4.83 and a 1.53. Same for her. Long way home. She needs a 9.18. She can do it in 1 wave at least, so she's got an opportunity with just over 7 minutes remaining. She only needs 1 wave. Could happen in 1 wave. Not an easy score to get, though. It would need to be the biggest score of the day for the women. In the yellow in 2nd, we have Carly Shanahan. In form all event. Just looking for that wave that gives her a bit more of an opportunity than 1 turn. She's looking for a 9.11. Same situation as Elia. Can do it in 1 wave, but there's not many 9-point waves out there. The girls are just struggling to find the 2 turns on the same wave, which Philippa got early in the heat. And we talked about this in the last heat, Jess and I. Sometimes if you start strong in a heat and the conditions change, it can make it practically impossible to come back in a heat. So
yeah.
Philippa surfing really smart, putting herself out right in the lead early, and there hasn't really been many opportunities since that first 10 minutes of the heat, so she's sitting pretty up the top. But we see last wave score for Ellia Smith coming at a 6.07. She's put herself really in contention here now. With 6.5 minutes remaining, she's looking for a 7.94. She brought that requirement down from that 9-point range, makes it a little bit more attainable. She doesn't have to go absolutely crazy to get it. She just has to go a little bit crazy to get it.
Yeah, definitely. So it's you can't get it in 1 wave. You just got to chop and you got to take that 2-step, like we saw Eddie Hamity just missing out, really exploding in that semi-final battle he had in that other one against Mikey Madonna, and he was so close. There were so many really rising stars that got knocked out, and even former tour specialists, and some also great junior efforts from the young guys. Like even had young Dane from Kingscliff doing a great one, and Kobe Clements making the final.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Kobe in the final. Hopefully he goes for broke, puts it 2 to these older boys, a bit more experienced in the likes of Mikey Madonna, Jackson Baker and Chris Saffers. They're going to be looking to really block this out. And it's a really good training heat for those guys. 4 of the top surfers in Australia, 3 of Australia's top QS surfers, and 1 of Australia's best juniors up and coming. So between the 4 of them, it's not only a good fun final, but it's also a really good training heat going into the 2021 tour. Really tough stacked heat. You could see a heat exactly like this in the Challenger Series going into the end of next year.
Yeah, definitely. And that's it. This is great training coming at the back of 9 months rest. And as Jacko Baker alluded to with TriPads, just a time to build on those foundations and the triangle, again, of speed, of power, of flexibility, strength, all those key components on in the muscle groups and also the biomechanics, and then working also with your support. You've got Michelle from the HPC, you've got Patchy that works with a lot of athletes, even people, when you need support, you go to the support that's going to best suit to you as well within your surfing community.
Yeah, and we're lucky enough up at Surfing Australia to have such a good support network, and like you were touching on just before, Jason Patchell's such a crucial part of the organisation up there, looking after everybody when it comes to that mental realm, which I think is starting to get a lot more appreciated in sport. There's so many high-intensity scenarios, high-intensity situations. Being able to compete with a good edge under pressure is so important, and it's really nice that Surfing Australia are helping their athletes have that capacity to understand how to deal with pressure and how to perform exceptionally well under pressure.
There it is, the men's final, 25 minutes, and I'll tell you what, 4 minutes remaining in this one. Philippa Anderson hanging on to the lead, but close behind to steal some dreams for a win here at Coffs Harbour. Aaliyah Smith, and she is looking dangerous as well. Carly Shanahan close behind. And Bonnie Hills, it looks like it's just not going her way with the local knowledge, and she's been a big performer throughout day 1 and day 2, and especially in the Border Riders battle.
Yeah, and Elliot Smith just locked in a 5.37, chipping away, not quite going into her top score, which will make her requirement lower, but edging herself out a little bit further ahead of 3rd and 4th. And when there's a bit of money on the line, it's always nice to make sure you distance yourself between 3rd and 4th if you're in 2nd. Yeah, 3 minutes 20 remaining.
Yeah.
It's looking all smiles for Philippa Anderson right now. Not out of the question, though, as we see Elliot Smith having a look. Last-ditch effort, 3 minutes. It looks like a big set wave. She's looking for an 8-point ride. Not going to catch that. Philippa's on that one, so
Well,
she takes that. Doesn't have priority now going into the end of the heat. Is that a mistake, Crispy?
Well, we like to say there's learns. You know, you can always go back on those. You can have a few moments you can claw back from. She started well. We'll have to go back at the end, and basically it's like leave nothing in the tank. And again, if you've got those waves, she had priority. What she stopped was Aaliyah Smith taking that wave and that opportunity to get that 8. Well, here we go for Bonnie Hills, and just up and off on that one. So that won't be the score that she requires. Carly Shanahan in 3rd. And then score required for Carly. And here we go for Filsey, just on the right again. The Jacko Baker right. She's just going for it. Nice vertical jam and just coming off. And you can just see, you know, these ladies have had 3 heats today. They had the quarterfinal, they got the semi, and then the 25-minute final. And you can really see the fatigue coming into it. And then also the desperation to get that score or maintain that place in this Open Women's Final. Thank you. Don't forget, Destination New South Wales. This is the presenting sponsor, no text, no wreck. So if you're driving, if you're going for a short drive to the shop or you're going for a long drive home, throw your mobile away. Do not text when you're driving, and let's save lives one at a time.
Yeah, we're all about that road safety. It's great to have such awesome sponsors for this event, getting involved with surfing and not just being fully government funded. It's nice to have the government looking after us here and looking after the surfing on the New South Wales East Coast, and it's obviously great for tourism. Most of the population in Australia, I think over 90%, live within 50 kilometres of the coast, so it's so great to see the New South Wales government realising how important surfing is for the Australian culture, and it's such a great way to see this coast and for us to showcase how beautiful parts of the world are, like right here at Coffs Harbour. As we're coming down to the mad minute, things are looking very nice for Philippa Anderson right now. The other girls, a little bit on the back foot. Elliot Smith has surfed quite a nice heat behind Philippa there, but trying to chase down that big win in this event is looking pretty tough right now. With just 50 seconds remaining, Elliot Smith is looking for that 8-point ride. Carly Shanahan needs a 9, and Bonnie Hills is comboed. So all of the girls have got pretty busy in this heat. Everybody over 5 waves, but just not quite the quality of Philippa Anderson. She started really strong with a 7.67, backed it up with a 6.33. And ever since then, the girls have just been chasing. And with 30 seconds to go, it's looking like that might be all she wrote. Not many waves on the horizon. Just counting down the very end of this heat.
Well, this is exciting also. Australian Open of surfing at Coffs Harbour. This will be Filsey's first win of the year in a major event. And yeah, it was closed off for about 8 months. And here we go, still key on the table. Big score required, last-ditch effort. And here we go. One turn, and Aaliyah Smith. And it looks like it's it. Cooper Chapman. We've got a new champion, Philippa Anderson, here at Coffs Harbour, Australian Open of surfing. Wow, and there's the celebratory victory lap.
Informal event, deserved winner. The experience has come through, and look at this victory lap. Goes for the big air reverse. Unable to stick that one, but she's going to come in. It's going to be all smiles on her face. We're going to come back for the men's final, 25-minute final. You're going to see Mikey Madonna, Kobe Clements, Jackson Baker, Chris Saffis. You're watching the Coffs Harbour Open, part of the Australian Open of Surfing. Come back right after this break for the last heat of the event.
You've dreamed of places to go, You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures, wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing, and of course we just had a great final of the women's. Philippa Anderson winning that. There she is, just bursting with celebratory energy down there, and look at Crispy going down. He's like, he was going to chair up the beach, but he's trying to get out of that because he doesn't want to do it. But yeah, great win there for Philippa Anderson, and of course we'll be talking to her at the presentation at some stage, maybe even before, who knows. But anyway, at this stage,
look at her, shy, so coy about it. That's Balmy giving her congratulations as well. And Begsy, one of the local guys, a Sawtell club president actually for their board riders, and one of Phil's good mates as well. So the guys just collecting her. So look, she's so reluctant to accept a chair. She gets so embarrassed, Reggae. She's very humble champ. But they're going to give her the chair up anyway if she'll let her.
She doesn't want to.
Look, they're forcing her to do it. Chrissy's saying this is what we're doing now. There's your champ, women's champ.
There you go. There's your women's champ there. Philippa Anderson being chaired up the beach. And, yeah, a little pat on the head for...
Maiden win there for her too, Reggae, for the Australian Open Series. She's had such tough luck for so many years, just making it right to the very end, but hard to claim the victory. So it's great to see her take the W and $1,500 and perhaps a fair few points towards Sydney's list. And then Begsy and Balmy have their work cut out for them. That's a long walk back to the sand. So
I was going to say, they probably wish she'd caught a left so they didn't have to carry it all that way. As we see out in the water at the moment, men's final underway. And there's Chris Zappis in the blue, throws it up, nice sharp turn to finish. Jackson Baker, of course, he had a big win in his semi and also his quarterfinal. Can he maintain that momentum into the final? This is going to be a great heat, of course. Jackson Baker, Mikey McDonough, Kobe Clements and Chris Zappis, the four form surfers of the event. And here they are. And, men's final. That's it.
I'd love to see Jacko get his maiden win in the series as well. Like we heard him say, he was cursed with the quarterfinal elimination. He made it through with a pretty scintillating performance in the semis. And now if he can find that form once again and those right-handers that he's been able to lock into multiple times per heat, hopefully, like for me, he's going to be the champ, of course. So he has to overcome the likes of Mikey McDonough, Kobe Clements and Chris Zappis. Here he goes. Just a quick little energetic dismount from Jacko. And, 20 minutes pretty much left, just over 20 minutes.
Yeah, so these 25-minute finals, of course, and hasn't that first 5 minutes gone very quickly? So Chris Zappis getting the better of that early exchange with a 4.83 on his first wave. Still waiting on Mikey McDonough and Kobe Clements to lock in their first scoring rides. The Open final of the men's here at the Australian Open of Surfing. Coffs Harbour Open, of course, we started here yesterday morning. Prior to that, on Saturday, we had the Australian Board Riders Battle Northern Division. And, so this is event number 4 in the series. So next week, we're just packing up the caravans and wobbling on down the far south coast of New South Wales.
The travelling circus.
Travelling circus continues down to Narooma, the Narooma Dalmini area. Dalmini just north of Narooma, and a lot of good surf around that area. And we've got our spotters down there, Dalmini board riders, checking it out. They're going to find out the best bank, and
Matt Hoare.
Yep.
Yep,
Matty.
it's good to link up.
Well,
with
you'd be
those
worried
guys.
about him. You go,
Oh no, no, actually, my uncle and my family live down in Maruya, so just south of those guys. But it's great to have the local community kind of linked in with this Australian Open Surf Series. I think that's been really important, and really a pat on the back for Luke Madden and Adam Human, that connecting with the locals. Here we go, Mikey Madonna.
Look at this, nice wall ahead of him, just building up some speed. This wave shuts down really quickly though. Wow, when he took off, like from this angle in the booth, you can't see the long run of the swell line. Like outside, when you were just sitting outside then, and I actually did a beach commentary heat, you can see the whole length, so you know when it's going to shut down them. But it's pretty different, the full overview. Much cleaner conditions now with the wind swinging further round to the southwest, but that low tide still coming in at around 3:10 this afternoon, and with that water drawing off this sandbank, a lot of closeouts happening, so hard to choose that scoring wave.
Yeah, and Mikey is so incredibly fast. Like we've been hearing the comparisons to Mick Fanning, that lightning fast attack on the backhand and the forehand from Mikey Madonna throughout the whole event so far. So that just shows how quick of a closeout that was. I'd probably myself be struggling to get to my feet and go straight on that thing, let alone get 3 speed pumps in down the line like we saw from Mikey. He's going to have to find himself some open space to work with. We've seen him predominantly go to the lefts throughout the event, especially today on finals day, and he's looking perhaps to find some of that right-hander form, as has Jacko Baker. Chris Zaffis, like I said, opened up with 4.83 4.83 and goes into the lead early. Hopefully we're going to see this big exchange here from all the guys. Zaffis up and riding again. 2-turn combo, nice and quick off the mark, and I think he wants to get that momentum rolling and not to leave it up to the last minute to need something like a 3 or a 4 or perhaps even a 5 for the 2-turn combo there, Reggae.
Yeah, I think that was a short wave, but he had those 2 smooth turns, so it'll be interesting to see. That'll set the give us an idea of how we're going to see this thing pan out, because if Chris gets a decent little score with that, I think that'll inspire the other guys to think about those mid-sized sets that are coming through. The bigger one's still shutting down across that bank. You can be lucky and get one with a little bit of a corner on it. Will give you a solid opportunity. But at the moment, it's all about that quick 2 turns. And so here we go. Kobe Clements up and riding on his first wave. Throws it up, clean turn into the lip, gets a little bit of a foam climb there and rides out of that one. So he did so well to ride out of that, because a little bit late, not through own fault of his own, but he's taking that lip as it came down and rode out of that in difficult circumstances. So Kobe Clements, that is going to be a decent opening ride as the clock ticks towards 16 minutes remaining. There's Jackson Baker on screen.
Yeah, so prior to this event, Kobe Clements is sitting in that number 10 seating spot on the ratings for this Australian Open of Surfing series. So no doubt with the absence of a few of those top seed names, Kobe's going to look to make a bit of a jump up the ratings with this finals berth. Having a look for Jacko Baker, he's sitting way back in number 23, so he's also going to make a pretty good jump, as will, let's see who else, where can we find Chris Zaffis on the ratings? I'm not even sure if he's in that top 30.
Is this his first event, isn't it?
Cut-off. No, I think we've seen him throughout the last, I think we saw him in Port Macquarie.
He wasn't down South Coast last week, I don't think, was he?
No, I think he was in Cronulla though as well. He made a couple of heats, but he's not sitting inside that top 30, so these guys looking to push way in front. Here goes Jacko. Up and over the roof, just a floater. Really nice, stylish thing to watch. I think it doesn't get so well rewarded in competition, but yeah, really nice, stylish floater from, I guess, the originator, Sanger, Central Coast guy, Mark Sainsbury.
Mark Sainsbury.
Yeah, he was deemed to be the first guy to be pulling the floater in competition.
Yeah, big ones too. Long line lip floaters.
Yeah, I love watching them. I think they look so stylish, especially when the guys pull in those little tweaks and the rock and roll style floaters that Andy Irons used to throw down.
Yeah.
I love that style of surfing to watch. It's so nice. But at the moment, last wave for Kobe Clements locked on in a 6.10 and 2 ways for Chris Saffis, that 4.83 to open up and a 5.50 for that 2-turn combo we saw on the forehand for Zaffis. So he'll take the lead. Last wave for Jacko Baker, a 3.3. And Mike Madonna, just a couple of little ones in the tally board at the moment. 14.5 on the clock. Kobe, nice big deep bottom turn. Huge 2-turn combo on the backhand, Reggae.
Well, there you go. 2 good solid turns. Wanted to capitalise on that 6.1, and I think he has done that. That will put some pressure on Chris Zaffis for the lead. I wouldn't be surprised if Kobe actually moves into the lead. And here we see Chris Zaffis just showing that frontside air does not right out of that. Bit of a Hail Mary. So got a bit of catching up to do as far as locking in scores. And Chris Zaffis making his way back outside. That last wave of Kobe Clements. Sharp little left-hander with some really good solid turns. And you can see Mike McDonough out the back, just sort of waiting for his opportunity. 13.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he was speaking about wanting to just throw everything at this final, so perhaps just waiting patiently to go to the air as well. We've seen mostly, I think, the backhand attack, like I was saying, for Mikey Madonna, and I know he's going to have to bring a lot more to the table. We're waiting for the last score for Kobe Clements, and I think perhaps for all 4 of these guys, if they were to take the win, it's going to be their maiden win on the series. And it's going to be a massive injection for them into the start of next season. So a bit of prize money, $1,500 for the champ here. And they're all getting paid, so it is a good excuse of taking work off for most of these guys. Here goes Jacko.
Nice turn off the top. Another section ahead of him. Really smooth turn. You can't get that third one in. That wave just shutting down, but that first turn was really nice. Fair bit of spray, a bit of power there, and got that little roller coaster to finish off with, but still looking for that big smashing turn. That's what he wants to do, but he hasn't had the opportunity. But that's still going to round things out nicely for him, and we'll just see how things tighten up. So Kobe Clements in the lead now. His last wave back that 6. Well, there you go, a 6.77 for that left. So that is a good solid score. So he's sitting pretty at the moment, and really turning the screws on his opponents. Chris Zaffis currently in second spot. And Chris, what's he need?
For the win, he needs to find himself a 7.38. Jacko's looking for a 9.21. And at the moment, Mikey Madonna is comboed with a 12.88 to take the win. So, of course, those requirements all to take first position. And nobody wants to be coming in second here. And still plenty of prize money, though, for second, third, and fourth on offer as part of this Australian Open Surf Series. But, yeah, they're looking for that maiden victory here and the chance to raise the crown and the trophy above the heads. Chris Saff, as you can tell, he's looking for the launch pad as well. And Cooper was talking about the difficulty in going for the aerial manoeuvres on the forehand with the wind on their back as well. You're talking about the southerly or the southeasterly blowing, so it's going to be tricky to keep the board under the feet unless they were able to kind of project out into the flats and stay kind of away from that difficult area where it seems to just fly away under the toes. So maybe Chris Zaffis looking for one of those sections to go mental on, like you said, throw down Hail Mary and find himself pretty much an 8-point ride to take this final. So just over 11 minutes on the clock. And time really flies by. I feel like watching these heats. You kick off almost half an hour on the board, so 25 minutes for the men's final. We're already past halfway. Here goes Kobe, the current leader, looking for maybe one of those club sandwich manoeuvres.
I thought it was, and there he got, not quite sure. See Mikey McDonough behind him. Nice, smooth, little bit of lip slide there. Gets a little section on the inside, and he might get some bonus turns to happen here. Another nice little extension, that tight roundhouse there, but just rides out of that one. So Mike McDonough, better way for him. Of course, Kobe Clements has set the standard with a couple of sixes, and so to reel him back in, these guys need to lock in. If they could get a 6.5 to a 7.5 in the next few minutes, that'll change the situation quite dramatically. So, yeah, a little slide there, bit of a stumble. And watch on the inside, there's that nice little hook into the pocket and just rides out of that one. So, and here's Chris Zappis. Chris has been busy. Now that's nice, flaring up on that turn And running down the line, a little section to finish, and there again, like they got that full body torque going.
Yeah, great variety from Mikey Madonna as well. And I think that it's going to go way up towards probably their keepers in this final so far. Have a look at the replay here of Chris Zaffis as well. Great combination. Nice little release. A little bit of a berry of the nose. Second turn was crisper. And third turn looking to close out. Nice big manoeuvre. Throws plenty of spray to the horizons. Perhaps a bag of chook feathers, as Crispy may say.
Well, yeah. It was a crisp turn.
It was a crisp turn.
Crispy's here, inspiring the commentary, as he does.
He does, and safe travelling home for everyone too, leaving the contest, of course. No text, no Rex from Surfing New South Wales. We're waiting to see the last few scores lock on in. So a wave to come for Kobe. One for Jacko locking in. His top two are 4.50. And
I think Mikey's got one to come in
yeah,
too,
there's
his
some
last wave.
serious scores to lock on in there. So
Yep.
the judges having a look at the replay. 9 minutes left in this final, and it's pretty close at the moment. Mikey's going to get himself out of the combination situation, no doubt. Get a lot of variety in that three-turn combo.
Yep.
Here he goes again.
Well, good section here, just standing up in front of him. Well, it's shutting down pretty quickly. He's going to throw something critical at the lip there, which he does, and doesn't ride out of that, unfortunately. Waiting on that last score of Mikey, or the second to last score, to be locked in. I think things are going to tighten up quite dramatically, but Kobe Clements, a pair of sixes, not huge scores, but this stage, it's kept him in a pretty good position, and here he goes. Can he extend that? Nice little snap. Running down the line, go for the foam climb with a bit of flare off the tail. Probably won't go into his top two, I wouldn't imagine. Oh, Jacko, what's he got? Can he make a big statement here? Nice little snap off the top. Running down the line. Wants to blow up this last turn. She does. But again, nothing to go psycho about.
No, nothing to go psycho about. Not as crisp as Mikey's three-turn combo and his forehand either, for pretty similar waves. So we're really waiting for all those scores to lock on in. There's going to be over 5 waves now, I think, for the judges to really get locked into the scales. 7 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, and looks like the young gun at this point in the lineup, Kobe Clements, has commanded it from the start. Looking super elastic and very relaxed. And he's got, I think it's his mum here as his support network. Of course, he's got everyone tuning in online. But she's been behind him all the way, and he's just, bit of a humble, quiet achiever around the contest site. Just sticks and focuses to his game plan, and at the moment it's working really well for him. But we're waiting for all of those numbers to lock on in. I'm particularly interested to see Mikey's real wave, see how far out of combination land it can get him, because it might end up being that he only needs something like a 5 or a 6 after that first real score for him to drop on in, because it was a pretty sharp-looking three-turn combo.
Yeah, I think it'll tighten things up. Kobe holding that lead now. So I think, once all these waves are locked in, it's going to make the final 5 minutes very interesting. Only just under 7 minutes remaining. So Kobe Clements holding the lead. I suppose his old man's watching this. So Steve, if you are, hope you're well. Steve, former QS surfer. And
good guy to have in your corner too, isn't it? Coming into the QS.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have my dad or...
Wasn't he helpful, your dad?
He was helpful, don't get me wrong, he was helpful.
Come on, he might be listening.
He's 100% listening. He used to tell me just whatever, doesn't matter the conditions of the event, but go square off the bottom, vertical off the top, no matter what. It wouldn't matter what I was riding.
That's fairly good advice, unless it was a big flat left, didn't he?
He'd be stoked. He'd be stoked hearing you say that. But to have the experience in your corner, like Kobe Clements would have, just that competition time and the time in the jersey would just be so helpful. And there's that first score really locking in for Mikey Madonna, an 8.33. Just as we thought, pushes him straight into second. Now only needs a 4.55 to take the lead, and that is a smart played heat. There goes Kobe.
Ooh, he's looking to extend his lead. He needs to get one of those 6s, get rid of that. So he's looking for a wave in the 7s now. Mike McDonough breathing down his neck. Chris Zappis currently in third. Jackson Baker, he's got a lot of work to do. Jackson, he's done all, he had so much momentum in the quarters and the semis, which he dominated. At the moment, he's struggling to find the waves out there, which he'll be disappointed about. He's pretty psyched going into this. Still, 5.5 minutes remaining, as we saw with Mikey. The opportunities are there. If you can get a wave just with a bit of face on it. But Mike McDonough's been surfing a smart heat And,
Yeah.
well, Chris Zaffis is now in the lead. So it's chopping and changing, and I reckon we're going to see the lead change again. So Kobe Clements has been pushed back. What was Chris's last wave?
Yeah, so Zaffis posted an 8.00 ride. His second score at the moment of 5.5, and this is the kind of exciting surfing that you expect to see from this caliber and in the final. These guys have to pull out the excellent scores. So last few numbers being thrown down huge. Jacko's last two, a 4.5 and a 5.93. Mike and McDonough has an 8.33 and a 2.73. There goes Chris Zaffis again. He's taken the lead.
Oh, nice.
Huge release, an ejection of spray off the back foot. Nice second turn, and he's lifted the gears up into another range now. So he's looking to replace the 5.5. Kobe Clements now needs a 6.74. Mikey needs a 5.18, and Jacko Baker needs a 7.58. So Chris Zaffis comes out and looking sparkier than ever. Mikey McDonough, he's put himself in a really strong position with the highest wave score so far.
Yep.
But yeah, he's going to need to find himself another similar wave in just over 4 minutes. And a big shout out, of course, my mentor, Adam Hennessy. Dimmy's tuning on in.
Is he your mentor?
I call him the mentor. Yeah, he's my mentor. And he said,
I call him mental.
Mental Dimmy. He said, good to see old man Reggae back in the booth. You know, he commentated the 64 world title. He was 30 then.
Yeah,
Dimmy. He's, of course, tuning in. This is
At
the
least
top.
I can walk without a waddle. And there we go. Big snap off the top there from Mikey. Oh, another big one. Just drives that tail. Buried the nose. That was a critical turn. What was he chasing?
He only needs 5.18. I think we're going to see Mikey take the lead, and rightly so. He's surfed such a smart final so far, and he's been, he's posted the highest wave score so far of the finals. So I think that those two turns alone are going to put him into the lead, and the rest of the guys are going to be chasing.
Yep.
Look at the replay. Such a deep bottom turn.
Yep, and this, I really like this, just boom, rides out of it, throws the tail. Yeah, Mikey's dad, Tony, will be out there watching very closely. Tony was an awesome surfer, originally from Curl, surfboard shaper, and moved up the coast quite a few years ago. And well, he scores. Well, Chris Zaffis has extended the lead. So wow, 2.5, well, just under 3 minutes remaining. Chris Zaffis, that last wave, just flaring up. There's Jackson Baker, a little bit bemused on his face. He's going, hang on, I had every good wave all day until the final.
Yeah, surprising position for him to find himself in.
What's he need?
Waiting to see the update to the live score, so bear with me while I reload. I'm pressing
It's
reload,
annoying.
refresh,
It's so
refresh.
annoying, that live heat thing.
There we go. Chris Zaffis, a 7.63.
Well, here he goes. Chris, is he going to take to the air, a bit of wind in his sails? He is, but he's not going to ride out of that one, so it didn't even look like making it. A throwaway. You can see Mike McDonough trying to get his score, but there you go. Mikey's out in the lead.
Yeah.
16.16, a pair of eights.
Yeah, so 7.83 for that last two-turn combo on the forehand for Mikey. Takes him back into the lead. Chris Zaffis is in second with an 8 and a 7.63. Needs an 8.17. Kobe Clements needs a 9.4. And Jacko Baker, unfortunately, comboed at the 2 minute mark, 16.17.
Well, he needs a pair of 8, so Jackson Baker just has not gone his way in the final. Used up all his waves, obviously, earlier on. But anyway, he was stoked to make it through to the final. But at this stage, Mike McDonough surfed a really smart heat. We saw Kobe Clements sitting pretty cleanly in front, but he only had a pair of 6s, and there was plenty of time for his opponents to reel him in. We saw Chris Zaffis with that right-hander with a couple of beautiful flaring turns. And here goes Jackson Baker. He's got to throw caution to the wind here. 1.5 minutes to go. There's that lip glide floater again. He's done about 12 of them in this heat, and he's over it. He's over it, coming in. 1.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he's not happy with that performance, but he should be. It's a great effort to get yourself into the final. Of course, he had the surfing on tap, but just not finding the same kind of energy and open face to work with. Like we saw Mikey and Chris so far just dominated the last 5 minutes of this final, posting near excellent scores. And look how close Mikey's totally playing defense here and tailing Chris Zaffis everywhere. So he doesn't want to let him have the chance to open up with this 8.17.
What would Kobe need now? Something pretty solid, obviously. So,
he
needs a big score. Yeah. So Kobe's just going to have a look at this one on the inside. No takeoff. 40 seconds remaining. So down to the final throw of the dice. Mike McDonough sticking to Chris Zaffis like a mozzie to the something or other. I don't know. I couldn't think of the metaphor there.
To those buzz strips.
It's a final. Always run out of speed in the final.
That's it. 30 seconds on the clock. Kobe Clements needs a near perfect 10, so a 9.4 will get him back into the lead and the champion's crown, but that's not going to offer him anything.
No.
And it looks like, unless Chris Zappis can find himself a big two-turn combo.
Oh, here he goes. No takeoff. So Mikey surfing a great heat, putting a lot of pressure on him. And, Mikey McDonough, he had a couple of, throwaway waves at the start. Didn't panic. He had faith in his ability and his ability to find the waves, which he did. And there's Chris Zappos taking off. And a little climb there. He knows this wave is not going to give him what he needs. And just rides out of that one. So just got overtaken. He surfed a great heat. But Mike McDonough came through and really handled the pressure well. When he had the opportunity, he took it.
Yeah.
And there he goes. He's pretty stoked. So Mike McDonough winning the Coffs Harbour Open. Event number 4 of the Australian. Oh, look at him. He is so stoked. Australian Open of Surfing final. Mike McDonough surfing a great heat. Big, solid two-wave total of 16.16. Chris Zappis in second place has surfed awesomely throughout the entire event. And Kobe Clements just couldn't find that wave out of the sixes. And Jackson Baker just had one of those heats. But he'd surfed awesomely throughout the event and had the single highest heat win total in his semi-final of a 17.43, I think it was. So, great to see these guys back in form, and I'm sure we'll see them again. I wonder if they're all heading down south for a leisurely drive to the far south coast.
Oh, no doubt. I think if you've made the final here with this amount of amazing surfers in the draw, you're going to be taking another day off. There's Mikey claiming the kudos from the junior media man for Surfing New South Wales, Joshy.
I want to see Tony McDonough run down and chair his son up the beach.
Sure, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, heaps of people would. But, So there you go. So Mikey McDonough, pretty stoked. Of course, Tony, it's a classic example of, like Cooper always says, his biggest supporter and fan is his old man, his dad, Dave. Similar thing with Mikey and Tony, awesome surfer. I remember there was a great double-page spread of him at DY Point in Surfing World when he was a grommet, like he was maybe 16 or 17. And I was a grommet going, wow.
Jeez, that dude rips.
Yeah, that guy he's got double-page spread.
Well,
so there you go. So Kobe Clements surfed a great heat as well. Just got pipped at the end. And, it was great. And we'll say goodbye to Cooper Chapman's just come in and say goodbye. Might as well pretend we're not professional. And there he goes. So, awesome event. The Australian Open of Surfing presented by No Text, No Rex. Probably the smartest, most obvious message we can give, but awesome to see. So, Jess, it's been a good 2-day event here. Of course, we had the ABB. What were your highlights?
For me, my
top
highlights
5. Give me your top 5.
Yesterday was the back-to-back Heat 13, 14, 15, the aerial show that went on
that was pretty
between
sick,
the guys.
Yep.
That was incredible. I liked to see the local girls that made the final.
Yeah.
Bonnie and Carly, that was a big highlight. And just watching the team stuff go down on that first day on Saturday was ridiculously exciting. There's such a big level of froth and such a different atmosphere around the team's environment. So that first day, the ABB, but this installment in the surfing just kind of lines us up for those final 2 events down the far south coast next weekend. Yeah, no, it was awesome. It is going to be great heading down to Narooma, Dalmini area tomorrow. And as you said, we've had small waves during this whole event, but we've been lucky. Every locations had a really good sandbank. It's just been sucking in whatever swells there. Today, there was a period there through the middle of the day before the tide ran out too far. The waves are just pumping. Yeah. And it's really good to see. It's nothing like get some of Australia's best young surfers just ripping in some fun, rippable waves. So an entertaining few days as well. And a big thank you, of course, to Surfing New South Wales. Doing the hard yards, all those workers, they get down here at 2 a.m. The day before?
Day before, they start rattling around, breaking out all the flags, etc. And then I'll be here till midnight tonight packing it all up, Then they're driving straight to Cronulla. Yeah. So it's all happening, But also, big thank you, of course, and to the big support from New South Wales Government through Visit New South Wales. And, of course, we've got the presentation coming up very soon. Yeah, I think we're going to cut to just a quick break while the guys prepare themselves. We're going to live stream the presentation, so stay tuned for the Champs crowning and the series instalment here from Coffs Harbour. Live presentation to come right after this.
got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
We got love that we'll never need to hide. Love will always rise above. Whatever comes, we will be just fine. If I am yours and you are mine. Take my hand and let's fly away to another galaxy. Hold me close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me.
A big thank you, of course, to Coffs Harbour City Council for their welcoming us here. Destination New South Wales, all the local surfers and board riders club, Surfing New South Wales, No Text, No Rex program, and our event staff, Adam Huben, Rowan Fell, and the entire work crew, and of course our judges, Head Judge Kai Angle, and all the judges. An awesome event here at Coffs Harbour. We've been here for 3 days, but yeah, really checking out the area, and had great waves in different wind conditions, and it sort of shows you why this is a bit of a surfer's paradise, actually the real one compared to that one up north. Anyway, the Australian Open of Surfing Coffs Harbour Open presented has been a huge few days, and we've had a vast array of surfers from grommets through to seasoned professionals, and it's great to see them get the opportunity to surf and gain momentum going into 2021. The winners today will walk away with a share of $7,000 in prize money and go in the running to win the overall tour prize for full accommodation during the 2021 Whistler Pro Surf Series. So great support for our pro surfers. Now I'd like to call up local member Gurmish Singh to present the women's trophies and have a few words.
Thanks, Rego. Just want to start by recognising the traditional custodians of the land, the Gumbaynggirr people, their elders past, present and any emerging elders. The New South Wales Government, through its tourism and major events destination agency Destination New South Wales, is proud to support the Coffs Harbour Open, which is part of the 2020 Australian Open of Surfing. It's very loud. Yeah, an incredible amount of work has gone into this event, so a big thank you to Surfing New South Wales for their commitment to ensuring the event is a success. The New South Wales Government remains committed to supporting events across the state because we know they can give a much needed boost to our local hotels, restaurants and shops. This Australian Open of Surfing New South Wales series is expected to inject almost $670,000 into our local economy. So I just want to finish up by thanking all the competitors, everyone who's travelled from interstate, and congratulations to all the winners and all the competitors. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Gurmish. Now, of course, this is a COVID-safe event, so we won't be able to shake hands, but I'd like to call up the women's finalists in 4th place, Bonnie Hills. Great surfing throughout the event. And of course, one of the locals here, speaking of locals, in 3rd place, Carly Shanahan. Yeah, I better stand out of the way. 2nd place, Elliot Smith. I think Elliot's from north of the border. And winning, big round of applause for our champion here today, Philippa Anderson. And of course, Philippa, great surfing throughout the entire event as well, and pretty inspiring to watch. Philippa, a few words.
Sorry. No, it's all right. Yeah, I feel like we had really fun waves the last 2 days, so good to be back in Coffs Harbour. Yeah, as you were saying, just getting everyone back to travelling and that, because it's slowly easing up. It's really good to have the opportunity to put the Rashi on, so massive thanks to all the sponsors, Destination New South Wales, Surfing Oz and all the crew. You guys have done such a good job of getting things back and running. It's good to surf again, and I've made, Matara final in Cronulla, and I got 3rd, so I was pretty fired up to win, so I'm really glad the Groms didn't beat me out there today. Probably should have gone home if they did. But yeah, good job to all the girls. The level was really high. You can just see a lot of people have taken the time off to just dial in on a few things, and yeah, the level was really good, so I'm stoked to come on top.
All right, well, congratulations. Big round of applause for our finalists, putting on a great display here in the women's of the Australian Open of Surfing, presented by No Text, No Rex. So get the photo op going. All right, now the men's finalists. We've got Daniel Heather from Coffs Harbour City Council. He's going to present the men's trophies. And I'd like to call up our finalists. An awesome final. You guys surfed excellently throughout the entire day. It's been fantastic to watch. In fourth place, Jackson Baker. And Jackson, well, Jackson's one of the form surfers, obviously, had the highest scoring heat win in the semi-finals. Unfortunately, he just couldn't find that killer wave in the final. So congratulations, Jackson. In third place, Kobe Clements. Kobe from the Northern Beaches of Sydney was holding the lead for a little while, but then got taken at the end. First by this bloke, Chris Zaffis in second. And congratulations, Chris, on some awesome surfing throughout the entire event. Again, great to watch. And a big round of our applause for our winner, Mikey McDonough, taking home first prize of $1,500. And again, excellent surfing from Mikey. Really surfed a smart final there and found the right waves at the right time. And well done. Say a few words.
I'd just like to thank Surfing Australia, Surfing New South Wales for putting on such a good series. Coffs for having us. Great waves. Yeah, Chris, Kobe, Jacko for a sick final. My dad for bringing me down. And yeah, stoked. Thank you.
You can't forget your dad. Yeah, congratulations there, Mikey. You too, Tony. Well done, mate. Yeah, so excellent stuff. And don't forget, we hope to see you at the next two stops of the Australian Open of Surfing. Next week, we're heading down the far south coast of New South Wales to the beautiful area of Narooma and Dalmini. And then the final event on the 13th and 14th of December at the Northern Beaches, North Narrabeen in Sydney. So once again, thanks everyone for your support. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast and the excellent surfing. And we'll see you next week down at Narooma.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.